Good fucking afternoon, everybody, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs. My name is Frost Prime. I'm here with Ots Darva for the first ever Devour the Tower co-op Slay the Spire 2 tournament. Ots, it's good to be here.
It's so good to be here, fans. What is up? What are we here to do?
Oh, we are here to see some blood, some carnage, and everything in between. Some teams have been practicing religiously every day, and they are ready to go. And other teams, they haven't even talked a single time in their Discord chat. And I don't imagine that they are going to be doing quite as well. But it's going to be fun to watch and type as they fall and fail. It's going to be a really, really good time.
We are about to make history here.
Yeah, we've got 32 other streamers other than ourselves live right now in the Slay the Spire 2 category, all ready to play 3 rounds, and then if the winners top 2 teams will move on to the final round, but 3 rounds of Slay the Spire 2 co-op on Ascension 10 in order to determine who the best co-op team is. We're gonna be here a minute, dude. We're going to be here for a goddamn minute, aren't we?
I reckon every single minute of this live stream is going to be worth it. And we're going to try to highlight just the absolute insanity of this event and the absurdity of the things that we have moved together to make it happen. If you're not familiar with Slay the Spire, you must be living under a rock. It is a game that redefined roguelikes, that put deck builders on the map, that inspired countless other games. Some people argue it's one of the finest or the finest video game ever made. Really difficult to argue against it sometimes. And the sequel, Slay the Spire 2, took the world by storm. You might have seen some screenshots. It was played by hundreds of thousands of players concurrently.
I think it peaked at 600,000 concurrents.
That's ridiculous. It's very likely that you have at least heard about it by now. And what you need to understand is that over the years, both in Slay the Spire 1 and Slay the Spire 2, people like Frost have really studied and learned this game. There are real scholars out there of these games. In each of the teams that we're going to be seeing today, at least one of these players has an insane amount of hours in these games, both put together, and they will be able to show us exactly what they're made of. These games are really, really hard with all of the Ascension multipliers. Think of Ascension as a new game plus of sorts that makes the game progressively harder. Right now, Ascension 10 is the hardest mode. We will be playing in multiplayer, and that really is where the special part of this event comes through. Even though people have gotten really good and really fast at running these events before, you have never really seen much of a speedrun co-op community and never really a tournament quite like this. We're going to have rules that at first might be a little bit dense, but they honestly make a lot of sense. These players have to play fast. They have to play precise. They need to slay the spire and climb every single step of the way. TM, and climb every single step of the way while trying to get to the top faster than anybody else. But there are some things to look out for. Any death will incur a penalty that will pretty much mean they're playing slower, as well as passing elites without beating them will also cost you points. At the end of the day, it will come down to who's fastest, but also who plays the best.
Exactly, dude. I mean, that's like, there's a giant, the rules card in front of you on the screen, but like at the end of the day, all you need to know is that they need to play as fast as possible, as correctly as possible, and take as many elites as possible. The more danger that you put yourself in, you're going to be at more danger of death. But if you succeed and you finish first and you take a lot of elites, you will overall end up top of the leaderboard at the end of the day. And that's literally all that matters. You can see on the left side of your screen that round 1 has no multiplier next to it. Round 2 and 3 will have a points multiplier. The way that that works is it will multiply your positive points. That's so that if a team ends up scoring negative points at the end of the round, that they don't multiply their negative points into more negative points. That would be sad. But it's basically a comeback mechanic so that if somebody doesn't necessarily perform quite as well in the first round, that they don't feel like they're automatically out of the tournament. And if they pull themselves up by their bootstraps like every good American should, they will be able to shoot themselves ahead of the other teams and put them in a worse spot and be able to multiply their positive points and go into the final round, which is a mystery round, by the way. Nobody except me and Ots knows what the final round is. It's going to be on a mystery format, but we do know what the seed is, actually, because I polled my YouTube or my Twitch chat and my YouTube chat yesterday And they came up with the seed, which is quite literally just OM. It is 2 letters, OM. And we can say that because there's no scouting that can be done, because there's going to be a modifier that adds more and more and more chaos into the mix for those final 2 teams as they go. Each round will be 75 minutes maximum. I imagine that a lot of the teams won't even need an hour. I've seen some people practicing, and they are getting well under an hour on Ascension 10. Wow. But I think that, again, the teams that haven't quite been practicing like they should are probably going to be falling short. And if they do end up not finishing, that is perfectly fine. It is okay if you do not finish. We are not judgmental here of people that do not finish. Insert whatever jokes you want to about me saying that you are not or are finishing. But we'll just have their points calculated at whatever point they end up at. And this does allow for people to, if they realize that their team is about to wipe, like if you realize that all 4 of your players are about to die in the Act 3 boss, you can just put your hands up and say that you're not going to play anymore. And you won't get any of the points for finishing because you didn't finish, but you're not going to lose any points for losing because you didn't press end turn. And this is a game where if you do not move forward, the game does not move forward. You have to choose to die. Every single time that you lost in Slay the Spire, every single person in this chat, you chose to do so because you could have just closed the game. And there is one final multiplier to encourage people to finish the runs. You see it in that small line under the point system that says they say additional plus 5 points per player alive after the final boss. That was because we wanted to eliminate the possibility of people potentially getting into the final boss and stalling it out so that they didn't want to complete that final boss. We created a rule that essentially allows a couple of people to die in the final boss and you to still net positive points when you complete the boss. All you need to know is that you just got to play hard and fast at the end of the day.
Yes.
But yeah, should we start taking a look at our competitors now and see who's going to be up against who, and then chat can start laughing at the people that are here and saying who they want to be? First up, we have Team Bomb Squad. I don't think that they have anything to do with bombs. It's just the first initials of their name. You have Bookshelf, a relatively unknown. By the way, let me clarify actually for a second here. The person on the left side in that gold rare card, they are going to be the good player of the team, the god player, the pro player, the coach, the captain. These guys are all big Slay the Spire names, or at least big in terms of how good they are at the game. Bookshelf is one of the best players of the game. He is so unbelievably incredible, and also is the funniest Slay the Spire pro, named by Japanese export himself. You have Michael Alfox, known for every variety indie game under the sun, and also Dragon Slayer Doppelganger. You've got Wavy, who genuinely, that dude is one of the craziest motherfuckers on the planet, has beaten Spelunky 2 more times than I can count, and has also tattooed half of the tattoos on his body himself. That's insane. And then you have a Platypus who genuinely will not button up his shirt and constantly is showing way too much chest hair and oftentimes his belly button. But I also love the guy to death. That is Team Bomb Squad. Do you want to take this one?
Oh, we have Team the Smash Bros. And you did mention that we do have an American foundation here, but we do have players from around the globe. Is that right? I'm not sure if that's the case for this team. Crimson Blur, you have told me of his prowess in this game, and we will talk about some of these folks a bit more into detail later.
If my moderator Armadillo can drop a clip in chat for everybody to go look at themselves. Blur played for 11 hours overnight last night, and he fell asleep on stream like 4 hours ago.
Oh no.
Like he genuinely fell asleep at his microphone and then just went to bed after finishing a run and then is now here. He's here. He's awake. But like, is that going to harm him in the team? Probably. But he's also the GOAT. He is one of the best Slay the Spire 1 players of all time, and he's a super nerd. If you know him from the Smash scene, he is the person that invented calculating frame data alongside the other greats like Mewtwo King. He is a super nerd when it comes to everything strategy, for sure. Yeah.
I love to see it. I also love to see people that have confidence in a wide variety of games. For example, I know Ludwig is very good at smashing buttons in Super Mario games. I wonder how
smashing buttons, smashing controllers,
translate into Slay the Spire. There might be an opportunity here for some.
He did play Slay the Spire recently on stream, and 2 times throughout a singular run, he opened up a chest, read the relic, said, "Ooh, that's a good relic," and then didn't take it and proceeded on throughout the run.
No. You see, that's something that only a truly confident player can do. It's like, I just don't need the help right now. Thank you. I will not be taking charity. I respect that.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to the next team. Who do we have up next? We have Ascension 11. You know, in putting these teams together, I was trying to put these teams together based on vibes. I put 3 out of the 4 people on this team together because they all have accents. Is that cool?
Okay. I do think that could trigger some kind of lawsuit, but I'll leave it up to you.
Production,
I am acquainted with at least one of these folks. Yeah, I am hearing it as well.
You're good. So Jackie is actually like somebody that's relatively new on my radar in terms of content creators. He's really like bloomed a lot in the Slay the Spire 2 scene, and he's streams at a slot that nobody else does. He streams early in the morning, and he is so unbelievably funny and charismatic, and he has been getting a lot of success. Multi-Brad, he's one of my homies. He literally, before every single event that I do, he sends me a personal DM saying, "Good luck, remember to drink water." He's like my father, if my father also played Slay the Spire. Azap is an old homie from the League days, of course. And then, yes, that person on the right, the Ham, quite literally did trick me into getting into this tournament, but I actually love it. And I've watched his stream since then, and he's actually entertaining as fuck. He's a really small content creator.
He's got some blackmail on you is what I'm gathering.
He's if you guys, at any point during the chat, you can type !rules, and there's a website that will allow you guys to see the rules. You can also go through that website and see all of the players in the tournament in real time. And if you go to the players and standing section, all of those names are clickable. And if there's anybody that I think should get a little bit of love throughout this tournament, it's the Ham. The dude is actually fucking entertaining as hell. And I'm actually really happy I got conned. So.
That is super lovely.
Okay, Otz, if I had to ask, in a Slay the Spire co-op tournament, why would a team name themselves Elephant Sanctuary?
They care about species that are close to extinction. Multicultural, different walks of life, caste. They have big horns. I'm starting to run out of ideas here.
It's because they draw the most amount of elephants guaranteed every single run on their minimap.
Elephants. Right. Trunks. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye out for that. Are there any extra points for particularly large and detailed elephant trunks?
If you get the stream taken down, you automatically win, is what I think is the only way to go about this. Japanese export, also known as Jason. We're going to refer to him as that a lot because he has a very long name. He is actually just got off tour with his band. He's in a couple of bands, and he's like really talented, multifaceted talent. One of the best Slay the Spire 2 players. Has actually coached me in the game.
Incredibly fun videos to watch, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, he's really hilarious, and he's willing to put up with all my phallic jokes. Then the other 3 players on this team. See, Jason mentioned offhand that he played Melee growing up, and all 3 of these other players I all got put on a fighting game tournament team with. So naturally, I had to put them all together. And so far, watching their content has been absolutely fire. They are unbelievably hilarious. They might not win, but they're gonna be funny. So that's all that matters.
I believe.
Next up, the Big Cats, because Raren won't stop saying the term Big Cat. I put the most sarcastic coach possible onto this team, and then 3 Hearthstone players. You don't really need to say anything else. Who on this team do you think is going to be potentially the person to hold back the team, do you think?
Oh, to hold back the team. Well, I did watch Raren be coached by you all the way back then. I imagine he's grown a lot as a player since. And he did have some of the quirks that all new players have, including myself, and he was quite adorable. I am very, very fond of his content. I also learned a lot from Merle. I feel like I owe him a lot when it comes to getting good at Watcher. So, yeah. And even Ruffle, I'm actually quite fond of his content. Dredge, I am a little bit less familiar with, but I will be keeping an eye out for everyone. I know they have it in them to do amazing today.
And we will probably see a major reference towards Ruffle later on in the tournament. No spoilers, but I'm a big fan of Raffle and his wearing of black t-shirts every single day. He's like a cartoon character. It is very, very appealing. But yeah, they did remove the Watcher from Slay the Spire 2, so Merle does have some choice words for Mega Crit. Sends them hate mail every single day. It's a major problem that they have. Yeah, next up, let's look at the next team. Ooh, Type 1 if Scoot is greater than Frost. Now, the reason why this name is Scootish was the worst player going into this tournament, almost had to be given a buff in order to be better, but then got coached by Opum, who is one pun man, who's notably probably the best player at Slay the Spire 2 currently, and now technically has a 100% win rate on Ascension 10 because he's only been playing with Opum in his ear and has won them all. So
wow,
that is, yeah. So it's going to be Scootish to watch of whether or not their team succeeds or fails, honestly. The other people are really good.
Does that have anything to do with the fact that they are being adversarial towards you in particular right now? Do you hold any ill will?
Let's just say I might be the one holding that knife at the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move on before he gets hit, guys. Next team, please.
The Goon Platoon. The Goon Platoon. Weird that the one that has the most women on the team wanted to name their team after masturbate. It's just something I wanted to point out there. No, this team honestly has like a lot of synergy. I've been watching them play. Paparazzo was the last person that joined into the tournament, and I really want to thank him coming in as a last-second coach, and he has gelled really fucking well with his team, and they are looking extraordinarily solid. Extraordinarily solid. And Joe Cat is just like the cutest person on the planet, so I have to root for him.
I like every single one of these folks.
And we're going to go through this last team rather quickly because round 1 has just started. Don't worry, you won't miss any of the action. We have VM Service, and we need to give a major shout out to VM Service simply because if you hover over any person's stream that you are watching today on any of their other live streams, you can see their relics, you can see their deck, you can see their map, you can see everything in real time. If you type !decks into my chat and you open up that website and you can scroll through all of their decks in real time, that is made by VM Service. 5 minutes ago, that website went down because of you fuckers. Service. And we got it put back up, and I just said, VM Service, bill me for whatever it costs. So shout out VM Service. He deserves a lot of fucking love, and you know this team is going to perform. It's 3 goats plus a VM who's also a goat. So 4 goats on one team. Let's get into the action now. We've got all of the players rolling through. They're already... Wow! Oh my God.
Okay, I'm going to try to commentate absolutely everything that's going on right now. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Don't worry. It's not as overwhelming as it looks. Okay? Now, for these players, this situation is absolutely diabolical. The things, the variables, everything they have to take into account, it just expands into infinity. The correct choice might be 1 out of a million. But for you, the viewer, super, super simple. Look at their health. Is it really, really high? Good. Is it really, really low? Uh-oh. That's no good. Every time they die, they don't replenish health automatically after every fight, right?
Yeah. Quinn Jamin got really low there. He's Daddy Q over on that left side of the board. He got down to nearly 0 HP there, and even if you die right at the end of that boss, that's why I put it there. I want to see if any player dies, because one in the chat, if you died to just the martyrdom of the waterfall giant, it's there. And in multiplayer, though, it can be like, we'll just sacrifice 3 of the people, because as long as one person survives, you get to move on. So I put that there just to see if we could get any -5s out of any of these teams, and I feel like we might be able to get one at some point. You can see on the bottom of your screen, you can see all of the teams, and we should be able to get live point scoring as things start coming in. So you'll be able to see what team is in first and what team isn't, and where things are set out. You can see the timer right above me of how long they have left. I mean, we're rolling through. The fact that they are already in Act 2 is something.
How long ago did they start, Frost?
What
have we missed?
So we roll off the in-game timers. The top left is just like it's like a timer that's just to help out the viewers on knowing how long is left in the act. We're gonna be going off everybody's in-game timer.
So we're just 10 minutes into this.
Yeah, they're 10 minutes into the run, and they're already in Act 2. Yeah, that is. Yeah, you can see on the top of their screen they are flying through this. And now Team Scoop is greater than Frost Prime. They're still in Act 1. So you can see maybe teams have performed a little bit better. We got Ascension 11. They're still focusing on an Act 1 normal fight. I mean, they're oh, what looks like they might have just started, actually. Did they have to reset, or did they just start here?
I have a feeling we have a tiny little bit of syncing issues. Some teams are still in Act 1. For the record, this game has 3 acts, okay? The first one, I think the consensus is that they need to be really careful because it is very, very deadly. And the choices that you made with your early picks and decisions influence the rest of the run very, very severely. So you need to be relatively safe. Luckily for them, Act 2, they will most likely steamroll through. At that point, they're quite strong. The decisions that they have to make are far less important, and they can breeze through it really, really quickly. Act 3, similarly, they are pretty strong already, and they will play it fast until the final boss, which is typically very, very tricky and could easily result in a team wipe. At that point, they really have to consult each other, play their cards very, very, very carefully, and make sure they use the resources well. That's more or less the flavor that we're going to be looking at right now.
Yeah, I mean, and you can see the difference in the teams. The fact that we are at almost 12 minutes and still in Act 1 versus another team. I believe it was Japanese Exports team that is well through Act 2 at this point. I mean, the difference in what a little bit of practice does. And I know that One Pun Man really had to focus a lot again on the weekly Scootish. So again, I think it's just the underdog of the tournament. People want him to do really well and they want to see him perform, but it might just be that they're able to go for more
if you think you need
more difficult routes. But they might need to take a little bit more
leading strike's amazing.
I'm not getting they do seem to have a solid engine to create damage. We see that our recent player is utilizing a card called Supermassive that will deal more damage for each card created. And we also have a variety of cards that create other cards. Over time, this one single attack is enough to deal a ton of damage. But now we need to get into the quirks of multiplayer and what exactly is happening.
We're once again looking at Team Scoot greater than Frost, trying to make their way through Act 1. I think that they're going to probably get through it though with no deaths. I mean, looking at where they're at right now, if you take a look at like what they're playing, and they seem really, really solid. I'm not worried about them dying. Just again, not being the fastest person here. It looks like. It looks like, why is this guy playing 1,000 souls on the regen? Is that potentially because we have a card that is putting souls in other people's decks played by their Necrobinder player, Scootish, to allow him to create a bunch of cards in his deck, which then scales the Supermassive? That sounds like a fun little combo.
It seems like that's the strategy. Going into the Waterfall Giant, which is the boss of Act 1, you do need a bit of a plan. This is not a fight that you can stall out forever. Most fights in this game will get more dangerous over time, meaning that you have to be fast. The Waterfall Giant in particular has a big nuke that he will do at the end of its life cycle, and you will need to block for it. If everyone were to die, that would be catastrophic. Luckily, at the end of each act, of all 3 of them, I guess, our characters do recover part of their HP, right?
Just as a personal note, if I was about to fight an elite right before going into the final, or right before going into the Waterfall Giant boss, this would be the elite I would want to see the least most. You're pretty much guaranteed to take chip damage here in multiplayer, because in single player, you sometimes can have like a 30, 40 damage card that just one-shots one of these guys. 127 plus 17 is not something that I'm able to kill rather quickly, even as a team. That seems like absolutely insane.
Yeah, what you need to know at home is that this game in single player is quite simple, quite well balanced and adjusted. But in multiplayer, obviously, with 4 characters attacking all at once, what you're looking at is enemies having typically 4 times the HP, doing the same damage, but attacking everybody at once. And that extra HP means that some fights simply go on for longer. And this is one of those fights that you really do not want to go on for longer, because every, I believe, 3 turns, these will be getting a strength boost that will make it really hard to avoid damage here.
And just for the people at home, we do realize that the points at the bottom aren't lining up exactly with everything that's going on. You can still see the players' points in real time, and that's all that we really care about at the end of the day. We're looking at Ludwig, who He's getting coached along by Crimson Blur.
It seems like they're still in Act 1, halfway through it, I would say.
Yeah. Ludwig might be a little bit overwhelmed if he hasn't been playing this game. He's yelling loudly. That's what Ludwig's known for. They're about 8 minutes in and not even past the halfway mark. That is tough. That is definitely tough. Can we look at the team? One of the teams now that is out in first place in Act 2. I'd love to see how they're doing going this fast. If they've had any
there's
sort
a
of
massive difference right now between teams.
gap between a lot of these teams. I can see Japanese Exports team is way through Act 2 right now.
Yep, they seem to be dealing with some, maybe still on a second fight. Is that possible?
Yeah.
No, maybe a third fight. It seems like this is 3 insects, so I think that's one of the harder pulls. They must be around halfway through the act at the moment. And, we are now back with Bookshelf's team,
who's still in Act 1. I think they're at that last elite right before the boss. Again, 14. I think that 15 minutes in is for a team. Now, I will say, when I said earlier that some of these teams have not practiced or anything, this team hadn't communicated. They hadn't said anything to each other before today. They hadn't said a single word in their Discord chat. So for them to be making 15 minutes at the end of Act 1, that's not bad. That's really not bad for not...
If they do play safer, that could really help their odds later, and they could dodge a few deaths here and there that other faster teams are unfortunately not dodging. And remember, for each death, the timer ends up being bigger. A team that goes really fast and gets wiped at the final boss could easily be outperformed by a team that takes it a bit slower, gets a little bit lucky, gets some good decisions. And even with all of that off the table, we need to remember that even though these teams are playing on a similar seed, in other words, they're playing with the same on the same starting point, the decisions that they make immediately branch into different directions. Someone could get a card or go for an event that nobody else goes to, and that could transform the game forever. This is a game where one card or one relic that comes at the right time can make a huge difference, can carry the run. So we do maybe expect some volatility as the run goes on.
Yeah, I really am hoping that we get to take a look at one of these teams out in front, if it's possible, production, just because I really do want to see how a team that's going so quickly is going to be able to handle Act 2, the Act 2 bosses. You know, I think that it's going to be pretty difficult if you guys are just playing cards willy-nilly. I imagine that somebody's got to take some damage. Somebody's got to die here. But we'll have to see here. Jackie's team still a little bit behind, but again, they did start just slightly late. Azap's team doing
their
relatively the same.
Amazing, by the way.
Jackie's team.
One of them must have found some item to increase their max HP. We see a huge health bar. And oh my god, it really did not take them very long at all. Opum and his team have now whittled down the health of the Waterfall Giant down to basically nothing. And remember, when it reaches 0, it will deliver a big attack doing 41 damage. That might wipe out nearly everybody here. Yeah,
apparently production dropped the seed early in the chats to let everybody know what it was, and they took that as the go-ahead to start, which is why a couple of the teams are so far ahead of everybody. But here we are finally. Thank you, production. We got there. W production. We are in the Act 2 boss. Everybody's about half HP on Japanese Exports team on Elephant Sanctuary.
Yeah, we are at the end of turn 4, so... What you need to know about this fight is that this boss gives you decisions. It puts you in a bit of a bind. You have to choose between taking damage at the end of each turn, which gets increasingly harder to deal with, or having other downsides, such as drawing less, having less energy, and these things get uncomfortable so quickly. What do you make of the decision of our captain to play as the Regen? What do you think is behind that decision?
I think it's genuinely because the Regen has a card that applies vulnerable and weakening, and as the captain, you probably are the person that's going to be playing the fastest because you don't have to like look at your cards. You know, you kind of just like know what to do and what to play. So he knows that he doesn't have to call out vulnerable and weaken right at the start. Yeah, 3 people on this team just got really low here.
Oh no.
3 people just got within striking distance. And it is a 27 damage turn, plus however much damage they have if they decided to take the debuff
Disintegration.
that forces you to take damage at the end of every turn. This could be a multiplayer death screen. I'm worried about Quasi. Her username is My Dad Could Top Your Dad. Goes down here. That's -5. Type it in the chat. We got 2 other players possibly dying here, but the HP is getting low. Only 1 death. Only going to be 1. But hey, if you finish first, it's plus 30
really
points.
Dodgy.
If you get first, it is plus 30 points. So that death can easily be made up for. Not a big deal, not a big deal. I do want to see what they get here from the Ancients. Because we do have tanks here as our first Ancient. And
these are really fun choices.
He's a very attack-focused guy. Everything he does is all about playing a lot of cards, transforming your attacks into claws, or, you know, he wants you to spam things. He wants you to do... Is he taking Mauls?
Yeah, he's
taking Mauls, team captain, Japanese export, playing for the Twitch chat, playing for the fans. Oh my God, he's calling out that he wants to go right up that center path.
This is a fun choice, but was it a reasonable choice, do you think? Was it sensible?
I love what production just did. We just saw somebody get to Act 3, and now we are going back to Ludwig's team. That is still in Act 1 and not even towards the end. They are on floor 12. They are quite far behind here. They are really lagging behind. Bomb Squad is also still fighting that Act 1 boss. Bookshelf himself might go down here depending on how much damage that explosion does. Really want to see that here. Now, interestingly enough, if you kill this guy, you get the next turn is when they deal the damage. If they die via Doom, which could have possibly happened there, you get an extra turn to be able to draw Weakening because the explosion is kind of like a new character and you have to reapply Weaken. All of the debuffs get shedded off. 35 damage incoming. It's probably, they got Weakening. Bookshelf's definitely fine here. Not gonna be going down.
Honestly, a bit of a dangerous card. It does provide free block at the cost of cluttering your deck. But here, honestly, it's amazing. It seems like Bookshelf, thanks to that Weakening, might survive with 1 HP.
Thank you, Wavy, for hovering over the HP. 1 HP is crazy to survive at. That is nuts.
Yeah.
That is absolutely crazy.
0 block on the character, it seems, as well. And the 1 HP warrior lives on.
Just swagging on
That's great.
Probably didn't block on purpose, personally. Let's see what card Wavy decides to take here.
These are all really good, but...
I mean, none of them particularly do anything crazy. Shared Fate is a bit of a double-edged sword, depending on what he has in his deck. I didn't see a lot of Osti attacks, so Squeeze is going to be crazy. Shared Fate is good in multiplayer, so maybe that's why they took it. It's cool.
Yeah, this is a really good time to explain why multiplayer debuffing cards are so important. So, obviously, if an enemy has 4 times... Oh, I think we did have one, yes. Doing 45 damage at a time.
They have 2 rolling boulders on this team. This is a team that I want to watch. And it doesn't look like anybody's going to be falling either to this explosion. So they are about 15 minutes in, playing a little bit behind on pace. It really does look like the Elephant Sanctuary is just far and ahead in front of everybody here. Just able to do so much. Let's see what Wavy decides to pick.
Pretty good.
Ooh, looks like they've gone with the Alchemic Coffer, which gives you extra slots to have potions. Keep in mind, at this level of Ascension, you normally only get to carry 2 potions, which is very restrictive. It really doesn't let you store them and hoard them for a really tough boss fight. But with this, that absolutely changes. And potions are fun because other relics can also fill up your potions later. We'll be keeping an eye out, right, on Wavy? See if these potions come in clutch.
Ooh, Deathbringer on this turn is so good. Just the permanent weakening, putting across everybody, helping out the whole team. Yeah, now Wavy's definitely hoping. We know that Tanks is the Act 3 Ancient, so he's not going to be getting that Delicate Frond from Nonu that gives you, fills up your potion bar every single floor, but it's definitely something that's worthwhile taking. Already on floor 40, Elephant Sanctuary. The Mauls are doing crazy work, it seems. Karis, once again, Quasi a little bit low. and has a lot more to go. That is absolutely crazy. I wonder what their actual time is. If production has any of the feeds of the other players that has the clock at the top, we can ask Japanese export to turn that on for the next round. I just want to know exactly.
27 minutes?
27 minutes. He just opened up his box screen. Oh
that's
my
really fast.
God. 27 minutes and they are already halfway through Act 3. This is an incredible team. We need to nerf them. We might need to nerf them. They did suffer a death, so they won't be getting maximum points here, but the fact that they are still taking risky paths, still taking elites.
Oh, that is obscene levels of damage here.
Oh my God. The damage is coming out is absolutely crazy here.
Just a few
absolutely
floors
crazy
away from the final boss.
Taking a zoom out to see where every player is, every team is, you can see that most are well into Act 2 right now, fighting elites in Act 2. We've got Team Paparazzo that's currently fighting that new Prism. If we can go to their perspective, I'd really appreciate that. The new Prism got reworked in this patch. Used to be that they were just kind of a guy that hit you every turn, would buff every 3 turns, and every time that you would hit him with an attack for the first time that turn, you would
gain some energy back.
Yeah, you would get 1 energy back. But now they're essentially like glorified Gremlin Knob. They're Gremlin Knob on steroids, where they debuff all of your skills, and every time that you play a skill, your character gets more and more infected, and then after a few turns, it gets worse. So the more skills you play, the worse it gets. And it is absolutely deadly. We were seeing a lot of players that were practicing regularly getting to the point that they were rarely dying. I
am seeing 100 block on that enemy, by the way. That is mad.
That is crazy.
That is absolutely mad.
Since the rework, though, players are dying left and right to a lot of the reworked enemies. The Prism included, as well as the Aeon Glass in Act 3, which will be making...
Which we are getting.
Which will be making an appearance very, very shortly. I can guarantee you that. On this first seed, which we never even talked about the name of the seed. It's Devour the Tower. It's Devour the Tower itself. If you guys, we're going to try to get you the name of the next seed right as we start the round. So if you guys want to play along at home, a couple of people were asking to do that. They have a squad of 4 ready to play along at home and see if they can't beat the competitors and earn themselves a spot in the next Devour the Tower tournament. Karis once again getting really low. They are definitely the person to watch.
Damage from our defect player, by the way.
Let's see what's in the shot,
that they have a bit of a Dark Orb going on.
Ooh, an Orrery could be game-changing for sure. But unfortunately, production has told us that we're not allowed to see that, and we have to go see if players are about to die to the Hunter Killer. What in the chat if this is one of your most hated enemies in all of Act 2? Never mind, we're going back. I yell at production, and they give me exactly what I want. If anything, I am a person of my own desires, I guess. And now we get to see the Aeon Glass. So we're going to stick here for a minute.
Walk us a little bit through this.
Yes.
What makes this different from the Door Maker?
Right. So the Door Maker was removed from the game. I hope comes back in an alternative Act 3 in the future. The Aeon Glass was added and then slightly reworked. So I'm going to go over what they do now. Every 6 cards that each individual player plays, they will get a status card added to their hands. And that status card will deal damage at the end of their turn and discard. They cannot play it. They can exhaust it, transform it, discard it, whatever, through whatever means they have. At the end of their turn, they will take the damage. They can block it. But every few turns, when the Aeon Glass initiates a buff, they will increase the damage of those statuses by 3 additional damage. So it starts out at 3, but for a card spamming character like the Silent, that could really mean death. And then when it upgrades, it goes to 6 and then 9, and it can just get spiraling out of control. You can see it here right now. Japanese export has 0 block in his hand and is going to be taking a full 25 to the face unless he wants to pop that block potion.
He might opt to throw.
Everybody switch to Japanese export stream and type potion really quickly in his chat. He really appreciates that.
No,
as you
please.
know. Yeah, no, the malls are doing crazy work. I wonder if he actually took it for this fight. Something that's like permanently scaling and is just going to allow him to like slowly ramp up, and no matter what, if he could just keep his HP pool high, by the time that he gets to the Act 3 bosses, he can kind of be that carry. Speaking of carry and what rhymes with it, he's got parry. What do you feel about the card parry? Do you like it?
Well, I know it was the subject of several buffs, and we see that he has a very, very aggressive build. It does make sense. He also, as you have noticed, has Pillar of Creation to help him create passive block every time a card is created. But the thing that I find the most interesting is that with Shuriken, he is encouraged to play many, many attacks, and he has multiple ways to get extra strength. Now, the strength is important.
Ooh, the potion coming out to keep Karis alive. Sorry,
it's given to a teammate.
But yeah, he's 2 potions to keep Karis alive. That is what team play is for. So the good thing about potions in this game is, unfortunately, Megacrit has yet to figure out how to give attack potions to other players and like forcibly generate a card screen in front of the multiplayer screen. So if you use something like an attack potion, it's forced to be used on yourself. But things like energy potion, strength potion, block potion, those can be used on your allies in order to keep them alive. And so that's exactly what they're doing here, is keeping their teammate hopefully above 1 HP. Because if they can just limp them across the finish line and get to that Act 3 second boss, they can die there, and as long as they get over the finish line, those -5 points are going to be nothing. But it's actually not Karis that goes down. It's Daddy Quinjamin that's going to be the embarrassing person that we point and laugh at here. That is going to be it. Did they go too fast here? If they die, they're going to be revived at 1 HP and most certainly die to the Fiki test subject. There's just no way they don't.
What do you mean? I thought we were at the final boss. What's going on?
This is Ascension 10. We've got 2 final bosses. You can see up in the top that they are currently at the hourglass, and they've got to go up against the test subject next. And that guy, so we talked about here that you get a status every 6 cards played, but it's individual. If I play 5 cards and you play a card, I don't get a status, right? It's only when you play 6 cards yourself. But with the test subject, what they're about to go into, every single time in the first couple of turns that anybody plays a skill, it increases the damage for everybody. Every single person here. Looking at a bit of a multi-game so we can keep track of a couple of different players.
Some extra kills are going to happen here.
Excuse me, why are we looking at me, Box? Hello? I know that I'm hot and attractive, but what the heck? Probably trying to keep an eye on where other teams are at the moment. Maybe trying to use my stream to scout out what the next boss is. Hey, fair and valid. I'm not going to say stream sniping's off the table. We didn't put it in the rules. Let's see here. If anybody goes down, though, I'm still paying attention to that top right screen. I still want to know. Karis is ultra low, and they got 240 damage to chip through. In this turn right here. Oh, excuse me. I was wrong. This next turn is going to be the big one. Let's see.
Okay, I'm
going
to do my best to gather a little bit of intel on what the other teams are doing.
Sure. I'm keeping an eye on the top
Platoon, right. Looking at Gun Platoon, we do see some very, very nice relics that might help them in the future, but also I notice a lot of starter cards still being played and still being drawn. It might be that their decks still need a little bit of cleaning up. We see a much slower approach on the big cats. They are dealing with an enemy that damages back when you attack them, thanks to their thorn, so it is very delicate. Remember, every little bit of HP really matters.
And then I'll rally.
Okay, so they got through phase 1 of the test subject up in that top right corner without anybody dying. They've scaled up quite significantly, but there's still a lot of damage incoming, and I'm worried here that Daddy Q Quinjamin is once again going to go down and cause his team another -5 points.
Yeah, it seems very hard to avoid with 33 damage incoming. If you look at the red icon and the numbers above the boss, that's what they're being hit for each and every single one. If we actually have 2 deaths happening...
double death. But hey, okay, if we do the math really quick, you get 5 points just for finishing this boss, okay? You get 5 points every boss kill. You get 5 points for every person on your team that is alive after the final boss. So they will get plus 15 points just for winning, and then minus 10 for the 2 deaths. So they're still net positive if they just get over the finish line with these 2 people left alive. Now it's going to be especially really goddamn hard because of the fact that 2 people are dead and they still have a third phase of this guy.
This is so unfortunate, by the way. We see that the Nunchaku on Jason's relic bar is unfortunately not proccing
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
there were some defensive cards there that we just simply did not have enough energy to play. Oof. Even though we did mention that there were some sources of strength gain, the strength gain on our region is still really slow.
Are they all dead?
I think a miracle might be necessary here. We need to remember that we're only on phase 2 out of 3.
They reduced the strength. They hit him with some sort of strength reduction, like a dark shackles or something. I didn't quite see what it was. But they hit him with something that... it's the Monarch's Gaze. The Monarch's Gaze, with all of the attacks, every single time that Maul hits the test subject, it reduces their strength by 1 for the tournament. That is an incredible pickup to have with the Maul. We always said that Gaze were superior, and it's being shown here live on the tournament.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have another Pillar of Creation, which I'm sure Jason would love to add to his long list of powers, but it's looking quite a bit difficult. That Vulnerable comes in really, really nicely. That Weak comes in really nicely, but the Vulnerable is basically useless because at this turn, this enemy is only taking 1 damage at a time. That is the intangibility, a signature of this boss.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible what we're looking at here. 45 damage incoming. Can they keep it? Because the strength down isn't doing a whole lot here. It is not doing a whole lot.
I think we're looking at a death this turn. Yeah, we see Jason smile. Surely
he knows that he's going down. It looks like Switch might be left alive, blinking red. I don't think that one lone Ironclad is chipping through 1,500 HP.
He killed himself.
They all go down. They all go down. Now, they can still restart this run and play as much as they want to until the end of this round and gain more points.
What?
They still can. You are allowed to have 1 team wipe if you would like. They can try it again. They can play again. And if they would like to try to get more points. The likelihood that they'll be able to get to the end, probably not likely. We do have 46 minutes left, and they played through that in less than that. They played through that in half an hour, so they could potentially get there again.
That is outrageous, actually. They can play 2 rounds within 1.
I would love
something they can afford to with the speed they managed to play at.
I would love if I could get in my ear to production to confirm whenever they have the information of how many points their team got that round. Because I'm curious as if they ended positive because they killed so many elites, so many bosses. I wonder if they're positive or just under positive. But that shows the difference between the 2 types of play styles. Is it better to be playing absolutely as fast as possible, or is it better for them to go a little bit slower, maybe not finish first, because if you finish first, you get plus 30 points. Second team gets plus 25, and so on and so forth. Into the final 2 teams, 7th and 8th, get just 0. Didn't want to give the 8th place team -5. Is it better to maybe not get exactly first, but you get over the finish line, or you try to get first and you maybe end up in that exact same position right there?
I would personally also like to ask production to show us the start of Act 3 for one of our teams. I believe that might be Jackie. Is it Jackie?
Yeah. Okay.
That's going into Act 3 right now?
Team Jackie is going, they're just now getting into Act 3, and Paparato's team at the Ancient as well. So we've got, a lot of teams right now just getting to the start of Act 3 at 30 minutes. I mean, that lets you know with 45 minutes to spare that you've got like a decent runway of, hey, we can make sure to play this final act a lot better. And then you have teams like the Crimson Blurs team, the Smash Bros, that are currently fighting the Hunter Killer in Act 2, and they're probably going to be a little bit farther behind. All right, we're on Jackie's perspective here, from specifically
I love what Jackie what Jackie's team just did, by the way.
Explain it to me.
Azop has improved one of his starting cards named Bash into Break, which makes it deal 20 damage, 5 vulnerable, and now it's been enchanted to deal double damage. So we're looking at a card that deals 40 damage base and applies 5 vulnerable. We were explaining earlier how important vulnerable and other debuffs are in multiplayer. In multiplayer, if you do the same damage with a normal card, you are looking at an enemy that has 4 times the health. And also towards the end of the run, it's not just 4 times the health, it gets increasingly more and more demanding. It's sometimes even more. We've seen that some bosses reach almost 3,000 HP, right? But debuffs, the effects are actually the same, they're not scaled down. So being able to weaken an enemy that now, instead of doing 50 damage, deals maybe 27 or 25 or whatever that might be, just applies that to everyone on the team, and everyone on the team benefits from your debuff.
Yep. It couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, weakening in this game is already much stronger than it was in Slay the Spire 1, because it's just really available for most every character. But then, yeah, you get into multiplayer, and it is just 10 times better. You almost always want to have one person on your multiplayer squad that is running the Ironclad or the Regent or the Silence. Somebody that can apply vulnerable and or weakening is just the way to go. Absolutely. Yeah.
Even though we saw Jason's team die, we did see that they bought themselves some very precious time by lowering the strength of the enemy, especially with so many multi-attack patterns that enemies have in Slay the Spire 2. If you lower their strength by 5 and they're attacking 5 times 5, that means they do 0 damage. You're blocking 25 for each of your teammates. And we have seen some of that in this team as well.
Yeah. I did want to just really quickly, I've noticed that things have started to get a little bit smoother, a little bit less choppy, and I just wanted to give a shout out to production. This is our first time doing an event like this, and I know that it can get stressful when you start out and things don't go the way, so W Production, absolutely fucking love you guys. They've been a pleasure to work with, and we are finally getting to Merle's team. They're 45 minutes into the run, and they are only at the Act 2 boss. Only at the Act 2 boss. You have an hour and 15 minutes to do this. They've got to start putting their foot down. 30 minutes left. They've got to get there. I don't know if they've had any deaths, though. But if they haven't had any deaths, they could still cross the finish line here with a lot of points, especially if another team maybe doesn't do quite as well. I'm really interested to see how this all shakes up.
It seems like they have managed to get themselves some Debilitate, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the card that makes vulnerable and weak even stronger, right?
Yeah. See, I call it Delibilate. But yeah, Debilitate is definitely, I would say, the hands down strongest card that the Necrobinder has. I was talking with Otz earlier, actually, and Otz was kind of like, give me the rundown of your opinion on every single individual character in the game, on how they stack up in multiplayer. And I was kind of describing that the Necrobinder is like a bard, where they kind of do a little bit of everything. And one of their strongest cards is definitely Debilitate. It is massive, because like you were saying, weakening applies to everybody on your team. If you weaken the enemy, Debilitate also applies on the enemy. If you apply Debilitate and then weakening, everybody is taking significantly less damage. It is absolutely incredible. It is so unbelievably strong. I did notice here that Merle has Hammer Time, and you said earlier that this is your favorite card.
It is my absolute favorite card. It is really funny. We're going to see exactly what it does in a minute. We probably can show rather than tell in just a second.
Yeah.
Now, I love this.
I think insane, by the way. Merle's deck has a flak cannon. They're playing the Regent, and they've got flak cannon. And you know why they took the flak cannon?
I think I know, yes. Because they can get rid of debris.
Motherfucker at the top of this act is going to get their butt eaten. They took the Prism at Act 2 that gives you 15 choices of defect cards, and they took a flak cannon so that they could deal with these types of enemies. They could deal with this enemy. They could deal with the B guy. They could deal with so many different things. That's so incredibly cool. And you get something like Collision Course on this character. Oh my God, the synergy is out of this world. Merle, you have my heart. You might not get first place in this round, but you've got first place in my heart. I want to see this video uploaded to YouTube because I'm watching it day one. That is incredible.
we see here the effects of a more careful approach compared to Jason's Japanese experts team that win crazy fast, damn be the consequences, right? Now, for those of you that might be a little bit unfamiliar with why flak is so powerful here, there are several cards that have a downside, giving you bad cards that you actually don't want to have in your hand. And as we explained, the major threat of this run is the Aeon Glass, a boss that fails your hand with cards that just slowly kill you. Flag Cannon gets stronger for each of these status effects and actually turns them into a resource for you, right?
Yes. So when I actually did coaching with Japanese Export, I found love for a card that I didn't think was that good, and that card is Crash Landing. It's a Regent card that does a bunch of front-loaded AoE damage, but it fills the rest of your hand with debris, which is just a useless status card. And if you don't have the tools to be able to get rid of it, a lot of times you can transform like one card or two cards, but the Regent doesn't really have access to transforming their entire hand. And Flak Cannon doesn't care where your statuses are. Literally says, no matter where they are in your deck, if they're in your draw pile, discard pile, or in your hand, they get removed, exhausted, and then they add to the damage of that card. That is incredible. That is so cool, and I am just blown away by the synergy that they have here and how well it is performing. Also, notably, they have 2 players on their team with the Petrified Toad, so that's another interesting thing, is you actually can get the same relic as one of your teammates. And 2 players have the Petrified Toad, so every single combat, they have access to 30 damage. And let's go. We got the points back up on the screen. We've got Ascension 11 currently in first place with 82 points. The Big Cats with 76. Bomb Squad leading it up in third, which, again, Bomb Squad is the team that we said is the team that we were unsure of how they would do going into this. That's an incredible score.
They had some of the most difficult and uphill battles based on their lack of time to prepare together. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So for them to not be doing for them to not be there. Now we do see Elephant Sanctuary's score.
What is happening?
They're at 3. Now, I don't know if that is including their points from last round or if that is not including their points from last round and they're just currently playing a new run. They might have had a
full reset.
They did have to reset, and I just don't know if production is including that in the score. It will be included at the end. We'll fix that. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we can see
there's some more Aeon Glass action.
Still one team that is in Act 2, and that is Ludwig's team. But we're going to look at the Aeon Glass once again, as it is probably going to be one of the biggest death dealers. BoxBox took a card, Synergy, I believe it's called, that is kind of a reworked recycle from Slay the Spire 1, and it was really good in Slay the Spire 1. It got reworked now to only give you energy on your next turn. So it's Scavenge, excuse me, chat. Thank you for correcting me. It is not that good of a card, but took it specifically, I imagine, to get rid of these cards. Yeah. To specifically get rid of the statuses. And look at them. They are all full HP.
It is a really cruel joke, however, that all of these skills that help you deal with the Aeon Glass also hinder you in the next fight, because as we explained, we have 2 really tough fights back to back, no big rest in between.
Dude.
And skills in the first phase
are
going
practically
to be really tough.
full HP and just completed this first boss. We need a goddamn clap in the goddamn chat for Team Box Ruli Service, because that is just a textbook way to get through it, and in such good time as well.
We have a 40 block genetic algorithm as well. A card that gets stronger the more you utilize it has seen some crazy value here. Look at that.
Just absolutely well played by this team. They are completely, the Glimpse Beyond, you just saw it, putting a bunch of souls in every single person's deck. Or is every single person, or is it just one person? Chat, you can correct me. But either way, the souls are just so incredible to be able to get to whatever you need. I mean, BoxBox is running a claw build of all builds.
Yeah,
that's just to win in style and fashion as well. Oh my God. This team, honestly, I've played with this team. Okay. Let me tell you, I've played with this team minus VM service and plus me. Put that in the slot. We're just as good at the game. They are very good, but I will tell you, they do have a weakness. I knew that they were going to be rather good at these initial rounds. But where they're going to have weakness is in the later rounds. Because BoxBox in Stelly, they have both only played the characters that they're playing. They have about 50 hours in this game, but they haven't played other
They are
characters.
doing impressively well,
Yeah.
all things considered.
They're really good at
Ascension
what they
10
do.
is really tough.
Tell it to League players to be fucking one tricks, man. But they are homegrown one tricks. So next round, I imagine they'll probably play the Ironclad because he's a very unga bunga simple character to play, and they might do quite well. But in round 3, when every single person has to press random and live with the consequences of whatever happens, if Stelly gets anything other, it's literally a 20% chance. I want to be there whenever they roll the characters. There's a good chance that Stelly does not get the character that she wants and is then going to be forcibly live coached. And again, that round 3 is 2x points. So it's more important that you get really solid points in round 3 than any other round.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Even though like Elephant Sanctuary may not get but so many points here in this first round, I don't think that they're out by any means.
We have just seen the most obscene turn I've ever seen in my life, by the way. Box has Feral, a power that allows you to play a card repeatedly, and we are seeing its effects right now. Claw is getting stronger and stronger. He also got the 3 Boomerang from Tanks, which makes the strength double and makes that initial scaling happen all that much faster. And we're now on the really, really scary phase 3, where initially we deal only 1 damage at a time.
Yep. Very, very, very scary. And BoxBox's deck is filled with statuses, but he does have ways to deal with it. So I don't imagine that they'll be all that scary. And I mean, VM Service is blocking for 54 on a turn that's dealing 15. I don't think that they are really cared. I think that they are at this point. We're watching an episode of anime right now, and they are absolutely aura farming on this boss. They do not care. It is like I said, textbook.
Claw keeps getting stronger. We are keeping stacking. Weaken with also Debilitate, which, as we said earlier, makes the effects of Weaken or Vulnerable even more pronounced. And we have cards such as Hologram to bring back the Claw and keep using a Claw, a fan favorite. And honestly, a genuinely very, very good option here.
Yeah. Team Platoon, another full squad all that much. Hellcat has been in a subathon and hasn't been available. So they honestly didn't have as much practice as other people. Are currently in the final boss, or the second to last boss, while Jackie's team is in the final boss. And I love. Thank you, production. That we're coinciding with the fact that the Crimson Blur's team, the Smash Bros, is only at the Act 2 boss. They still have time. I don't think that they're out by any means.
I think they're doing very well, by the way. If we look at their health and the turn they're playing in, they are playing steady and slow. And I think getting through Act 2, frankly, is quite difficult for players that might not have hundreds of hours of experience in this game yet. So this is honestly quite impressive considering the time they took to clear Act 1.
The fact that BoxBox's team, VM Service, Baru, and Stelly just cleared, and every single person on their team was 3/4 HP or above. Just absolutely amazing.
Are we looking at winner of round 1?
Potentially. If that is the first team to have finished, they just get a plus 30 there. That is just way too many points being added on there. That is just absolutely insane there.
Yeah. They might have found a really good sweet spot of like calculating and also playing really, really fast.
Yeah. First and no deaths that is the way to go. And here comes BoxBox. Hi, BoxBox. Everybody say hi, BoxBox, as he's pulling up the stream in real time.
Hello.
We are absolutely impressed with what you guys are doing over there.
Well deserved rest now.
Don't worry, we moved over to type 1 in chat if Scootish is greater than Frost Prime. They're also on the Act 3 boss, just got into the Aeon Glass. Will Scootish be falling here, or has he been carried strong enough by his teammates? Comet Bagel, if you don't know, holds multiple records in the Binding of Isaac for the most amount of tainted lost wins in a row. Going to the hardest boss in the game, Mother. Not even just wins. Comet Bagel is a fucking gamer. She is also incredible at Slay the Spire, always has been since the start of since Slay the Spire 1, and has been dominating in this game too. Nandre is a professional Balatro player, so I honestly gave Scootish too stacked of a team to just limp him over the finish line, put him on their backs, and get him across the finish line. Yeah, it's absolutely incredible.
Okay, I'm not
Jackie's
gonna lie.
team-
Having a look at their decks, however, before we move away from Scootish, they do seem to have a lot of souls, which is like very card spammy. Do you think this is going to run them into a trouble? They have good HP, but I don't see the strategy. At least looking at their decks initially, I don't know how they're doing damage here. They are seemingly stacking quite a bit of Doom.
Jackie's team did just finish, by the way, and they have their time at the top of the screen, 44 minutes. And I'm curious because they did start slightly later in real time, right? I wonder if they finished faster than Rubok's live Stelly VM service. I'm curious as to whether or not they actually did finish faster since they went slightly, or they didn't realize that the seed had been posted and they started their game quicker. Thankfully, they didn't hold us up. Shout out them. A team that is going to hold us up, though, is without a doubt going to be Ludwig's team. I will say, they might be in last. Ludwig's looking good, man. Oh,
It's
Red Bull,
looking
Red Bull
nice.
athlete
It's
right there.
looking really
Maybe
nice.
me in the future. He's holding up the Red Bull. Sponsored, by the way. Yeah, I mean, they are pulling up the rear here in terms of time for sure. But if they still get across the finish line with absolutely no deaths, I don't think that it will be all that much of a problem.
Defy here looking like a really good option to weaken the enemy. Do we even need to? Looking at the block of the team, possibly not.
Nah.
Oh, it looks like we have the energy to play it just fine.
Yeah, no, they're chilling. If there's one thing that Crimson Blur is good at, it is playing an excruciatingly long run, but playing it excruciatingly well. He's really good at that, but he's not known for going fast. So I kind of predicted that this would be their team regardless of how much practice they had. But he is known for, back in the Super Smash Brothers days, he's known for being a lot of people's coaches. He's never been a person that was necessarily like at the very tippity top. He was very good, but he was always known for being the person that was making other people as good as they could be. Taking it now to a look over at Goon Platoon. Look at all those withers in their hand. Oh my God,
this is
you
the
need to kill them
status
right
card
now.
that we do not want to see that much of.
They do. They're not in great shape though. Both Squidinky Dink and Jokat at half HP. And half HP. So I mean, you can see all of these players now bringing up the end of these fights at about an hour. That's really good. The Big Cat's about to finish the first boss potentially. They definitely got to put the pedal down and to ensure victory, but it's not doing terribly.
Yeah. And I would like to just point out the absolute massive difference between some of these players' health bars. If we look at Billy Ray, they have such a massive bar compared with...
I told you Billy's the GOAT, man.
Just the team below or to the right. It is actually really, really fun to see. I love that we got tanks, by the way. I did notice that I believe Ludwig took the tank's whistle, which is a very unique card that allows you to stun an enemy and make them waste an entire turn. And I don't think a lot of people have picked it.
Something super interesting about that card that a lot of people might not know, and chat might correct me, but this is how it was when it first came out. It doesn't count as a debuff. So if an enemy has artifact on them, it still stuns them, but it doesn't stack. So if multiple players have whistle, it does not stack as far as I am aware. Again, patch could have changed something. I could be wrong, but this is how it was when I was playing a lot of co-op back in the day. Back in my day, a week ago. Yeah, it just physically changes the enemy's intent to nothing. And then the main thing is if you stun an enemy that's doing a really hard turn, guess what they do next turn? That really hard turn.
Thing.
You don't move them in their clock. They still are gonna do that big hit the next turn. You're not like deleting their turn. You're just changing what they're doing, and then they put the cards down and they pick it up next turn. But yeah, the Goon Platoon doing really well. Squidinky Dink getting a little bit low. They're on phase 2 right now out of 3 of the Fiki test subject. But
and by the way, my skepticism in Scootish team was completely misplaced. They are doing incredibly. I think they just finished phase 2 and are looking really, really healthy.
Yeah. I mean, again, all you got to do is be able to keep one guy alive, and they put Scootish on the support team. And I mean, he's going to do his job here. I do think, though, that Squidinky does have Lizard Tail. So if Chad is not lying to me, then it is not going to be super bad if Squid does die. That relic, if you don't know, whenever you take your first death, you're instantly revived at 50% HP. So production, that doesn't count as a death, by the way.
Oh, you still have beef over that? You need to let it go, Frost. You really need to let it go. I was going to mention it myself just to make you not have to look so hurt over that still. That people didn't trust you, man. You're really not going to let it go. Oh, and one of our test subjects has become really, really tiny. What is that?
Oh, was that did they have a Beetlejuice potion?
Yes.
Yeah, the Beetlejuice potion makes it quite literally shrinks the enemy. It's quite good. And all 4 players left alive at the end of Type 1 and Scooters is greater than Frost. I need this to be stated. Everybody knew that Scootish was the underdog coming into the team. There he is on screen. He's a bisexual icon. Scootish, we ranked every single player in their skill level on a scale of 1 to 10. I went through every single person. There were a number of players, 2 of them are on screen, that were a 5 or a 4. That is Squidinky and Ludwig. People that just hadn't played enough of the game, but they were on their Ascension climb. Scootish was a 2. He had played 120 runs on Ascension 0 and Ascension 1 and had only won 9 of them. So I gave him the #1 player in the world by a lot of people's accounts. There's nothing that actually states whether you're the #1, but by a lot of people, it's just like, yeah, this guy's fucking great. One punt man, Opum. I gave Opum Scootish as a problem for Opum to have to deal with. And I was
You're telling me he was the marble and Opum had to be the sculpture.
Yeah, and I was willing to give their team a buff, so in round 3, Scootish didn't have to press random and he could pick his character. I was willing to do that, but judging by how good Scootish has gotten over the last few days, he by far does not need it. I don't think he's necessarily the weakest link in the entire tournament anymore. And that just shows how much improvement he's made over the last couple of days, and that should not be understated. And he has been putting in the work, he's been putting in the effort, and his team might now win the tournament, which we didn't have time before round 1. We haven't even said what they're going to be winning.
Oh,
and after this round,
by the way, took a massive blow.
Who took a massive blow?
Interrupt you. Jokat, unfortunately, is going to be helping their teammates from the ground on the final phase of the final boss.
This is looking a little bit rough. Squid at 1 HP as well. Has she popped her lizard tail yet? Is the big question. Even Paparazzo getting a little bit low. This is, however, the turn that just gives you burns in your discard pile, so it's not that detrimental. Zooming in on them here, the Putrefy comes down to extend some weakening. Squid has popped the lizard tail, so the next death is a real one. They're intangible this turn, so they're definitely not killing.
Their defect player, is it Papa? No. They have creative AI, and it's now a matter of time until one of those powers is maybe strong enough to
filthy AI users, am I right?
Give some crazy scaling, but they need to hang in there, and they don't have that much HP. The camera is covering the last player's HP right now, so we cannot quite tell, but they are in a very dire situation against an enemy that every other turn takes 1 damage per attack.
Ooh, does Squid have enough block here? Ooh, she's getting up there. She needs literally 1.
So
she
shy.
needs
Just
1
make
health. Oh my God, they need to kill it now, or else she's going down. Do they have a block potion? Did they have the ability to just go anything at the enemy? They just need anything.
Oh no, with 3 players in the turn, we think Squidding is done
is going to be the second death of the team. Still, again, positive points if they just limp over the finish line with those last 2 players. But that is what happens sometimes. This is multiplayer. The enemies have a lot of health. They're not going to be winning this turn unless you're playing with BoxBox and you get to Hellraiser Infinite. But this is looking like probably just 2 players. I don't think that anybody else is going to go down. I think that they're going to be just fine.
That is such an unfortunate turn to draw Hang. Hang is a card that keeps doing more and more damage the more you play it. But remember,
right.
With Intangible, this turn is a bit of a dud. We do have an amazing amount of HP on Billy Ray's side of things. And Papa does have the Hand Osti, which acts as a bit of a shield, tanking some damage right now. It's got 21 HP, but it's all gone.
I wonder if for the sake of time, they should be ending their turns a little bit earlier here. I noticed that Billy was playing a lot of cards into the Intangible. And if it's like you already know that you're going to have a decent hand next turn, maybe it's good for time to just end the Intangible turn so that you can actually get to a turn that you can deal damage. But they do end up finishing 2 players alive. So they get plus 10.
Huge.
And again, that's plus 10 plus an additional 5 points for killing the boss, so they're still netting 5 after their -10. They're still netting 5 from finishing the boss, and then however many points they get from whatever place they finished in. So they're not doing terribly. And now we are getting down to the wire. Only a couple of teams left playing, I believe.
We would like to see some of the movement here. Goon Platoon, well done. This is their ending screen, but we need to keep an eye on some of the movement.
Yeah, the Smash Bros in particular, have they even gotten close to the final boss? This is going to be the big cats finding the final boss in the second to last stage. They're dealing a lot of damage, and they've got no one even close to that. Yeah. They are looking really, really solid. And again, Raren in his, or Raffle, excuse me, in his black t-shirt, V-neck style, probably a true classic or a Walmart tee, looking scrum diddly umptious, bark, 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 bark. You know what I'm saying?
We have a card here that has absorbed the power of other cards and gets stronger every time we utilize it. Now, this turn obviously is a bit of a dot because of intangible, but it's doing 100 plus damage and hitting twice as well. So if we can just hit a couple times with this,
just end your turn if you can.
That could be your way to kill this very tanky.
Thrash is like an unbelievable card. It is such a late game scaling, and the fact that he has momentum on it as well to give even more damage. And look, those are the only cards left in his deck. He has Thrash,
I was gonna say,
and he has Thrash. He's going to play Thrash here, and then you know what he's going to do? He's going to fucking play Thrash again. He's about to just one-shot for sure. He's trying to just eliminate down to literally being the only card left. So look, 222 damage times 2. He's going to run it back and run it again if he can draw it here, but he did play the Bloodletting, which is going to decrease his odds of being able to get it. Draws Burning Pact, which will guarantee that he puts it back into his hand. He's got lethal. He just needs to rip it. That's going to be 4 players left alive for the big cats. Looking big as always.
Yeah, here we see the power of card removals, right?
What? Sorry.
Like, we see the power here of card removals with the Meat Cleaver, a ancient reward that he picked from tanks earlier. Every time they went to a rest side, they remove a couple cards from their deck, and then having a very slim deck basically allows you to run away with the game sometimes.
Right. And the Smash Bros are here. They're
God, they caught up.
Yeah,
they caught up.
They're not that far behind. They're here. They're chilling. They're doing all right. Yeah, they are rolling with it, and they are doing okay. They do have again the whistle, like you stated. So they're going to stun this character up on turn 1. You can still get those withers added to your deck. It doesn't take away the ability to that to happen, but you don't have to worry about all of that nasty incoming damage. And the big thing about this boss that I was stating is every 3 turns or every 4 turns is when they buff all of the withers in your draw pile. So they're only 3 damage at the start.
This is particularly punishing for our POB right now, because obviously we all understand that the Defect is a character that plays multiple cards, creates multiple cards, plays 0-cost cards quite frequently, right? Yeah, this is something that you have to prepare very carefully by perhaps leaning on having a more supportive role or doing poison. You need something that will do a ton of damage without necessarily playing a ton of cards. Do you think their deck has achieved this?
I imagine so, with him having so much block. Just looking over at his character icon, I did just see a message in chat though. Apparently, Elephant Sanctuary has completed their second run. They played through it, and they got all the way to the second. Is that true? That they may have. How much more vulnerable? They were told that they were out of time. Oh, they were stopped. They were, never mind. Okay. Somebody in chat said that they finished. And I was like, to me, finishing means like one specific thing, chat. You know what I'm talking about? Anyways, back to what's at hand. They've got the flanking. So the Silent has this one card that is called flanking that makes everybody on your entire team deal ×2, ×3, a billion, quadrillion damage to the enemy for that turn. It is an unbelievable card to be spamming. And honestly, it can become your entire idea as the Silent to literally just try to cycle your deck as fast as possible and get back to your flanking in multiplayer so that your team can just do things for you.
We were talking about it just before, some of the cards to look out for. That one seems to be maybe on the chopping block for a rework or a nerf in an upcoming patch.
Yeah, it is quite good. It might be, it might need to be the next however many attacks, you know, or like, I don't know, something needs to happen that makes it a little bit different. Does Ludwig even know what he's doing, chat? Those who have been watching Ludwig, does he even know what he's doing, or is it just he's the puppet in Crimson Blur, is the guy with the strings going like this?
No matter what has happened, I always see him with Prolong on his hand. And
it's
it is
a
little bit funny. It's a little bit funny that it has been the longest run so far, and he has Prolong on it. The irony is not lost on us. So far, their HP looks pretty good, and they have whittled away at the health of the Aeon Glass. It's looking pretty good.
Aeon Glass goes down. Nobody dead. A little bit of chip on a couple of people. Let's see how they do versus the final boss, the Fiki test subject. He's got the whistle on turn 1, which is really good because, again, his character wants to spam. If you spam skills against his character, everybody takes more damage. So for the simple fact that he can just...
Wait a minute, who just dealt a 300 HP blow? We might need a replay on that. Excuse me?
Yeah, what was that and who was that? That was insane. That was some crazy damage. It might have been a flanking angle, honestly. It might have just gotten thrown in there. It might have been Lud's whistle.
50 damage really got multiplied.
Yeah, the flanking again is incredible. Yeah.
Oh man, we were talking about it a minute ago, but that is your visual. For visual learners out there, that's why flanking is good.
Yeah. For those that need to understand, this is the final boss of the game, and it almost got one-shot by 2 cards. Yeah, it is quite strong, and it definitely is something that you can do in order to just...
You can see Ludwig now dealing with a bit of frustration. He's drawing cards that do not have the best synergy.
Neck veins. He's got massive neck veins, and you can tell when he's getting upset. Yeah.
We might have to tease him about it later. Unfortunately, Wisp is a card. He's hanging onto it that gives you energy, but he's routinely drawn it at times when he does not need the energy. And oftentimes when this happens, it means you might have made a mistake when picking card rewards earlier and you didn't quite build your deck appropriately. It might also just be good old bad luck.
Yeah. The final team. We've got all 4 players on the screen. You know that you're probably not getting points for finishing, so all they need to do is get over the finish line without taking deaths.
Yeah.
That is the most important thing here, is if they can get through without taking any deaths, they still get 25 points just for finishing.
34 damage is no slouch, by the way. This is a relic that has changed his starting card into a stronger version of itself. And especially with all the debuffs, we're missing a bit of a debilitate here, but removing the strength from the enemy is so helpful, even if it's just for 1 turn.
Yeah, and this is it's going to be whether or not Ludwig falls here. Oops, unfortunate little blip there, but we're going to look in on Nick, who looks like he just woke up. He is notably a late riser, so he might be a little tired here, but that doesn't mean he's going to be playing any worse. Gamers will endure. He's doing all right here. He's looking at his draw pile.
Why not use Battle Trance here? Does he plan
He notices
to draw?
that every single card in his draw pile is an attack, and they were
And
intangible
wants
that
to
turn.
save it for the non-intangible turn.
Because he's got the Hellraiser to be able to just smack super hard this turn.
What
Strikes
did we
are hitting
just
for
watch?
60 damage apiece.
Why did these cards play automatically?
So he's got a power called Hellraiser, which just any card that says strike is automatically played whenever you draw it. It is definitely really good, and it is quite strong in multiplayer because it, honestly, a large portion of the time that it takes to complete a multiplayer run is the cards queuing up behind everybody else's cards. So just having your cards just be played for you without having to think is not really a bad thing, you know?
Yeah. We now see a turn where the enemy does not attack, but instead applies several status cards onto you. It seems, however, that they are in good enough shape that that's not going to be an issue. The only possible complication could be Ludwig dying, but I think they generally finish it before that even
and there it
becomes
is.
a possibility. Amazing job from
There it
the
is.
Smash Bros.
Yeah. You got to say it with a capital every single time. The Smash Bros. Not bad. Finishing off round 1 here. Every team
We're wrapped up.
Yeah. Finishing off round 1, not doing terribly here.
Now, I do believe we will have a more synchronized start for round 2, and we'll be able to take things a little bit more slowly. I would really like for us to go even over the very basics to make sure that everybody's on board on what's happening. And once you understand that, and trust me, it's a lot harder for them than it is for you to follow, then round 2 will be enjoyable. Round 3 is going to be crazy, and I know the gimmick for round 4 is going to be really, really fun as well.
Yeah. Once we get once we get all of the scores tallied up, I'm really interested to see who's in first. We apparently do have a replay that we're going to go take a look at here. I'm interested. Is it going to be the death of the team? We got the Red Bull replay.
I hope you.
No, this is going to be Act 1 for Team Bookshelf.
That's all good.
This is the 1 HP.
Does anybody need help?
No
I have a dex
block.
potion for 5.
No,
blocking everything.
Yeah, I'm all good.
I have a
I go down to 1.
potion for 5, they say.
You go down to 1? Oh gosh, you're scaring me.
Perfectly planned. I calculated this from the beginning.
Yeah, really.
I love the confidence from the team captain.
Yeah, he's like, no, let me go. Don't let me go, Jack.
Wow.
I gotta go.
Nice.
I gotta fall off the door so that
easy.
you can live.
Yeah.
But then it ends up that the water was actually room temperature and he's not dead at all. Again, shout out to Red
Honestly,
Bull
if
for
we get a
sponsoring the
second
show.
replay, I would absolutely love to see what the hell was that damage on phase 1
Yeah,
from Team Smash Bros. That was ridiculous. I would love to see that. How the hell did we do 500 damage with 2 cards?
So the end of round 1, Otts.
Yeah.
What team are you the most surprised about?
Honestly, if we had a graph curve showing us the speed at which these teams have accelerated, I think Smash Bros caught up remarkably fast towards the end. I don't know if you noticed, but they were like at times 2 acts behind the lead. Towards the end, they caught up and finished not that far behind everybody else. If that's something that carries over to the next round, and their start is now a little bit smoother, and they deal with the round modifiers and the quirks of each round appropriately, I think they could actually do a lot better than we gave them credit for initially. So my favorite maybe has been that performance.
Really? Yeah, for me, I think it's got to be, even though every single time that I say their name, I get hurt by Twitch chat. Type 1, if Scoot is greater than Frost Prime, Scoot is just the underdog of the tournament, like I said many times. And the way that he has performed is just absolutely incredible. Not being a detriment to his team was what I was expecting. But he was actually there. He was actually a reason why their team crossed the finish line. He wasn't just dragged across. He was running across with everybody else in shape. He's ready to go. He's looking good physically, mentally. I have kissed him on the mouth before. I'm really happy that he is able to feel confident because he was nervous. He actually messaged me at one point before the tournament wanting to know if he could drop out because he was like, I don't want to hold my team back. And I was like, please do some coaching with your coach. And he did. He got a 5-hour run, his first ever run on Ascension 10. And he sat in there for 5 hours, ingested all of the information, and he just did so well. And I'm just
he really is the classic story of fear not the man that knows 10,000 kicks, but the man that knows one kick 10,000 times, right? Well, thank you so much, Frost, for sharing things that other people would probably take to their grave. I hope we keep that energy for the rest.
It was on stream, actually. We did it on stream. So the clip's out there. It's actually an emote in my chat.
Okay, I guess if you use it yourself, then other people cannot use it as blackmail. I understand you have a family to feed and a future to safekeep. I totally understand that. Now, I personally, kisses aside, would like to focus on the next round and the stupid little modifier that they have to deal with.
Right.
Now, it puts every team under the same duress, but every team can also handle it differently, right? Because they will be playing the same character, but they're not forced to pick one character.
And there is a big thing here. So, if you guys, like Otts just said, round 2, every person on their teams has to pick the same character. They are required, it's still a 75-minute round, but they are required to play the same character. So we can still see different characters in between the different teams, but you can play the same character. And I know a lot of people in chat originally would just immediately say, oh, it's going to be the Silent, hands down. But with the addition of the
Aeon
prism,
Glass.
getting really buffed for when you play a lot of skills, and for that Aeon Glass getting not liking card spam, which is the Silence bread and butter, I don't know if that's the character that you want to go with now. I think it's going to be actually a lot of Ironclad vulnerable scaling. But then there are also teams that aren't going to be as comfortable on the Ironclad, and they might choose to play it because their weakest player isn't ready to play all Ironclads. And you know, I think that there's a lot of things to look forward to. The one thing that I did want to go over before looking at the scores was the one thing that we didn't get to before the beginning of the first round, and that is the prize. The prize for winning the tournament is two things. One, at the beginning of Slay the Spire 2, the Mega Crit team sent out a bunch of creator boxes to a lot of different creators. And when I messaged them asking if they want to have any hand in this tournament, they said, we got 4 boxes left and there's 4 people on a team. So that sounds pretty damn cool. And also, if you know anything about me, you know that I work with a little company called Kettlehead Popcorn. And behind me, thank you, production, is a box of Kettlehead Popcorn fit with all 16 of their different flavors, which you can currently get for 15% off using code FROST at checkout at kettleheadpopcorn.com. And one of these boxes will be sent to every single member of the winning team. Even if they're in Australia. Please don't let an Australian team win. I have to pay for it. I have to pay for this. This is coming out of my pocket. Anyways.
Wait, you guys are getting popcorn? The production team just gave me a little glass of almonds, man. Like, okay, I'm a bit upset and shocked by that, but I will put up with it for the sake of having a civil rest of the tournament.
Yeah.
Now, I really look forward to this. Will the teams try to play simpler characters that everyone understands, or will they try to have the slower, less experienced players keep up with the more experienced players and play characters that are very, very complex, that have crazy, crazy synergies? Now, generally, if you do not understand the mind of a top Slay the Spire player, good for you. It is something that it's kind of like when you look into the abyss, it stares at you back. Some of the disagreements at the higher level, they go very, very, very deep. Even players that have figured out the game a lot, these opinions change constantly when there's new revelations, when there's new patches. And I personally would love to see a little bit of variety. It would be amazing if we see every one of the players represented. Do you think there's a chance of that?
No, there's not going to be an all. I don't think there's going to be all Regent, and I don't think there's going to be all Necrobinder. If a team wanted to run all Doom, that's a crazy thing to go for. The Doom cards just aren't very synergistic with other players, like vulnerable stacking can be, like poison stacking can be. So I just don't think it'll be happen. Are we ready, production, to look at the scores for the last round and where every team ended up? I'm very curious to know who ended up being in first, because I know there was a little bit of teams finishing at different times. Maybe they took different amount of elites. I would love to be able to. I've heard a 1 sec in my ear that you guys didn't hear, and I'm outing that production has voice. But here we go. Looking at the final scores, we've got Rue Box Lee Service in first with 64 points. Type 1 if Scoot, the underdog team, my goats, with 61 points. The Smash Bros. How the heck did they get 58 points? That's incredible. Double check that one. That seems fucking insane. That's crazy if true. That's so good that I'm not believing it, but I believe it because they're good. Holy, Big Cats with 56, Ascension 11 with 50, Bomb Squad with 44, Goon Platoon with 28, and Elephant Sanctuary still got 20 points. They still got 20 points. Sorry, 38 total. You got to look at the right side. Sorry about that.
How did Elephant Sanctuary have such a fast performance but end up with so little points? Were they skipping too many elites? Did they die too many times? Is the bonus for not finishing off the boss that noticeable in the score?
Yeah.
And how can they make up for it?
It's mainly the fact that they all died and then they had to go back to the beginning and they were just able to play just a little bit of another run. Like they got just a little bit of that first run. Now, if your team is not where you want them to be, chat, do not worry. Next round, the scoring is multiplied by 1.5x. So they will be given a boost. So if those teams that aren't necessarily in first can play just a little bit better, a little bit faster, you take all of your positive points, you multiply it by the round multiplier, and then you minus the deaths. So don't worry. If somehow a team ends up in the negatives and they're at like -20, they will not be multiplied to -30. That would be embarrassing. We're all still going to point and laugh if any team ends in the negatives. But we just wanted to help out teams that maybe, like Elephant Sanctuary, that are currently in last right now. But I think that if they perform as well as they did in round 1, they play as quickly as they did, but they just don't flop right at the end, I think that they really do have a chance.
We do have some confusion coming from the chat, pointing out the fact that there might be some inconsistencies in the scoring. I assure you, I've seen what the behind the scenes looks like. The scoring shit for this is so complicated. I genuinely think it might take a minute just to get some of these numbers right. But we do have quite a few folks, thank you to every single one of them, by the way, working behind the scenes to correct this and make it right. It will be corrected in the future. And if not, it's his fault. Please don't blame me.
Yeah, remember that this is our first time ever doing, not only for me to do an event like this is the first time for any production team to ever do a Slay the Spire event. It's never fucking been done before. So at the end of the day, is if we can get it right eventually, it's going to work. It's going to work. Trust me, we got this shit. Even if we have to go back ourselves and hand look at every single little thing. Are we ready to get into the next round and reveal what the seed is? That first seed was Devour the Tower. And this second one was one that I was looking for specifically for a really long time.
And?
It might be lying, or it might be not, but the second seed is called Vaku Incoming.
Ooh. So
Does that mean that we're seeing Vaku? Or am I lying through my fucking teeth? We don't know.
So Vaku is one of the ancients that gives us one very important relic. And the connecting tissue between all of his possible rewards is that they do give very, very strong effects. Intangible, for example, which we saw the boss use. Now you can use it as a player. As well as extra energy. But they all come with some... When you deal with the devil, there is a cost. They all come with some cost, with some drawback. Some of them very, very brutal, by the way. Like, for example, not being able to draw any additional cards. Or having your first turn played automatically, which could spell disaster as well, right?
He's always going to play
You like
well.
it the best?
Do you know how it plays, actually? Are you aware that it plays
goes
your cards?
left to right.
Yeah, he just plays your cards left to right. Yeah, and then he comes at the end. He's like, ooh, that's good. Like, he's like... He fucking blows his load at the end. He lets go. He finishes, if you will. And he does that every single fight, no matter what. He has a very short refractory period.
And the fun fact is that we might not be able to see him. It might just be bait. Baku Incoming might not have Baku.
One in the chat if you think that you're going to see Vaku this run. Two in the chat if you think I just baited you entirely.
We might do a channel point prediction, perhaps. That could be really funny, actually. Someone's speeding through it right now, dramatically trying to find out.
We should be getting in rather soon here, just making sure all of the teams are ready to go.
Is there any obvious downside to not having a variety of characters available? Is there any downside that maybe
if you don't play a character
so
that starts with weakening? So that's why I think that the Silent still might be the pick that a lot of people play, is simply because not having weakening can cause everybody in your team to take damage. And we are off letting the players get into Act 2. We're starting in the Overgrowth this time. We are starting in the Overgrowth, so we're going to have to see where people do decide to go. The pathing here is going to be rather interesting.
What do your Hawkeyes see here? Now, in case you've never seen this game play out before, Slay the Spire requires you to climb floors. Every floor is a room. It could have a shop if you have some money. It could have an event that has a mix of positive and negative effects and random chance. It could have a combat. It could also have an elite, which is a harder combat that gives a bigger reward, but also often takes a big chunk of your health, as well as campfires. In campfires, you can have the choice to upgrade your cards, which makes them permanently stronger, or rest to replenish your health. Your health does not replenish between fights, only between acts. And at the end of each act, a big, tough fight. And the one that we have right now, if I'm not mistaken, is... I can barely see it.
I believe it should be the ceremonial beast, the big
that's
deer.
right.
Yeah. The players are offered early on in this run by taking an event. They are offered a number of things. I'm curious as to what people took here. If we can jump into anybody's streams, if anybody took some extra strikes and defends. Now, that's something that I really expected a lot of people to want to take here is from Switch here. That little scroll that he has as his relic bar, that gives you a choice of multiplayer cards to add to your deck.
Ooh, maybe I will do a little bit of digging and figure out which ones he has picked. And
there it is. Huddle up.
Just a
all
second.
players get to draw cards. That's really good, especially on the Ironclad, who loves to have really, really, really big hands. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And he also enchanted it with Zone, which makes it give you energy back, making it an always play insta-pick. So far, I think your guess was correct. We're seeing a lot of Ironclads, right?
Yeah. Are there any teams that aren't playing the Ironclad? If we can find one, I'm curious as to what they ended up playing.
Okay, big chunky cards. Got it.
Now, some of these first fights follow a very simple formula. Enemies attack, you block whatever you can, you damage as much as you can, and they play in a very predictable manner. But starting on fight number 4, the pool of fights gets harder and harder. And also, our characters here will only get stronger if they get relics and good cards, and you get more of those if you fight elites, the really tough fights. And we're going to keep a close eye to see which team fights an elite first. We're hearing quite a bit of
production. We're
ruckus
hearing
here.
every stream's voice right now. Let's go. I got blasted for a second.
We have a first, by the way, a first elite being taken off, and it is the statue. What can you tell us about it, and can we have a look at it?
So this guy is actually really good in multiplayer. This guy has the buff or the debuff, I guess you can say, from Slay the Spire 1 that the head had, which was slow. Every time that you play a card, they take 10% more damage for that turn, and it compounds. And it's every single time that anybody on your team plays a card. So it very, very, very rapidly scales what you can do. Wow,
they make quick work of it, yeah. That looked like a breeze.
Yeah. We do have one team, though, that is playing the Silent. Maybe if we can jump over to them real quick. I'm curious as to exactly how they're going to tackle it, because they are literally the only team that decided to play the Silent.
It's
the only team.
Yeah.
And I want to follow them closely for the rest of the run. I did just notice that Team Japanese Export, they just fought over a card or a relic at the chest. Maybe there's a little turmoil going on in that team. They just both fought over the ornamental fan. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of nuts.
Yes, when picking rewards, people have to make their minds up of who gets who. And typically, it is a really easy idea. Give this to the attacker, give this to that. But now they're all playing the same character, so it's really not super obvious which relic should go to whom.
Yeah. And this is going to be Opum's team with the underdog Scootish on it that have all played this. They're all playing the Silent. I'm really curious as to why this is. If maybe this is just a character that Scootish is going to be more comfortable on. But I can give you some insight because I've been following in the team chats very closely. Is that a lot of players have been talking to speedrunners of this game and getting the word that the Silent is probably one of the fastest characters to play. But does that translate into this brand new patch?
Multiplayer.
And also to multiplayer, but also this brand new patch. Does it matter? Yeah. We did see, though, that Scootish does already have... Excuse me.
We did see that a fast team that dies at the final boss loses any and all advantage. So, yeah, the first threat, of course, is Aeon Glass. We did see, by the way, Team Scootish has a flanking already.
Yes, in which is going to contradict what that chatter just said, where Silent has very few vulnerable. The Silent's got better than vulnerable, bud. Flanking, if multiple players can get it, is absolutely incredible. This is an event that I really like, by the way. This, you get to decide either to upgrade a card and heal, which I think Scooter should do here. He's a little bit low, or you can enchant a card with Sown, where the first time that the first time you play it, it gives you 1 energy. It's quite strong. All right, jumping around, we might have gotten a little behind from just a little bit of a lag spike, but I'm really excited to see their Silent team be able to take on whatever the heck they have going on. Smash Bros looking like they're going maybe a little bit faster here in this round. Maybe they caught their speed, caught their wind, playing more comfortable characters maybe, or found something really broken in OP and are able to play a little bit faster maybe. I don't know, but maybe they figured it out. They did still get a lot of points last round. So if they can figure out how to play faster this round, it's going to be insane. It's going to be really good.
So as we mentioned earlier, players are looking to play the first stack very carefully because it is a genuine source of death if taken incorrectly and taken lightly. I think you would agree that the Overgrowth is generally easier than the alternative act, right? The one that we just saw in the previous round.
The Overgrowth is going to be easier because, if I'm honest, most people play like they're playing Hearthstone and they're just wanting to, as the word says, smork. They want to just hit enemies. And
Right.
the Underdogs has a lot of enemies, especially the elites, that require you to do the opposite. They require you to actually play defensive. But the Overgrowth benefits people that just want to smack things. I mean, you look at the boss right now, it has a point in the fight that if you get it to under that HP, the boss actually gets easier. The boss stuns itself, and then I think that the second half of that fight, unless you're 1 HP, really isn't that dangerous. Where it will give you ringing where you can only play one card a
Walk us through
turn.
the second phase of the ceremonial beast that we're witnessing on the top right of the screen right now. What is the main gimmick of this fight?
Yeah, so they will constantly deal slightly more and more damage every single turn until you get them below a little bit of a threshold. And then once you get them below that threshold, every few turns
we're seeing it right now.
They give you ringing, which means that you can only play one card for that turn. You are required to only play one card for that turn. But it really just never matters because they don't hit you very hard. They hit you for like 17 damage. So if you're not 1 HP, you can see they're getting to Act 2 just fine. The only person that's low on their team is Switch. But we saw Switch's deck. He's got an Unrelenting, which makes their next attack cost 0, and a Bludgeon. He's the heavy hitter on their team. He's saying, I'm willing to take a lot of damage in order to make sure that my team gets over the finish line. And I think he's going to be able to do that well. Now here's for the Ancients. We are going to see people have the ability to take the Brightest Flame. Are you familiar with what the Brightest Flame does?
Yes, it gives you a little bit of energy, a little bit of draw, but at the permanent cost of lowering your maximum HP. And that, to an immediate beginner, sounds really, really scary. Beautiful elephant, by the way. But
really
is
really
maximum HP really that big of a deal in this context?
I think that a lot of people, when they first start playing Slay the Spire 2, they see Brightest Flame and they think, oh my god, it's going to take 1 max HP every single time I use it. On average, you're going to lose like 25 to 40 max HP towards the end of the run. But the fact that it can give you 3 energy and draw 3 every single time you play it, and there's no amount of times that you can play it in a single fight, it is incredibly strong. I mean, look at it here. He draws it in his opening hand, and then he doesn't play it because he's an idiot. If he had played it, though, it would have been way better for him to do it. Everybody go to Quinn's stream and type Olm in his chat, please. To not play it, instead to exhaust it? Why'd you even take the card, man?
Listen. We don't understand the process, but we allow it to continue regardless. Descatara is a really interesting...
are an enigma.
She's a very interesting ancient because many of her choices are very run defining. She also has one that can be offered that locks your entire team, not just your entire team, into a single path into Act 2, which I guess removes some decision making and streamlines the process, but also adds a few floors that could be slower.
Do you think that would be beneficial for a team to play? Because I have
no idea.
I have an opinion on that. And that opinion is that I think it makes it a lot easier because there's a number of things that Golden Compass adds. One of them is the fact that any question mark room you go into has a pseudo Juzu bracelet, the relic that makes your the question mark rooms never a fight.
Combat.
So the fact that you're never going to get fights is better. And some people might be like, oh, you get 1 less elite, which technically in the scoring value of this tournament is a thing. But you do get an extra chest. So you're not necessarily losing out on the amount of relics that you would get throughout an act. You basically get like a free elite that just gives you, it just technically doesn't give you points in the game. But I'm curious.
If one less person dies because of that, that's kind of
Exactly.
worth it.
Exactly. Team Smash Bros. Getting to the final boss of Act 1 here. Got the Eternal Feather to heal up. Also has a Not Yet, which is a new card that was just added. And I question whether or not this was added because the Mega Crit devs were watching me when I was first playing Slay the Spire 2 and I couldn't stop stimming, saying not yet. You ever watch the movie Real Steel with Hugh Jackman?
That's it. Yeah.
Oh, is that the one where he has some kind of robot that he controls from under the
He's
ring?
like boxing with robots.
Yeah.
There's a scene where he's like taking a bunch of punches, and the kid that is with him is like, fight back, and he keeps looking over at him, and he goes, not yet. And I said it about 750 times in the first week of Slay the Spire 2 coming out, and the devs told me that they watched my screen. Oh my!
What just
Can we
happened?
get a replay on that? What the heck just happened? My God!
Yes, yet it turns out.
Yes, yeah, they did it. Wow. Wow, that is incredible. They just did an insane amount of damage in like 2 seconds. And now here they are going into Act 2. Jackie's team also finishing up the final boss in around 10 minutes. I think that's a pretty good time. I think 10 minutes to finish
not bad at all. Quite solid.
Yeah, you've got an hour and 5 minutes to finish the rest of the run. I think it's a-okay. Yeah, I think it's a-okay. Chad is telling me that Ludwig might be the carry for his team. If Ludwig ends up being the carry for his team, no, I'm not gonna. I was gonna say I'd eat my own shoe, but I like my shoes. They're pretty good, and they're brand new. But either way, it looks like whatever the Ironclads have been rolling is working. So the Ironclad may have been the pick unknowingly. Because the Ironclad is obviously going to be strong, but is it strong because of the Ironclad or is it strong because of RNG and the things that people have taken? Unsure. I'm really curious to see how this Silent team is doing because right now it doesn't look like they're doing all that well. The Silent is a
their health
character
has
that
been depleted
scales
quite a bit. Yeah.
The Silent is not necessarily the strongest character early on, especially in the Overgrowth, like we talked about. The Overgrowth is the act where you want to hit things, and the Underdogs is the act where you want to block things. And they rolled the act that you want to hit things. So they're not as good as doing that until they get a couple of cards. So do they end up able to get through this act without a death is going to be honestly pretty important.
Yeah. They probably will have to prioritize healing in the next campfire, and that down the line means less upgrades and a bit of a lackluster deck that might struggle against the Act 2 boss, for example. But they are about to rest if they so choose.
I want to point something out here. Ludwig's team took the Golden Compass. They have the singular path on their map.
Wait, no, Ludwig just took a curse!
He chose to do that too! Oh my God, what a fucking bozo!
Yeah,
Production, if I can go into their
Ludwig's-
chat really quickly and just make fun of them, I would absolutely love to. That would be
sad.
just wonderful. I would love to just be able to call that dude a bozo in real time. But either way, he quite literally
he saw
clicked
the
on that curse.
the purple frame of the card, and he must have thought, wait, purple rarity, that must be higher than rare. This must be amazing. Guys, hold up. I found something crazy. And instead, he's now stuck with a card that he does not want, that is going to debuff him every time. And it seems to be one of 3 curses in his deck. Oh, that stings.
Nice shackling potion.
Yeah. Not epic indeed. He has 2 curses in his deck. Chat was saying that he might be the carry, but oh my God.
It sucks too because he had a power that
Hey,
deals more damage,
Ludwig,
and it's against the
did
one
you think
enemy
that
that has a
purple was a
cap
new rarity?
of how much damage you can deal to it per turn,
Buddy,
of exactly
I gotta
9
focus.
per attack.
Dude, we're going.
I just want to let you guys
So,
know
yeah, we're gonna
that he
see
saw the
him
top of the curse
use
card and then he
Whirlwind
decided
here.
to click on it. He clicked on the bottom
I'm
half.
stressed out. Let me play.
Nice, that does seem to maybe take care of the one in the
All right,
back.
good luck.
Jesus
What are you
Christ.
thinking about,
my
Ludwig?
God. Oh my
Do not use
God.
bash. Do not use bash. There we go.
And then he decided to click on it. He clicked on the bottom half. Oh, that is too good. It's the best part is that we're on a slight delay, so I get to watch it back in real time and just see him get mad at me. Oh my God. And this is actually an interesting enemy for these Ironclads. They're really strong, so they're getting through it with ease. But these enemies can only take 9 damage in a single hit, and almost all of the Ironclad teams have taken Giga blocks. cards that just
Yes.
deal 1 billion damage in one hit, but it's reduced to 9 all the less. But they're broken enough that it doesn't really matter all that much.
Right. So let me ask you a question. This is the second time that we are in Act 2, and our boss is once again the demon. The knowledge demon.
Yeah.
The knowledge demon. Now, other than getting all of the books in his garage, what exactly do you do to prepare for this boss?
You get ready to take a little bit of damage, because as it gets later and later into the fight, you're pretty much guaranteed it. But just for a moment here, we do need to look at Type 1 if Scootish is greater than Frost Prime, because they do look like they're getting a little bit down to the wire here in terms of damage.
Yeah.
They are, unfortunately, if we can look at somebody else's perspective and not Scootish's, he is covering up all of the team's HPs. But
we only know that he himself is basically down to 1/3 HP, right? No strength, no powers, no visible advantages on his side of the board at least. And the beast is looking mighty powerful with still maybe 2/3 of its health left. It is soon to be stunned. Oh, we just went ahead a bit on time. We are seeing a POB with less delay. And we see that flanking did do a bit of damage there. They might finish it, but Scootish could take it down
Scootish is
here.
looking
Only
a little bit
one
low.
card
And
now.
does he realize what this turn is, what the ringing is, and that he should only play one good card? He blocks for 5, and it's probably going to be enough for this turn, but it's not looking good for next turn, and the turn after that, and the turn after that. If they can't get through.
Please give some
wants to
strength
do.
to Scootish right now. Type some +1 dex in the chat right now. Boof, give him some kind of buff.
His block goes up to 19. He's safe for this turn, and they're probably going to kill, because next turn the enemy does not do anything damage-wise, so you're pretty okay.
If only that worked, fellas. If only that worked.
Yeah. I think it was actually chat there that kept everybody alive. They kept him alive. I don't think it was anything else. So next turn they can only play
silent
one
team.
card again, and they are going to be hit for just slightly more damage. But will
100 health
it-
though is now within range of maybe a good flanking turn. But remember, only one card per
Only one card.
person.
He blocks for 11. You have more than 4 HP.
Insane.
He has 5.
He has exactly
Yes.
16 HP, and they did weaken him. Okay, that's really fucking good. He's just barely living this. Yeah, he's just barely making it out of here. Yeah, unfortunately, Scootish is in the past. Scootish is definitely.
I love the fact, by the way, that we did not use the flex potion to do more damage during the flanking. We actually just saved it. We are actually 7 resources possibly on this team. That might help a little bit later in Act 2.
Okay, does Scootish get rid of the right card here in order to be able to play Flechettes? Nope, he gets rid of
He does
Flechettes
not
instead.
play Flechettes.
That was the bad card there.
that-
That was the bad card. That was the bad card. Yeah. Shouldn't be
Okay.
doing that.
It's okay, guys. Alternative strategies. It's RNG manipulation, okay? It's RNG manipulation. Anytime we see something we don't understand, we chalk it up to, oh, this is going to help down the line. You just don't understand how yet.
Scootish is living with 1 HP. He's clapping it along. He's feeling
he's-
like the goat that he is.
Alright, then I'm blocking, right?
Now, remember, even if he is left with 1 HP between acts, characters are healed to what, 80% of the remaining HP or 75%? And it seems like they just managed to make it. 3 really fun options here. Which one do you think?
I mean, his
Is
team is
maybe the
all
simplest.
silent. If he's not taking the accelerant, I think he's probably going to be playing incorrectly. They did have poison on that team. I think that is a misplay. Absolutely. That seems not good. We do
Especially with fumes,
Wait
it
a
does
minute here.
make it run away really quickly.
Can we jump into Elephant Sanctuary again? Because they're at the Act 2 boss about to kill it. They just
No, wait, they
took
just
it down.
finished it.
They're once again clearly in the lead. Clearly in the lead. Will we be seeing Vaku? Will we see
Now, one
Vaku
thing-
in the Vaku incoming seed? But are they going to
One thing
once
that's
again...
really interesting is they're really comfortable going low on HP.
Yeah.
We see a Fiend Fire be taken, a card that will burn other cards. That's really, really good for Stars Effects. And we do see Baku!
He's here!
Oh, I kinda
Vaku has
Okay.
arrived. It was not a lie. I was just plugging in seeds left and right, and I was like, what if I just ask the game? I was literally like,
Okay.
I wanted to see a Vaku for this round, because I think when everybody plays the same character, if you play the wrong character, you can really get punished by Vaku. And I was literally just like, what if I just asked the game to give me Vaku? And it did! First try!
This is fascinating, Frost. We had someone pick the Whispering Earring, which plays the first turn for you, and we're seeing that right now.
Karis. And then he goes, watch. He says,
time lost.
that's better. Like
But
you
we
just
also
fucking,
saw
it's like you just
several
pissed in your
people-
fucking mouth, dude.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, that's better.
Okay, I need you to riddle me this because I'm really confused. Some folks, including Jason, snap picked the Choices Paradox relic that gives you a random card at the start that retains itself. How good is that?
It's actually 1 out of 5 cards. So it's like a big
Yes, you get to choose.
option. You get to choose a card every fight. I think it allows you to be dynamic and take what is a best option for every single fight. I think it's unbelievably strong. One of the best relics that you could find in Slay the Spire 1 was a shop relic called Toolbox that was at the start of every combat. Get to choose between 1 of 3 colorless cards. That shit
That
was
still
amazing.
exists, right?
Does it? I don't. Oh, yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yeah, it's just obviously you don't see it quite as often because you take a little bit less shops. Speaking of winning the Act 2 boss, though, Smash Bros. That finished clearly in last place are not in last place right now.
In crazy good shape as well, by the way. What's happening here?
They're doing really fucking good. Finishing Act 2. They're not quite in the lead, but they're not very far behind. They really could jump in front if they end up winning this after practicing 0 times, by the way. Because
Does it mean
Ludwig
talent
isn't playing that game. He does way
beats
too many
hard
other
work?
things. Crimson Blur grinds this game nonstop, but not multiplayer. Stans was doing a League of Legends week all week. And Nick isn't a streamer. Falco's not a streamer. He doesn't. He's just a podcast guy. Literally, like his card said, he's a white dude with a podcast. I mean, he's probably been playing offline, but maybe not multiplayer. I don't imagine that they've been doing all that much practice. So, yeah, and they're literally taking that right side path that has the most amount of question marks in 2 shops. Which normally in a run, if you take 2 shops, it's not going to be that good. But in this, you can just take a free floor and just know that you're not going to take damage. You might not get anything good. And now we're back on the team Jackie that is still in Act 2.
What comes out to you in this shop?
I mean, too late now. We're out of the woods and following everybody around, just kind of cleaning their way through Act 2. Everybody's getting a lot of really good things. You're seeing a lot of big attacks for these Ironclads, along with multiple pen nibs, I believe I've seen. I know that Japanese Exports has it, and he's probably the host of his lobby, so there's probably another person on other teams that has the pen nib, as well as now you saw Bree just getting it. Comment Bagel's team is now into Act 2 as well with Scootish. The Silence. Will they be able to do better in Act 2? Getting the 1 HP in Act 1, but again, they are playing the scaling character. So if anybody's going to do better as the team goes on, it's going to be the Silence. It's just whether or not they picked the wrong character. Now we're going to be taking a look at Jackie's team, Ascension 11, taking on the Act 2 boss. The Knowledge Demon really has not posed a threat because the Knowledge Demon is a scaling boss. If you can kill him within 3 to 4 or 5 turns, he's fine. If you get to that second debuff where he has to apply a second round of damage every turn to you, but that was 82 damage times 4. Like, that was turn 1, man. He did that on turn fucking 1. Man, send the Pinkertons.
And we have a colorless scroll to draw a lot. That's Stoke right now could create a billion different cards with a billion different things. And let's not forget, we have Eternal Strikes, by the way,
right,
from the Nutritious Soup, which I'm guessing is a plan with maybe Hellraiser in mind. Oh, either way, it just went so quick, and a fairy in a bottle there is a nice little bit of insurance.
It looks like a lot of these teams are doing is exactly what I thought. They're trying to stack up a copious amount of vulnerable on the enemy and then playing a singular card that says gain as much strength as this enemy that you're looking at has vulnerable. And if you are able to Molten Fist to double and then double and then double and then double the vulnerable, they're getting 40 strength on turn 1 and then able to just wipe out the enemies. I mean, it's not even close. This seed apparently is the most broken seed.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's precisely for that reason that they choose the Preserved Fog to get to remove several cards. We see the Dominate there. We see the sources of vulnerable and the Molten Fish, which doubles the vulnerable, as you said. What does he get rid of here?
I mean, you're probably just going to get rid of starter cards here.
Wow, look at that. Bludgeon goes out of the... Bludgeon was really good early on. It did a lot of damage.
Yeah,
but now
maybe
with a
now they're
billion
trying
strength,
to...
you just don't need it.
Exactly. That's a really good opinion, actually. Yeah, now that he has the Conflagration that just does AoE multi-attack and it's probably going to be dealing more damage than a 3-mana bludgeon at some point. Yeah, there's just no point. Can we go and take another look at Scootish's team real quick that is currently at a shop in Act 2? I mean, what does their team have that's really going for them that's gonna speed up everything that's going on? Because again, Scootish took a very defensive card after Act 1. I'm worried that they haven't taken anything. I mean, you want to go faster in the game. What is the card that he skipped? Accelerant. That literally says go faster. It's literally the go faster card, and he didn't take it. So I think that they might be stabbing themselves in the foot here. There's still 4 floors left in Act 2.
Quite fortunate to get a Shuriken, however, which is a card that you're very, very, very happy to see on this character.
Yeah, I mean, if you're building
since
the
you
right
will be
things,
able to trigger it, and it's positive, permanent effects every single time you play, for example, 3. But now we have a boss that's quite the opposite, by the way. A boss that punishes you by giving you tons of status cards every single attack. And we're already seeing from the POV of our silent player that the dazes are accumulating quickly. I would like to see this. I think this fight could actually be a massive.
Yeah, the silent really is not going to be able to deal well with the Act 2 elites. Both the B guy against Shivs giving you 1,000 dazes, and also that prism that's going to scale massively if you continuously play a bunch of skills. So I think that, again, like I said, the silent might have seemed like the good character before this patch, but the patch that literally came out on Friday buffed the hell out of a bunch of enemies. So yeah, I think they're going to struggle a little bit. I really am curious if they're going to take... I don't think anybody's going to die here necessarily. It's just whether or not they're going to make it out of here with their entire lives.
We might need to refresh, by the way.
Every time we go to
because I think he's like a minute behind everybody else. He's like living in the past somehow. Somebody go back and tell him what he should do with the knowledge that we have right now. He's a time traveler right now. Amazing things happening in this tournament, folks.
Kill?
But yeah, we couldn't have put it better ourselves. It's really not looking good. This is going to be an attack coming up that will do so much damage. You see 24
you see
damage.
How many statuses and useless cards they draw. Do they have enough to kill?
Yes.
Probably here.
It might.
Acrobatics
maybe
is
use
down.
a potion. Yeah.
Ooh. I think you do pop that colorless pot. Yeah. The huddle up seems really good here.
Wait, no!
That's not enough damage. Unless somebody else has any damage. They throw it. Yep, they've got a little boom boom. Nice. Okay, had to use probably one more potion than necessary, but that huddle up might have also just drawn two more statuses.
No, it worked out. In retrospect, that was honestly good enough.
Yeah.
That's really nice.
If you look at, there's 3 teams in the bottom of your screens that are now into triple-digit points.
Wow.
These guys aren't even at the Act 2 boss, and there are multiple teams that are about to fight the Act 3 boss. And this is the team that was 457 damage, by the way. He's got 299 strength.
300 strength.
Chudwig is doing incredible. I will admit now that, after the seeds have been revealed, one of the seeds was originally going to be Lolcal Ludwig, but then it turned out that too many Act 3 ancients were giving us tanks, so I had to take that seed out, and it was apparently right, because he is not looking like a Lolcal today. He is looking incredible, probably in the 1,000-pound club today.
How do you even lose this? And they also got the Gurgia, which allows them... to get even extra strength going on.
Yeah, there's no losing this. I just want to sit here and I want to watch the carnage because it's going to be beautiful. He's got mad science right now that's dealing 23 times 3 on turn 1.
I have multifist too. Don't kill.
Yeah.
He's literally, you hear that? They're literally saying, don't kill. That is their problem right now. Their problem is that they're killing too fast. And the reason why they don't want to kill is because, again, they scale off of strength, off of how much vulnerable this enemy has. You see those dominates. Literally, Ludwig just got 80 plus, 92 strength. And
was that a little early?
Wait, is Ludwig about to die? Did they fuck up? Did they mess up? They need to kill here.
Okay, someone kill him then.
Ooh.
They need to kill. He's got to expect to fight. It's not going to give him any energy. They do. Oh my God. I thought we were just about to eat our words and it was going to be Lolcal Lud. Just barely. Oh my God. My balls were in my throat. He's got the apparitions though, so he shouldn't take much more damage for the rest of the combat. 228 damage on that bully.
I kill. I think I kill.
Because a bully doesn't bully you once, Tots.
Excuse me?
Because a bully doesn't bully you just once. They're going to bully you at least 228 times.
It is thematic. Yeah, no, that's really good. With the dress, the apparitions basically allow him to also be intangible for a little while, although I think that's going to start to come back to him.
He didn't play the second apparition that was in his hand. So now he might take a little bit of damage and get quite low before going into the Aeon Glass.
I'm guessing.
Yeah, he did not draw any
he just
defensive
threw a potion.
cards.
He threw a potion that he thought was going to weaken the enemy when one of his allies had already weakened the enemy. That's minus one
it's
potion.
doing nothing, but
and
I might
minus
as well throw it.
half of his current HP. He's panicking.
Okay, apparition here is huge.
Yeah. Unless he just, what if he just doesn't play all the right cards? Because again, he's panicking.
No, I have 2 apparitions.
Oh no!
He panics.
Oh, fuck.
I think that apparition maybe needed to be played. It's
No.
not
He's only taking 1 damage. He's only taking 1 damage. Somebody reduce the strength.
I might be stronger than that.
Yeah, but look at his draw pile. He's got 17 cards there. It's going to take him about 17 business years before he gets to the next apparition.
I think
and
they
in the
kill.
next turn,
I think they're going to kill within the next, because this turn you don't have to worry about any damage. I think that they're going to be okay.
I'm gonna kill him the first thing.
They've got to
we
kill.
are
They've
looking
got
at
to
a
kill here. He's got a big bully. He's got a
30-minute
huge
timer,
bully.
by the way.
There it is.
Oh my god. And clean work. That is actually so impressive.
Yeah.
A normal any percent low ascension speedrun is about 5 minutes.
And look,
some of the fastest A20 speedruns are 10.
the Smash Bros are going into the final fight.
Put Vuln's down.
And there is the Silent team just starting the Act 2 Elite. I really want to stay with Ludwig's team and see if they can make it through here with Ludwig's death, but it's just showing how far behind that Silent team is, unfortunately. It's just not going to look good, but it does look like Ludwig's going to fall here. Ludwig's not making it past turn 1, and he was one of their big damage dealers.
No.
Again, it's only -5, and they're potentially finishing first. He puts a dex potion on himself, Lud. You can throw that on one of your allies. If you're not going to live, at least help somebody else, man.
If he dies, he dies.
What are you doing?
Wait. It might be that somebody lowers the strength of the enemy. No, Ludwig goes down,
falls.
unfortunately. Yeah.
Everybody
Without
else is
his
really healthy,
ability
though.
to multiply the vulnerables and deal damage himself, he's kind of capping the team a little bit.
Oh my god!
2,000 damage, however, is a compelling argument as to why they're fine.
It's already over. 31, 20.
I've never wanted a Red Bull replay more in my fucking life.
Beautiful. This is exactly what I wanted to have.
That was a really good run.
Oh my
I don't
golly
think
god,
I've actually
gosh
seen
dang.
live that much damage ever.
I mean, the Ironclad does have the card 1-2 punch, and that was quite literally a 2-shot.
Wow.
Congratulations to the Smash Bros. They finished last place in terms of time for the last round, but they finished this run in 32 minutes. 32
It's maddening.
minutes.
It's actually maddening.
Zero
It's ridiculously
deaths.
fast.
They are awarded.
Except until the end.
Oh, sorry. One meaningless death because it's a person that we don't really care about, died a miserable death, and we all kind of are laughing and pissing on his grave. That's just like what people are saying. I'm not saying this. I was just reading what people were saying in the chat. That was all that I was reading. I didn't even notice
right now.
I didn't even notice that the bomb squad that finished quite well last round is actually farther behind than our Silent team and is still in Act 2.
I'm gonna do a lot of damage here.
Something must have taken them a little bit of extra time. We're now currently seeing the Prism, the enemy that got reworked.
Personally, I don't understand how
like
people
they're
play with that
handling it
much
fine.
screen shake, man. Playing with that much screen shake just makes me...
Keeps them away. Not everybody's got a Red Bull handy.
True. But we are now going to be looking at Type 1 in chat. If Scootish is greater than Frost Primes in terms of sexual attractiveness, that is actually specifically what their team name was. Just couldn't fit in the box, as you can see. But they are going to be rounding out this fight. No death stack too, so they have scaled up. They have scaled up quite significantly. I really think that they are doing quite a lot better, and that's what the Silent does. So regardless of...
I do have a concern, however.
Sure.
We see that they've not gone the poison route. If they are relying a lot on shifts, that could really backfire later. And
Oh my god. Are we about to see a triple death turn?
no.
How much HP does Quinn have?
No.
Is it enough? We know that 2 are dying here because they're not finishing this off.
Fine. I think we kill. I think we can survive and kill next.
Come on. They are saying right now that they think next is it.
That's a
Ooh, that's
double
3
death.
deaths!
Double death. A double-decker death, if you will.
Oh, it's double, actually, not
Oh
3.
my god. And that's not even the final boss. So beating this boss does not give you the plus
If we wipe here, we're
a
What is
billion
happening
points.
with our elephant friends? Are they burning too bright?
I'm alive at 1.
Are they
Yeah,
misassessing the risk?
Taking too much time looking at their maps. Quinn Jammin is at 1 HP. Will heal 6 from the Ironclad's passive relic. 7 HP for 3 players on this team going into what is the most deadly boss. Can the Elephant Sanctuary actually get through a run of Slay the Spire 2?
Or will they get stomped? I've been waiting for that one for a little while.
Oh, because of the card Stomp, because they're all playing Ironclad?
He's doing so good.
No, because the elephants stomp you.
game's frozen.
Nah, we're waiting.
Oh, he's smarter than me. He's smarter than me. I was going to get people to boo you. I don't want you to boo anymore.
All right, okay. So far, we have a little bit of everything, honestly. We did not get a lot of character variety. It seems the strategy, we called it out from the start, was mostly around vulnerable. But this enemy is one of few enemies in Slay the Spire 2 to have a status effect that prevents debuffs. It's called Artifact. It's that little cogwheel that it has below it. And for the first few turns, you need to apply debuffs and get rid of it before the debuffs really kick in. And it's exactly what we are seeing our friends do right now.
Really does say something about society that you could pick any character from any different walk of life, and most of the people pick the white man to play.
Wait. I think he's got white hair. I think his skin is green, but it might be debatable.
True. He's green. No, you're right.
Yeah, we
Sorry,
all
I
have
see the hair.
headcanons about this characters anyway.
He'd vote for Donald Trump. It doesn't matter, you know? He's...
Well, either way, he is very, very dead right now. So if you don't like him, this is a good day for you.
yeah, this
Team
is
Japanese
not
import
looking
is
good.
not looking super healthy right now.
Once
they don't
again.
seem to have had such a clean deck
I
and solidified strategy that we saw from Team the Smash Bros.
I really don't want to kick them while they're down because they are now going to be dying twice. But also, imagine losing to Ludwig's team.
Oh man.
That's the real kicker here. Is it's not just that you're dying, but you're fucking losing to Luds.
Right? Yeah.
Go Pina, go.
Well,
That stinks.
I think a lot of emphasis needs to be put on the fact that the captain has done an amazing job steering the wheel and taking the ship to a safe harbor. But this does not look safe at all. These are very troubled waters. We still have 2,000 HP. I don't see a clear scaling idea.
He's got 6 health and he's building around taking damage. He's got Rupture in play and he's taking 1 damage at the beginning of every turn. It's not really what you want. He draws the Colossus on a turn that the enemy's not even attacking. They are dealing a good amount of damage. He's going even lower, by the way. Is he trying to go infinite this turn? Is he trying to just end it all right now and by all of it, not himself? He draws the Bloodletting again, which if he clicks on accident, will kill him.
Yep.
Does he have enough? No, he does not. Now, those Withers don't deal damage to you. Or they don't make you lose HP. They make you take damage, which you can block.
So he can block. Yeah.
Look, he takes 1 damage at the beginning of his turn.
Ooh, Bran
He's got a
cannot be
brand
used
in
anymore,
hand.
right? It's 2 HP from Bran, or is it 1?
It's 1. It's 1 HP. It's 1 HP from Brand, 2 Stray. I mean, those bullies are dealing 100 damage apiece. He's got the pen nib coming up.
Do we need to call an ambulance? And if so, for whomst?
Yeah,
this is
what
honestly
the heck
so
is
exciting
going on
and-
in front of us right now? I am glued. It looks like he's dead. I don't see a way that he's getting out of this. I don't see the line here, man. I really don't.
Is it time for everyone to go in his chat and remind him that he has a 20 damage potion that he could throw to do absolutely nothing?
He's still drawing.
come down
and
to
if
that?
anybody can do it, it's this man. He's got the grit. Daddy Q's not living. Switch SSB not living. It all comes down to this. He can't. He hovers over the bloodletting.
He cannot utilize it.
Oh my God! It might be better here.
Are we going again?
We can. We still have time.
They're already talking about potential reruns here.
151 damage. They got so close. So
this is
close,
Actually
man.
gutting to watch. No!
Could he have potentially lived this turn if he had played Colossus?
No, I think if we're running.
But he would have died next turn to the Inferno damage anyways. There's probably a way to live one more turn, but was it enough? He had so many Withers in his deck. That's just crazy. Yeah, that is just so sad. They will
It's
still be
generally
able to play,
heartbreaking to see because such a fast pace
Yeah.
went so well for so long, but then it came to a halt when things got so tough.
Yeah.
And
you
we
look
actually
at
had to
this,
play so slow.
in contrast with Jackie's team now, that is sitting
Yeah.
here with smiles across their face. Look at Jackie's beautiful smile.
Yeah.
37 minutes, 31 seconds they finished in.
That's
And
crazy,
that's the
by
difference
way.
of whether or not, that's the difference between you losing right at the end or you making it. That is heartbreaking. Genuinely heartbreaking.
Yeah.
We still
It's
have a
5
few
minutes
more
slower
teams.
than some
Let's
of the
go
other
take
ones,
a peek at how
but-
our Silent is doing. Let's see how the Silents are doing now that they're well into Act 3 at 41 minutes on their run. They all look relatively healthy. I mean, like, again, the Silent gets to this part of the game and they are able to just spam so many cards. Now, the problem is whoever's perspective we have on the screen right there, we had them spamming shivs. And what is the Silent going to do when they come into the Aeon Glass as their second boss and you spam a bunch of shivs, and just for playing a one Blade Dance, which is 5 cards, it almost gives you a Wither by itself.
But they do have the Lucky Fish relic, which gives them a little bit of gold, which they might use to get a plane ticket and fly to a different city where they might find a different
I was literally
boss.
about to say, where the fuck are you going with this, man? What the hell were you fucking saying, man? Holy shit.
No, you're right. It's looking really, really dire
This guy
for
is
them.
playing 40 chess with his jokes. I was like, people already asking you if you were doing porn acting earlier when you were asking what specific enemies do. But no, that was good. That I actually like that one. That one was a lot better. Yeah, I mean they're doing good now though, and they're not far in the back. They're playing consistently, and again, I don't think anybody's died.
Damage from the boss coming right up, even though it's weakened. Everybody, it could be doing more damage.
That's insane. And is that because this player actually has the tank card? So they're making it so everybody else takes less damage, but they take double. I believe that's what they're using right now is they are literally tanking for their allies so that everybody else, if we go to another person on this team's perspective, they'll be showing a lower number, I believe. I believe that is what he's using.
It's so unfortunately what we just saw happen here. So unfortunately, we did have the brightest flame, and I think our player utilized it, which gave him energy, but it didn't really draw anything because we were already prevented from drawing extra because of the battle trance. I don't know if that was a misclick in the heat of the moment, but
yeah. And interestingly enough, too, I just lost my train of thought. Eat my ass. I just fucking completely blanked.
No worries.
That is not the
all.
current
No
deck
worries at
there.
all.
That is not the current deck production. That is whatever the last run is.
No. That one of these ironclads is actually disguised.
Well, they win. They made it through with no deaths.
Regent. Amazing.
They made it
Well
through
done.
with absolutely no deaths. So
That was a little close.
yeah, I mean they didn't do bad. They're going to be finishing it up. And if you see these points at the bottom as those multipliers hit,
That's ridiculous.
that is getting incredible. Box Rue Lee service, which I don't think we saw a single time. Maybe we can grab a replay from them after this game.
We
didn't see a single moment, but I did see the replays from Twitch chat where it was these guys are dealing 5,000, 8,000, 10,000 damage over and over and over again. Like they were just dealing so goddamn much. So I'm excited to see potentially a replay of what they were doing. It's so sad to see again so many teams sitting here at the end and just chilling and waiting after finishing the run so quickly, and then seeing the Elephant Sanctuary just back at the beginning because they got so close.
Well, to be fair, they did put up a good show. Now that they have 2 suboptimal, unfortunate ending runs to learn from, they can go into the 3rd round with a renewed strategy and perhaps a different approach. And let me remind everybody, the next round is bigger. It counts for twice as many points as the first round, which means that a good performance there could put them all the way to the top. And they don't need to be number 1. They can just be number 2, and that would already put them in round 4, where the 2 best teams will face off against each other. Is that right?
Yes, and just to let everybody know what round 3 is, this is the round where they don't get to use strategy. This is every single person has to press random. So you can once again roll into 4 Ironclads and do exactly what you just did. Or you can run into 3 Regents and 2 Necrobinders. That's 5 people. There's 5 people on these teams now. But you could run into a not so good combination of characters or people playing things that they're not quite comfortable with. And all of a sudden, they are put between a rock and a hard place of not exactly being able to perform on the characters that they're comfortable with. So we've seen people in their comfortable places. We're allowing them to shine and show their 3.8 thousand vulnerable, clippable screenshots that they get to now post all over their social medias. But the next one could mean carnage and death.
Okay, we're starting to get a little bit of an insight into how exactly the strategy of our silent team is shaping up so far. And our friend here, Nandre, has Knife Trap, a really, really powerful card that takes every ship you've ever used in the fight so far, whether it's 1, 10, or 100, and plays them all back to back. There are a couple of relics that could make this genuinely insane if we are lucky enough to find them before the final boss. It looks like whatever path they take, they will have at least one more elite that will yield a relic. But once again, we are looking a little bit worried about the Aeon Glass possibly destroying their decks with
It's going to be
cards.
really interesting.
There's going to be Bloodbath. Oh my god! Is duplicating our deck here a good idea to avoid drawing into...
To avoid
crazy amounts
redrawing
of...
them, yeah. To avoid
Yeah.
redrawing them potentially.
But
it's
Oh,
also a
we don't take
little
it.
bit risky just because it's like... If you have, like, you know, you're wanting to draw that brightest flame 1,000 times per combat, and now it's going to be buried under 65 cards.
Oh my god. By the way, we just had a really great turn 1 with Bullet Time being in our hand, allowing us to play everything else, and Brightest Flame 2 maybe once we have used up a few cards. Now I have a question.
Yes,
Tell me,
hit me.
the Soul Nexus, this elite, it's a bit of a joke, right? Has he become any stronger over time?
Yeah, so this is like one of the problems that people have had with Slay the Spire 2 whenever they mention a little bit of criticism is the fact that there's a lot of enemies in the game, specifically in the elite variety, that just hit you. And that was actually why people were really excited when the Prism got reworked this last patch, because they were that Act 2 enemy that just hits you. They don't do anything interesting. And that's kind of what this guy is. He kind of feels like a placeholder. He also doesn't feel like he belongs in this act, right? This act is all about like cyberpunky mechs in automatons and things like that. And we have it confirmed via the devs that they are going to be...
Wait, can we say worldwide exclusive reveal? It just has a bit
No,
of
this is
flair.
stuff they've talked about. That they are going to be doing alternative acts for both Act 2 and 3, similar to how they have the 2 different acts for Act 1. So I feel like this guy, whenever he gets changed, might just be moved over to whatever the other act is.
He really is going to catch a plane to a different act.
The callback is real, yeah. Yeah, he's going to be dipping out and going to somewhere else. So that's what I imagine.
Oh
It's just because he just doesn't feel
God.
like he belongs. That's not been confirmed, but just in our own speculation. Again, that's where I think the Doormaker is going to go. He doesn't really fit into the automaton. He's more of like a mystical demon, just like the Eye Guy is, you know?
And
we're
Japanese
back in the
export
Act
has
1
gone so
boss.
fast.
Yeah.
I have bullets.
They still have like a decent amount of time. It's probably I don't know exactly how much time they have, just because of how it's however long their last run started or ended with, and then now that they started their new run, it just compiles on. But yeah, it's interesting to see the stark difference. And I can't imagine that morale is super high, and that really does have to suck.
Yeah, nothing goes to plan, and you had high hopes. It is frustrating. It is frustrating. I'm sure we've all been there. One nice thing they have going for them, though, is that since they've had a chance to look at the seed, we now give them an opportunity to make different decisions and see the plan B, plan C. We see that, for example, some of the cards that our friend Japanese expert had out of the pick, Jason, were out of in his deck with the same exact enchantment. So they might double down on what worked and try to change what didn't. If they're fast enough, they might just make it work.
And another thing they have going for them, they're all quite funny.
Shiv cards, I'm sorry, they were scales.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that, Frost. That's what you say when... Yeah, he's funny. He's funny. What do you think of Frost? He's funny.
Hey, I know that I'm
Worthless.
extremely funny because my wife agreed to marry me, and the stark difference between the two of us in terms of visual appearance is I am not quite in her league. So at least I know that I'm funny,
Well, I can confirm that you are definitely very, very far out of her league. But it's really lovely to see that so far we're doing great on the second phase of the test subject. This is not a fight that punishes so much our character cast, but
yeah, I mean, this character loves, this boss loves to do the multi-attacks, and the 4 silence, the silent does something better than any other character. It's reducing your strength. Piercing Whale's
there it is,
malaise.
the Piercing Whale.
Yeah, it literally just trivializes it. You were talking about how weakness earlier applies to everybody in your team. Piercing Whale literally just giga nerfs every single enemy into oblivion. And look at Common Bagel just sitting there holding that card,
holding
waiting
to, it.
to see if they can kill it so that she can save that for the next turn. But nope, she's going to play it safe, knows that they have another boss that's probably going to be a lot more of something to deal with. Every health matters here.
Yeah,
their coach is the lowest, though.
It's tough out here.
Okay, so in a turn where the test subject is dead, you cannot attack it, but you can still do a little bit of prep and maybe consider scaling if you can. Oh, my lace here comes. It could be amazing here.
Clutch. 33 damage to 18 damage, almost in half. And this is, like I said, this is where the Silent thrives. And the Silent has multiple cards that buff her allies in terms of block. And the Silent is just so good at this. So we saw them struggle, not be quite as fast in the early game. And now here they are just getting to just waltz through the finish line, kind of. But again, they do have one more big obstacle in their way, and it's that final floor.
Yeah, they seem to have saved some potions and some resources for it, which is nice, I guess. But it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. I honestly am cheering and I'm rooting for our Silent team.
Normally, you would think that vulnerable potion that Comet Bagel has is not that good of a potion for a final boss, right? 3 terms of vulnerable.
But they
on an
do
enemy
have
that has,
flanking.
well,
and
2,500
so much.
HP. But what are they doing? What did we just talk about that they're doing? They are consistently applying weakening. They're consistently applying strength down. And that final boss has a lot of artifact to get through. And so if that potion is potentially used as an artifact stripper, it could be a decent usage. You know, it's not a terrible way to play around it.
Remind me, the Shuriken is the one that gives strength, right? It's not the one that gives dex. So we see right now being in use so liberally. Every single time it procs, it's given strength. And we see that Opum has gained 12 extra strength from it.
Hold on, I might be able to.
And there goes
and all of that add
the
up.
test subject's final boss.
Okay, this is the moment.
I want to stick right here, and I want to watch all 2,782 HP go down, tick, 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 because you know this character doesn't do it fast. They immediately drew Expose, by the way. Expose is one of the most broken cards in multiplayer, because Expose literally says, remove all artifact, all block from the enemy, and then apply vulnerable. But the two things that scale in terms of how the enemies work in this game is they scale in health, and they scale in artifact. And so normally this enemy has like 2 to 3 artifact in single player, and then like 20 fucking artifact in multiplayer. Gone immediately. So kind of helped out immediately at the beginning of this fight. But will they be able to punch through it? Will they be able to scale up? Because in order for somebody like Opum that we saw had that shuriken to scale, they need to play about 752 shifts, which is going to give them a lot of withers into their deck.
Right. Prowess comes in, increasing
you can hear the communication too.
Yeah, increasing the damage, and we're doing 60 damage a shift.
Holy!
Oh my god!
Also, just want to give a quick shout out to Ozace in chat that just gifted subs. That's my IRL friend. We've kissed on the lips too.
Okay, friends, find out just how many people Frost has kissed on the lips by the end of this broadcast. It's one of the
I have kissed more men than any other gender.
Okay, so far, what's your take? They're looking pretty good, or open maybe a little bit scary,
but you can see
within
that
range of a big attack.
Yeah, you can see that damage is starting to tick down from those withers. Nandre started to get hit, and as this guy scales, they need to start dealing a little bit more damage. The flanking comes out. They've got the great communication. You can hear the comms. They keep calling it out every single time. Double flanking. Double flanking. It multiplies the current turn damage, by the way.
What?
Yeah. So that is times 4 damage that you are doing.
Oh my god, we're seeing shifts play for... I just saw a strike hit for
132 shift, 78 damage shift, 54 damage, ricochet, 44 damage, 150 damage shift. Get him, baby! Team
I'm
Silence
on my knees.
makes it through.
I am a believer now.
A little bit
They
slower
didn't
than
even
everybody else,
sweat.
but you see Nandre pop off, rightfully so. If we could possibly drop into that call, I would absolutely love to just give them a congratulations on being the one team to pick something new. Yeah, that is just absolutely incredible and awesome and cool. Shout out to, once again, type 1 in chat if Scootish is greater than Frost Prime, because they're proving it time and time again that they are. Guys.
Frost, I think we lost you, buddy.
I just wanted to say
don't know if that's just me.
congratulations. I don't know if you're aware. You're the only team that didn't pick the Ironclad.
Yeah, we are.
I was told this.
Yeah,
You
we knew that.
are
Somebody told us.
the GOATs. The fact that you did
Okay,
well
my
with
bad.
that, and you also had to fight the new Aeon Glass. Just want to say
I do have a dodgy headset right now. I wasn't sure if I just lost it.
Also, did no one else
Who
fight
is
it or
this
what?
guy?
Did no one else what?
You guys, were we the slowest?
But you said you also had to fight Aeon Glass, as if no one else.
Is
No.
that
Other people had to
Oh.
fight.
Nice to meet you, man.
Oh, hey,
All right, do I need to
Andre.
entertain the stream right now while they're having a chat, or do they hear them as well?
30 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, Smash Bros. Actually finished in
Okay.
like 32 minutes. It was crazy. They had like,
Oh.
Yeah.
Should have liked.
yeah. The Ironclad, you were able to get,
Andre on this.
you were able to get 4,000 poison or 4,000 vulnerable on the enemy.
Oh my god.
Holy.
Yeah.
Wait,
I
did we
should've
get
gone for
last?
Clad,
Did
it's
we
fine.
finish last?
Time
That's what I
wise,
was asking.
technically, Elephant Sanctuary died again. Okay. Whoa!
It's
Don't be
fine.
laughing.
I mean, I just laugh at.
They should bring that up on the next
my
Slay the
greatness.
Spire podcast. I think should be the first discussion thing.
Yeah.
Would be why did Team Elephant Sanctuary die so much?
Yeah.
Do they not want the elephants to be saved?
Yeah.
My ego with more.
All right.
I'd watch that episode.
Just wanted to say congrats, guys. You guys are playing really well. Scootish, everybody is
Are you
loving your
proud of
performance.
me?
We
Last-
are.
last time.
I
Are you
have
proud of me?
glazed you about 1,075 times. I've just done
Well, are you
everything
proud
except
of me?
physically sucking you off.
Did you tell your chat that you groomed me to be good at this game?
Okay, let's not use that word.
Whoa.
That's not. Maybe.
What the hell?
Yeah, maybe not.
Wait, did you mention that Scootish said he has a 4 streak on A10? That's actually crazy.
Yeah. No, you're doing really well, buddy. Like genuinely, I'm actually really proud of you. So, congrats.
Yeah.
Keep going. Good luck in the next round when you don't get a character that you're good at. Okay. Bye.
I'm gonna get a character I'm good at.
What the? What is this guy saying? Scootish's got it.
Oh my gosh.
You
What
had
little
to just
goofballs, man.
plant the seed of doubt there a little bit, huh? You don't want their confidence to get out of control.
Okay, isn't tangible.
I got food delivered.
Oh, I need some big block. Okay.
It's dinner time for me, baby.
Give another player 3 energy.
Enjoy your meal. Now, I think
Who wants it? Who wants it? Anyone can do anything big with it?
I can't do anything.
I think it is a little bit rough for Japanese expert to be getting so much heat. The truth is, dying multiple times is something that we expected every team pretty much to go through. This is still Ascension 10. It is pretty devilish levels of difficulty. And the fact that nobody else other than one team has died before beating the final boss is honestly a little bit of a miracle, I would say. The teams are overperforming and I think exceeding some of our wildest expectations. It honestly didn't really good. I didn't have any food ordered, unfortunately. But I still have a little bit of drink still.
Guys.
Yeah, I'm excited to see
It's really bad.
how far Elephant Sanctuary get in this run, because they're still not incredibly far behind. I think that their chances of getting first or second and getting to the finals might be out of the picture. But I still think that they could finish a lot higher than people might suspect. The double points in round 3 is going to be genuinely incredible.
Oh wait, no, I have intangible.
Genuinely
pop off?
incredible. Yeah.
Do you think their strategy would have paid off if they somehow managed to make it clean to the end, just
Dude.
because they were so fast?
They would be in first place right now, I think.
Oh, that's how.
I think if they
Or did they
'cause
just avoid? Did they avoid too many elites, or did they make other choices that are hurting their scoring?
we lose 5 points.
I don't know what it came down to, piloting error or coaching error or specific player errors. Not exactly sure,
It's
but
5 points for someone alive.
Fucking damage really badly, guys.
yeah, they definitely would be in first place right now with how fast they finished that first run, and then they were on pace to be in the top 3 finishers for that second run. So it's just a damn shame. But that's what happens, you know? Like you that's what I wanted this tournament to be at the end of the day. You play fast, you play risky, and you might fucking die if you just step right over that very, very unsure line of where the cross between too much risk is, you know?
Yeah. We're looking at a very difficult next turn, possibly, by the way, for Wavy. We're in the range where one bad attack will kill us, and he needs to block for about 30.
4 times.
Crazy damage, however.
Pretty good.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, it's
When in doubt, the best offense is just killing the guy in front of you.
Big. Good job.
It
guys.
worked
Good
out.
job.
It's now
It's
down
the
to the final
American way,
boss.
baby. The American way is if I just kill you, you can't hurt me. And that protects me. And that's my rights.
This is making me very uncomfortable. I expect my door to be kicked in and for intervention to happen any minute. Pray for me, Chad. Pray for me. But don't pray for this team because they're doing great. Despite
Make a
the
call
low
right now.
HP.
Do you think anybody's going to die in this final fight on the bomb squad?
Yeah, I think Wavy's maybe done for. There's just not enough. Like, no one's really played super defensive, I think, so far. And this boss's 3000 HP is just something that takes time. I think so far the only team that really just broke the mold seemed to be that we could see at least was the Smash Bros. And we also have a good idea that Box release service also did something similar, even though we did miss some of the action, right?
I love your dedication to pronouncing their name correctly, because every single time I say it, my dyslexia makes me say somebody else's name first. So you got it down. Ooh, this is a bit of a rough turn here for Platty. He's got no defense, not taking a death blow, and does have a fairy in a bottle. So an extra life there.
Yeah.
Probably not going to be going down anytime soon.
If you die with fairy in a bottle, does that count as a death for the tournament?
No.
Need a little bit more than that.
Oh, well, that does make it a very, very powerful thing to have. Can you give it to another player if they're
No.
about to die?
No, because there's no playing the potion. It's just if you have it
It's
when
a
you
passive.
die. Yeah. That would be really cool, though, if you could just, like, not necessarily give it to him during the combat, but maybe, like, at a campfire, trade your potions around, you know?
So
Matt?
it seems like we are about to find out just how strong Expose was earlier. We saw that the vulnerable started coming in really quickly, but this amount of artifact really has to lead them. What is this, turn number 2? End of turn number 2? Or...
Yeah.
And they're still
Those
not
might be the end
able
of
to
turn
apply
number
any
3.
debuffs.
Yeah.
Oh god, that's even rougher. Yeah, Wavy was looking in a tough spot, but now some of his teammates are also under 50% HP. They do have some beefy health bars, but still.
Yeah, no, it's oh, the mangle comes through clutch though.
Oh.
Taking it to 0 times 2 damage.
Yeah.
That's good.
I'm fucking stressing.
Only for one turn, however. The strength comes back, and for this turn, it seems it's going to be giving us the weather debuff that we've talked so much about.
And now the
Could this be a
vulnerable's finally going to start coming in. You see, they've got the bash, the molten fist. They've got it all. They can start
really
stacking
wonder-
that shit up.
I really wonder what Skudish is waiting for. He had vulnerable. He could have made all of those attacks potentially hit harder. Was there any decision or?
I don't know. Maybe he's just really shy, especially since you called him Scootish.
As long as Zach doesn't die, I think it's fine.
I'm just messing with you. His mouth.
Oh,
Sorry,
I'm
I'm still eating, so I'm letting you take the
Oh,
reins.
so sorry. Yeah.
I might die.
Would have been really funny to reveal that I have face blindness, but no, that is actually on me.
I'm dead this turn, actually.
Wait.
Ooh, Wavy calling that he's dead this turn, but somebody said wait, and you can see that they're hovering that demonic
Not
shield.
yet.
Demonic shield says take 1 damage and give another player the same amount of block that you have. So you can essentially duplicate your block to another player.
No, identifying the line.
And there you go.
Okay, nice.
So how often does Aeon Glass block here? Because that 100+ block looked demonic to get through.
I mean, don't play.
He's got his own demonic shield. You couldn't have said it better myself. And they just don't seem to be scaling fast enough. Wavy currently sitting on a pen nib
Yep, that's good comms.
that just isn't going off, you know? It just
but-
isn't happening. It just they just can't find the damage. I mean, this is what the problem is with Aeon Glass is they're already got those withers doing 6 damage instead of 3. They're way too many turns to still be at 2,200 health. They need to start.
Oh,
Look at that. He knew he was on broadcast. That's me and him. We also have kissed on the lips, if you can imagine. He tries to hide his death.
maybe you should have kissed him a little harder because he was missing a little bit of stamina there, man.
I actually was kissing him to turn him back into a prince from being a toad, so.
Oh, okay.
So saved his life one time already. Can only do so much.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel really left out. Is there anybody in this cast that you did not kiss?
Well,
You know?
I've just met Isaac, so
Oh,
give me a minute.
well.
They're fighting over relics again. Do you see that? The rock, paper, scissors means that two
Yes.
players have decided to take the same relic. They are fighting over relics. We've got Elephant Sanctuary on the right side of the screen, Bomb Squad on the left side of the screen, the two teams that are left. And interestingly enough, I mean, I don't know how much time that Elephant Sanctuary has left, but they might actually get pretty far here.
So unfortunate because they have the Molten Fist to multiply the amount of vulnerable. But if you use that card, it's gone forever. And guess what? They are still no vulnerable because of the artifact, which just mercifully now disappears. And we have a bunch of vulnerable in it, which I'm guessing is the prime way Elephant Sanctuary is trying to scale off, like we've seen many, many other Ironclad teams do so far.
Those Withers are about to be hitting for 9, and they are all blinking red on HP.
That is so fucking funny.
But one interesting question, something that could really shake up how this round plays out. How good is the food that you order, by the way?
Oh, I didn't order any food. My wife made this for me, and she brought it braless to me.
Oh, beautiful. And you're playing League on the side as well?
Yep.
That's great, dude. We love our Jessicas. Anyway, what are you eating? Is it a pizza?
Quesadillas.
Oh, damn it. Don't think I've
Now,
ever had. You'll have
look
to,
at this
you'll have
risk
to show
here.
me around.
Look at this risk here. If he plays this pillage, he could draw another 9 damage Wither. Is he yelling
Maybe
at his
I'll
chat right now? What is he barking about? This dude's got so much to say.
Was it?
Debilitate.
Only one of us got debilitate. When on the last run, I couldn't stop getting him.
W production.
Yeah, it seems that being pushed into a corner really brings an ugly side of our characters. We saw them fighting for relics. We see them place the blame on each other, blame RNG, except take accountability, which is not a card in this game, but it's something that you have to take sometimes. Yeah. It's a shame because Platypus honestly was doing wonderful. Was doing really, really good.
Wait, now I want a modder to make a mod that just adds changes one of the cards in the game to just be accountability. Maybe it changes one of the curses. It changes a curse to accountability. Look at how deep that V is on Blatty's shirt, by the way. You see that? That's every day with that dude. He doesn't know how to button a damn shirt.
Can we give them points for the showmanship?
I think we probably did the worst.
No, I don't want
Are they just not ending the turn so that they don't die? That, again, is a legitimate strategy.
Yeah,
Looks
we
like
did
that's what
mention
is
that this was a strategy.
Yeah, this is something that you are allowed to do. They're not going to wipe. They're not going to get any more chances to go back and play another round, but we don't need to pay attention to them anymore. They've decided that this is the end. This is where they're going to stop and they're not going to move on. Even though this is the final boss, and as long as all of them don't die, they still can get points. But every single one of them is about to die.
Yeah.
So they've now decided that it is no longer a good idea for them to
feasible.
Play because if every single person on their team dies, they lose. They do minus points, and every single person on their team was about to die on that turn.
Yeah. We just hit the 7 minutes mark, which means they will be staring at the hourglass, not move for the next 7 minutes. Do we have any other team right now with anything else going on? Could we look at Elephant Sanctuary and see if they're
Elephant
ripping each
Sanctuary
other's
might
throats?
finish before. They might get all the way to the
Let's have a
final
look
boss,
at them. Production.
And
Take
then-
us to Elephant Land.
and then get all the way back. And they're almost to the final boss, and they're looking healthy as hell.
Come on, baby. Give me something.
Listen, did someone just tell Elephant Squad that they have to do 2 runs per round? Because there might have been some misunderstanding here. I'm not sure
Should I take it down?
we got through on the rules. Might have had a little bit of mistranslation on the way.
And if production can tell us exactly how long they have left based on how long their last run is.
Wait,
It might not be
Did-
exactly
did you,
6
did you
minutes.
Did you just catch that? We had a dominant become retain. Oh, dude! If only that had happened in the final boss, that could have been so good, right?
Yeah.
That's once again the choicest paradox relic, the one that looks like a little stone puzzle, allows you to pick 1 of 5 cards. If it's dominate, honestly, you are mega chilling. Like that sort of luck. Maybe they need it a little bit later or a little bit earlier, depending how you look at it. But yeah, now we see really just how good it is. I've never picked that relic, and I'm now gonna eye it anytime it shows up in my runs.
It is quite good. It is definitely one of the best that Vaku can offer. And this seed was what we said. It is Vaku incoming, and it definitely at least took out one team because it definitely, or now two teams technically. Now that Bomb Squad has decided that they're not going to be crossing, over the finish line.
I have a quick question. What is exactly the rationale that you follow to target one of these 3 knights? This is an elite fight, one of the harder ones, and one of, I believe, 3 possible elite fights in Act 3. There's 3 knights. Each of them does something different. Which one do you kill first?
Usually you want to go for the back one because in about 5 turns, he's going to deal 40 damage to you, while also he unupgrades all of your cards. And that's like one of the most important things that you've probably done until this point. Honestly, the etherealizing of all of your cards...
That's the
middle guy does. It's not that bad because a lot of the times you still might have some junk in your deck. You play out your good.
We all know what to do. Just put the Vuln on the guy.
Chat, it's round 2, by the way. You play out all your good cards, and then all your bad cards disappear. You know.
No, I completely agree. And I'm very glad to have survived the CIA subtle guerrilla training that we were just subjected to. I think this will awaken some sleeper agent in the chat.
You know what to go to do. Everybody go to Vegas now. Put all of your money on Red 2. Red 2. That's what you need to do. It's guaranteed.
Bolster the economy.
Guaranteed.
America quite needs it. Anyway, we make it to the final boss in slightly better shape than before with a clearer plan and hopefully a slimmer deck.
But do they have enough time? Do they have enough time to make it through?
3 minutes to beat 2 bosses is honestly outrageous, especially considering I think these are the 2 bosses that I think are hardest to kill quickly. Would you agree that Queen is probably the fastest one?
Yeah, because especially if you have like a solid Ironclad build that can just stack that vulnerable, you can ignore the Queen's minion and just go for the Queen as a team, because when you can stack that much vulnerable, the amount of health that she has really doesn't matter.
All right. Now, we unfortunately have seen that Japanese experts team, the Elephant Squad, does slow down quite a bit when it comes to the boss, which is something quite natural. They will, however, have to put the pedal to the metal in this case.
I mean, they're already through the round 1 of 3 of this first boss, but each one has a little bit more health than the last. Congrats on Quinn, by the way, for hitting his 300 sub goal today. Claps in the chat. We love that for him. He's a little growing boy down there.
Hopefully next turn.
I can maybe.
No, I think I.
Oh my God,
Yeah, round 2 shouldn't be that bad. The only negative here is if somebody didn't get off like their strength scaling, their dominate, because you do have to reapply all that vulnerable, right? And wow.
Whoa, we're seeing big numbers here.
Wow. That was...
What the hell was that? We need a replay at once.
That was probably a conflagration dealing 1,000 damage 1,000 times, or a whirlwind or a fiend fire, something like that.
Yeah, something was burning up.
Yeah, somebody burned their entire deck.
Oh, but it's coming down to just a couple minutes left. I don't know if our production can give us a look at the timer again, but I reckon we're about 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to every second matters here, and they still might actually end up with a decent amount of points, because, again, finishing that final boss for them, it is going to be 25 points, but it's not going to. They're not going to get any finish bonus because they are at most finishing in 7th, right? And 7th gets you 0
2
points.
minutes. They have 2 minutes.
They got it. They got the damage here. Trust. I believe in them.
Oh my God.
Wait, does he have an infinite? It looks like he might have found an infinite, so that's definitely dead this turn. They've just got to get into the next fight and start fucking swinging. They've got to break through all of that vulnerable, and then they've got to do it. They've got just a couple minutes left.
They've got a minute. By the time the fight starts, they've got a minute left, and there's 3,000 HP to get through, and several instances of artifact, which means you cannot even begin to
be able to super scale. Watch, he can put that thrash on the bludgeon. He can absorb the bludgeon, which the next time he draws it is going to do an additional 32 times 2 damage. Unless it was upgraded, I didn't look.
This would be insane if any of us right now were good at math. Unfortunately, we're just going to have to pretend that we can visualize that number and trust that they can get through. But honestly, end of turn 1, everyone has ended, and we still have only stripped 1 artifact. And there's 50 seconds left. A miracle has to happen here. How is it happening? Trample comes in.
Baby. There it goes. And now they've got the Molten Fist stacking. HP doesn't matter here. All you have to do is realize if you're about to team wipe and you just press no. But yeah, this is the turn where you take no, or you can't deal any damage because you get -3 strength, -3 dexterity. Will they be able to scale enough? 30 seconds left on the clock. They're slowly making decisions. They need to play a little bit faster. Exhausts most of his hand with an Ashwater so that he can draw back into only his good cards. Japanese export needs to, you know, most of these expert players, the one thing that they're bad at is playing quickly.
Huge. The trash comes in, now dealing 1 billion damage. Is it enough? Is it enough? Somebody tell them they have 5 seconds to do this. Because honestly, it might make the difference. They have 1 second. They hit for 100.
We should be there.
Another 100.
If their in-game timer is slightly over what? They have 1 minute left. We're being told by production. They have 1 minute because they had to restart. We're going off of their in-game timers. So that timer up in the top left is for our looking, so that we know roughly how long is left in the round. They have 1 minute. So they
tell us exactly what is happening right now on Japanese experts' side of the board.
He has gone infinite, and now it is literally an APM difference. Has he ever played StarCraft in his fucking life? Because it is quite literally, play your fucking cards, man. You got 60 fucking seconds.
Out of time now,
No, we're 1 minute. We're good. We actually just ended perfectly.
Oh my god, they might just do it with seconds to spare. They've got this. Go, Jason. Yes. With maybe 2 seconds left.
Oh my god, I want you guys to know that time is up right now.
He's done it.
Like, it was genuinely a buzzer beater.
That was
You're still in
crazy.
last place, but that was cool.
Fun.
That was cool. That was cool.
I'm cool with that.
But technically,
no one else is saving the elephants.
Technically,
yeah.
you guys didn't get last for the round because one team did not finish because they were going to die. So, not last for the round.
W.
Huge.
That was very impressive.
You know what?
That
Yeah.
was very impressive.
Well
we
done.
will get you
I
a
had
new
a good time.
mouse and keyboard after this, Jason. You're probably, if you look at it right now, it's probably like melting. Don't worry about that. We have set a budget aside for that kind of stuff. Impressive display. Generally amazing to watch.
Everybody in chat says that you guys should get 1 extra pity point for that. So I am awarding you the first ever Frost Prime 1 extra point. You're still in last place with that 1 extra, by the way. But if it ends up mattering, we will take it away from you. Just letting you know.
Wait. Excuse me?
That was
because it's a pity.
at the end of the day. At the end of the day, it was genuinely really fun to watch. So thank you for keeping it interesting to the end. It would have been really embarrassing if you just didn't cross the finish line. Now get ready for the harder round. Good luck.
Yeah. Good luck with it, and you're gonna need it.
God.
You're gonna need it.
My
I'm
God.
like really last place, I think.
That
Oh,
was
nobody puts the
just
screenshot?
really last place?
incredible. Otts, how are you feeling, buddy?
Oh, dude, like, I'm sorry, but isn't that just the coolest thing that's happened so far?
I thought that if we were going to get down to the wire like that I would need a Red Bull to keep me awake. But goddamn, did they just make it interesting enough that I am wide awake. I am rock hard in multiple different places on my body. It is good day to be a Slay the Spire viewer.
Yeah. My partner's checking on me, and honestly, it was really hard to keep a straight face during that. But I'm genuinely doing my best. May I need some surgery, some corrective surgery after that?
Yeah.
Yes, the faces I'm making
Now,
today.
the
probably tell it
best
all.
part about this is we don't know what production is about to show us for the Red Bull replay of that round because there are so many options. Will
There
it be
were some incredible moments.
Rubok's lie service with 4,000 vulnerable on the enemy? Will it be the one-shotting the many times that the Smash Bros did it? Or will it be the buzzer beater that we just saw? Probably not that because we just saw it. But either way, that was genuinely some of the most entertaining Slay the Spire. And a lot of people, honestly, when they were giving me feedback in the lead up to the tournament, they said that it might be a little boring to watch the same character being played by multiple teams. But God
This
damn.
is the most exciting one so far.
And
it's only going to get better.
Yeah, that was by far some of the best Slay the Spire that I have ever watched with my friend Otstarva sitting next to me. Apparently, I'm being told by production, we have 6 minutes of replays that we can look at. Maybe let's do 6 minutes, but I would love to look at as many as we are willing and just give me time to pee before the next round. Because my bladder is full and peeing with a boner is annoying. But Holy.
Why did I not do that?
What?
Why did I not do that? It's just something that I'm wondering.
It's because you are you're an involved listener. You make sure that
as
the
an
person-
empath, I empathize
You
with
make sure
European problems. Yes.
Yeah, you make sure that the people around you know that you're listening to them. Yeah.
Wow.
Cool. I'm being told by production that we can take just a quick break before we get into the next round. Chad, don't go anywhere. I am going to run to the bathroom. You go run to the bathroom. Grab yourself a Red Bull or some kettle-head popcorn before we get into it. Holy, we got one more round left and it's all randoms. My God.
That would be sexy.
I don't think they're dead.
You can do it.
Only have 926 damage.
Oh my.
That was my bully.
Pro on our team.
You really just holding out on us.
All right, they're dead.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Unmovable.
Come on, hit him with the boomer.
0 damage is nice. We gotta kill him.
Okay. I can't dominate and no attacks. Is there two energy benefit anyone greatly?
I mean, does do stuff on me.
What's that?
It does stuff
on me. It'll be good on me.
Yeah, energy's good on me too. I can.
My energy is not good on me. Strength is.
Give it.
Okay.
Give me energy.
Okay.
Yeah. So then I'll do armaments. I'll uppercut him so he's weak for 2 turns.
Oh wait, did you give me the strength?
I didn't have strength. I had energy only.
Okay.
Sting's dead, right?
He's dead. He's dead.
Oh,
he's
nice,
dead, he's dead.
nice.
Done.
Yeah, Jackie, right?
Yep.
I got a lot. Yeah, I got a lot.
Okay.
Send
Huddle
attack.
up,
Send
coming
it.
in.
Yeah, okay, huddle up.
Go. Nice.
Finally.
GG.
31.
I'm so glad I got a backup mouse.
Woo! Bro, what happened there? What? You got a wireless mouse?
Battery. It just stopped, dude. And the panic in my eyes when that happens.
Bro, you can't be wireless. I'm gonna do a lot of damage here.
I'm gonna give you 2 decks bookshelf. I don't know. Seems like you might need it.
Oh, I should have fucking.
Huge.
I probably don't need it, but I appreciate it regardless.
Okay, no problem. I don't know. Okay, you didn't need it at all. That's alright. Needed to get rid of the potion anyway.
Self-forming play. Unrelenting.
No.
Alright, he dies. If he dies, he dies. It's gonna be all you.
Someone end? Okay.
Yeah, Nickel.
I think, right?
Yeah, I'm super he has dominates and stuff.
Everyone drawing. Everyone's drawing.
Myself because I was hoping I'd live.
Molten fisting.
This round was so stressful.
I'm looking for
molten fisting as well.
I'm double molten fisting.
It's not a flaw.
Hand bashing.
Oh
That's
my
killer.
god,
That
what a
is so
turn.
fucked.
Go. End.
Wait, it's already over. 31, 21.
Oh, I don't know when timer goes. Sorry, I died. God
Nice. Damn. -5 though. Everything else was beautiful. This is exactly what I wanted to have.
That was a really good run. That was like
Dude,
30,
I
31
skipped
minutes.
bully and dominate.
God, that sucks about the fucking -5.
Yeah.
It's all good.
You skipped dominate, bro?
No, you were every single shop. You were like no questions, and I was trying to read, but it was so scary.
Yeah, Blur's like no questions, but also if you have a good question, ask the
Yeah.
question.
And then you're
if
thinking
you
like, is
don't
that a
know
good
if it's
question?
a good question, don't ask
Kill
it.
yourself.
But you should
Yeah.
ask it if you're taking, but don't ask questions.
I think we were definitely bad. They're gonna make you play worse.
I did restart it.
Preston's looking a little bit low here.
Oh, I'm dying, chap.
We should be able to hopefully kill very soon.
Travis, you gonna heal enough?
No, we're killing.
Okay,
I would
okay.
kill. Oh god, I almost threw there. I was like, I should have been.
It's okay.
Wait.
I got a potion. That's good. Okay.
Oh, I accidentally just.
But it's actually doing 106. I've never misplayed a day in my life. Never.
Okay, I believe you.
I think I play perfect every single day.
That's why you're the captain.
I believe that.
100% of the time.
All right, here comes the molten fist.
Here comes
I should
the
play my
molten
bully
fist.
first. Almost. Here comes the molten fist.
I have 125
Love
strength.
to pull my good cards.
Hopefully, I can just like kill it next turn or something. We're not gonna die.
Hopefully. Let's go sub 40. Sub 40.
My bully does 1,000 damage.
Nice. Yeah!
Sub 40.
Sub 40!
I'm so proud of us.
The bully is so
too.
good.
Guys, that was huge.
That was.
I can't block for 2 turns. That's a little scary.
Hopefully it's
Welcome back. Welcome back. Isn't that better than a BRB screen, right? Is if we got to go and take a little break. W Production for letting us just go take a quick piss and you guys still get to watch all the action that you might have missed out on from the main broadcast because there's 32 broadcasters all live other than us right now. It's hard for us to see all the moments. It's impossible for you to see all the moments. We've got people that are paid to see all the moments, and we can't even see all the moments because it is all genuinely happening so fast and in real time. And we've got one more hectic round before the finals, which will only be 2 teams, so it'll definitely be a lot less hectic, except I'm lying because it's going to be a lot more hectic, and I can't wait for you to see what the round is that we have in store for the final round. But for now, we've got one. What was that? Before
it seems the leaderboard
round,
is coming up.
Yeah, we do have the leaderboard that is ready to be looked at. You can see here, Box Ruli Service is in a substantial lead, but can easily be taken over by this final round that we're going to go over to in just a minute. But no team is like super far out. You even see that because Elephant Sanctuary finished, they ended up not being in last place. I lied to their fucking faces. Oh my God, because they died to the Act 3 boss and then came all the way back. They are in second to last place. And now in round 3, they have the availability of double points. And let me remind you that because of the way that the rules work, it is double only your positive points. If you die, it does not double the points of the deaths. Maybe with something we need to do in the future because people are really fucking good at this game, but that's for round 2 of the Devour the Tower team tournament. As for now, we've got, I still think that Scootish's team has the possibility of winning this one. The Big Cats are not out of the leagues yet. I think only 7th and 8th are maybe just a little bit too far behind. But if something happens and the top 2-3 teams don't do super well, I could see them easily with a grand score coming all the way back and finishing maybe in that second place slot. It is genuinely possible. But for this third round, this final round of the 8 teams all playing at once, we will be seeing, once again, 75 minutes. Once again, all points are double. But this time, everybody has to randomize their character. They have to press random. Now, when we get into the game, just because of the way that multiplayer custom runs work, you can't press random. So you will see players already picking their characters. That's because they randomed on their own streams. And if you're on their streams, you'll see whatever character they randomed. We won't get to see necessarily all of that, but they did random. And so they have to live with whatever they have. Now, we did tell them that they can mulligan if they'd like. It does still cost you 4 deaths. If they don't like who they randomed, they can take a -20 and they can random again. But that does... Huh? Oh, Scoots and... Sorry, I'm listening to production right now. You guys can hear them. Scoots and BoxBox's team both mulligan. Sorry, I should do this when I'm listening to them so you guys know. Scoots and BoxBox's team did mulligan. So they both did get a -20. That's incredible.
What did
That's
they
really
get
cool.
that was so bad? And they could get the same thing or worse when they reroll.
Because, like we said, Scootish is really good on the characters that he's good on, and so is Stelly and BoxBox. That's the nerf of their team, is that they are only good at, like, Stelly has like 100,000 hours in the Ironclad and nobody else, and BoxBox is very similar for the defect. And I'm really curious as to who they randomed on top of that, but it's like quite literally they could have gotten the bad character again. But the big thing is here, now that they mulliganed, they can't, if they team wipe, they're out for the round. Their points still count, but they cannot start again. That mulligan is a one and done moment. You can see Malv realizes that he's on the broadcast and is picking his nose. But watch him instinctively after this eat the booger because that's what he does off stream.
We'll keep an eye on that. And we're going to keep an eye on what exactly can happen. I mean, the chances for someone to roll 4 Ironclads again and just have a repeat of the previous round are very small, but I guess no, 0. But yeah, Frost has already explained this at length, but essentially this is the round where our players are taken out of their comfort zone.
Yeah.
Their team captains cannot just pick the one character that can take the wheel. They will have to delegate a little bit more. And beginner and intermediate players that have only practiced one niche could now get a character that is just so unique. With a character comes unique starting cards, unique rewards as well, but also unique relics. And even unique potions as well.
Yeah.
So it's a lot to take in. And honestly, it might do a lot of good for these teams to play a bit slow strategically, ask the right questions, let the captain guide people through murky waters that they're not quite used to navigating, so that they can make it to the final boss in one piece. Now, we have seen that teams that get wiped at the final boss are not really taking the scoring very, very kindly. Like, they are suffering massively. And honestly, I have a soft spot for Sanctuary of Elephants here. Like, the show they put for us, they've worked double. They've done 2 runs in 2 rounds so far. That's gonna get them some consolation prize, if nothing else, even if they don't make it to the top 2 cut.
Yeah, and I see one thing is Paparado's team rolled 3 Ironclads. And then there's another team that rolled 3 Silence. The dichotomy between the two is incredible. Now, the seed that we are getting underway with very shortly is Raffle wearing a white shirt. Something that would never be seen except right here on this broadcast. Let's get into it. Raffle wearing a white shirt. What is in store for the players on this seed? They are once again starting in the Overgrowth. They have the Kin as their final boss, so they're going to need to pick up some AoE throughout this, or maybe just some like very heavily targeted damage. I'm really excited to see what Mouth gets. He picked up Silken Tress that gives his first card award all replay. If you get all common attacks, pretty bad, but he could get a really good power here. So let's stay here through that first combat, because I'm really curious as to what the Bomb Squad gets here, because this could mean something good. They also have a pretty good team, I think, as well. You've got 2 Ironclads for Vulnerable, the Weakening on the Silent, and then a good support character in the Necrobinder. It's all just whether or not maybe Mouth is comfortable on the newer character in the game of the Necrobinder to be able to fill the role of that support Bard-like character that we were talking about. But I mean,
we have such an exciting relic. If, as you said, Glam gives replay, but it's a very special replay. It's only once per battle. So if you get a mediocre attack that you don't even want to keep, it playing twice is a minor boon early on. But powers are special. Once they are activated, you get their effects for the rest of the fight. And they naturally disappear without even exhausting. So a replay on a power is great because it's not limited by having to be played multiple times.
Do you know what Legion of Bone is? It's the multiplayer Necrobinder card that gives everybody an Asti. And if that were to play twice, that's an incredible defensive structure that, again, Bard of the group could then... Everybody plays a little bit more aggressive, and then they can play. Again, the odds are here, but look at what we're going to get. We get double Dirge, double Severance, or double Fear. What would you take, Ach? It's a hard choice. Double Dirge could be good in the late game, but it's not going to be that good probably right now.
Remind me again what Double Dirge, this card has been nerfed severely. About a grade it doesn't have a +1, right? So
it does.
I think playing
4x,
it twice,
and it also gives you upgraded souls as well. Yeah.
Will you be able to benefit from it? Yes, at the time of using it, you consume all of it, and he plays twice with whatever energy you had, right?
Yeah. It'll play.
Is that what our friend ended up picking?
Yes, he did pick up Dirge, so that's really interesting here. Playing for the late game, it seems, which not a bad idea. But even now, like Dirge is kind of bad to play, like. To use a fighting game term, it's kind of bad to rip in neutral, you know? Like, it's kind of just bad to use in an enemy's face. But when you could use it twice, it's all of a sudden not that bad. I mean, he just blocked this first turn and still has an extra 14 Asti HP. So He's honestly going to be doing pretty good, but it's at the same time rather selfish. So he's not really going to be helping out his team.
The better the deck becomes later on, being able to use souls to go through it will make it more useful. And there are some cards specifically that also play off souls. One in particular that makes a massive amount of damage happen the more souls that have been used. So we now have some in the horizon strategies. And also in the horizon is the fact that we have the Jade Sword, but it's currently inactive. It's a relic that's quite special that will give us a bunch of strength, but only if we defeat 5 elites. Maybe a little bit wasted sometimes on this character. Did our partners also pick it up?
I think I saw a couple of them pick it up just because they probably didn't want to take the damage. They know that they don't have a shop coming up soon, so they didn't need the money. And I imagine that if you're wanting to play a little risky, you probably do want to take it. But I do wonder how our first and second, maybe third place teams are doing here. The ones that have been playing a little bit more faster consistently throughout these runs. If they have just like shot off to the nuclear realms, if anybody's already at the final boss. No, it seems Jackie's team is just now getting that event that we just saw.
Frost, I am a little bit confused. Why are we watching someone's bed? Is everyone all right? Do they need a little nap?
Oh. Hello, somebody's bed.
Well, it's doing a really good effort. This could be the first bed % run of Slay the Spire 2. And folks, you're going to see it here first. Something to keep an eye out.
That's Ludwig's team. Apparently.
Oh.
Did they have to forfeit or? Oh, their timer is going to start later. Apparently, somebody had to take an emergency due to diarrhea. Somebody is currently having a battle in the bathroom for the ages. I think what they're all doing is because Ludwig is a known cheater. Ludwig is currently at another location in his house watching everybody's team to get information on the seed so that they can come in and play it really fast. One in the chat, if you agree, Ludwig is a cheater. Yeah, that seems pretty right.
And we see almost every single team, by the way, fight the multiple raider fight. This is a fight that tests you quite a bit. I think in multiplayer in particular, it's really difficult to get rid of the crossbow raider. And he does deal a ridiculous amount of damage, considering that this isn't even an elite, right?
Yeah, no, if you can't deal, like, so this enemy normally when you're playing solo is kind of a joke because of the fact that they all have relatively low HP. So you can usually one-shot one of the enemies with just like basic strikes and defense early on in the fight, and then 2 of them is rather trivial to deal with. But in multiplayer, because they have so much health, it's harder to deal with immediately. So they do get a number of rounds of attacks on, and you can see so many teams struggling with it right now. Only Papa's team has moved on, and guess what? They're the triple ironclad team. So you know that they probably have an inherent buff here based off RNG, but we're playing an RNG game, man. Like, we're playing a game that has a lot of RNG. So, yeah.
I wonder if Bomb Squad maybe made a mistake targeting the back knight first, because they did seem to get quite a bit of chip damage from the crossbow. And now we see Ludwig's team, the Smash Bros. Oh, go for a transform. And what do you think about backflip and serpent form this early? Might feel a bit like a curse,
not
right?
so much, but backflip's obviously going to be really good. Better than a striker or defend. What is interesting about this team is they have 2 Necrobinders and a Silent. 3 very supportive characters. So I'm really going to be looking towards Falco, a.k.a. the Tickle Monster. Whether or not he can usurp that carry role for his team. But it'll be rather difficult for him to do it solo, because again, the way that the Ironclad like really steps up and becomes that carry is by stacking a lot of vulnerable and then getting 1,000 strength. So it's going to be interesting to see how he can do it with no vulnerable at his will, other than maybe if the Necrobinders can get a couple of fears.
I have tag team now. I'll have to call that
but
out.
Nick's
I'm generally concerned for Ludwig. He has played, correct me if I'm wrong, 2 Ironclads so far.
Yes.
A character that is a lot
he played
simpler
the
that
Necrobinder,
heals.
I believe.
Oh, was that right?
Yeah, I think he played the Necrobinder in round 1. So,
do you think he's out of his comfort zone with this character, or?
I think maybe getting a serpent form is probably not exactly what he's wanting, because I mean, like, he probably is gonna play it on a turn that maybe costs him too much HP. I feel that is one of those cards that like a more skilled player is probably going to be really good on. Switching over to press 1 in chat if Scoot is better than Frost. I hate pronouncing it. I need a better name. Scoot. I'm just going to call it Team Scoot because it's in the title, and even though he's not the coach. They're against an elite here. They've got 3 players around half HP, and they're not dealing a crazy amount of damage to this guy.
Yeah, this is bad. This statue starts out a bit slow, giving you 2 free turns. What a gentle guy. But then starting hitting you for, I believe, 24 or 25 right off the bat.
Damage. Yeah, he's weakened right now, so it's only 18, and they might have this one in the bag. But remember, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is one of the teams that mulliganed, right? So... They mulligan, and they did get Scootish on the Ironclad, which might be a character that he's rather comfortable on. But if they wipe, they're wiping their butts. That's the only thing that they can wipe after that.
Now, Pillar Creation here, a really, really solid card we saw in round 1. The more silly little status cards you create, the faster it can give you a block. It can be quite useful in this upcoming fight. We've never seen this boss in the previous rounds. What can you tell me about the Kin?
The Kin's an AoE guy, but I actually want to talk about something else, and that's the fact that I'm mad. Because we keep going over to Comet Bagel's perspective. And normally, she has that little camera that's coming out of a portal, right? And you think with the orange portal, you'd have a blue portal. And normally she does. And it's a cat cam of her cat, Esper. And I'm really pissed that we keep going to this camera and we don't see an adorable little kitty, Esper. I'm kind of mad.
That would be -5 points when we do the tally of the points, but no worries, no worries.
Not getting the bonus stars there, Scoot team. Yeah, not getting the bonus stars. Yeah, no bonus stars.
I mean, it's safe to say that so far, about 10 minutes in overall, the teams are playing a lot slower.
Yeah,
so they might have listened to that advice, or maybe it's just out of necessity.
Well, I also think it's that a lot of teams have a game plan going in, right? Like round 1, you can prepare for. Round 2, you can prepare for. You can come in and say, okay, we're going to play all the Ironclad. We're going to look for dominate. We're going to do this. We're going to go an aggressive path. We know what we're going to do. But then when you just all of a sudden, you don't know the seed. You don't know what characters you're going to get. You have to play it by ear. And like the team that is notorious for going fast, Elephant Sanctuary, 1, they're not on very fast characters. And 2, they might be scared at this point. They might be scared of making another mistake, especially outside their comfort zone and wiping again.
Yeah, I mean, if they are the only team to have a successful run and everybody else were to run into disaster early, we did speculate that maybe reaching spot number 2 is within the realm of possibility. So good for them. Let them cook. We'll see the result of that. We also have Scoot team currently looking at a shop.
They're just speeding through it. There's no looking at it. They knew what they wanted to do before they got into that shop, and it was thin the deck and make it so you're playing your good cards more. That's pretty much it. And I did notice that Comet Bagel did pick up that fear, so maybe they might be looking towards stacking up a lot of vulnerable and making Scootish a little bit stronger because you have the Regent with vulnerable, now the Necrobinder with vulnerable, and we see a bombardment coming down, which is the card that plays from your exhaust pile. So if the enemy's always vulnerable, it's a lot of damage for free every single turn as long as you can get it off. Yeah.
They seem to be doing great on the block in front as well.
That Paparato's team is about to be in the boss fight. Love to go take a peek at them and watch them and see how they handle this first boss. Because, again, they are the triple Ironclad team. And just looking at Papa's deck right there on that little screen, they have Dominate. They're literally doing what happened in round 2.
See it again.
They're doing it again. They're doing it another time. They might even be in a position that they don't even need to look at another character. I just saw in that tiny little box, too, they have a Shockwave. This fight is less about needing to kill all of those enemies, and it's more about needing to make sure that they're not dealing enough damage to you, you know?
Yeah.
Wait, this is a new screen. This is cool. W production.
Shockwave is that whenever you hear a high-level Slay the Spire streamer talk about Shockwave, you would think that they're talking about their best friend. They talk about that card like it's the best thing since, I don't know, the Fridge. And that's
I thought you said
only
the
for
French.
single player.
Oh my god, that was...
And you know, the Fridge is often considered to be the most significant invention.
Yeah, and I got a Red Bull one behind me, and everybody's jealous of it.
Show us. That could be a picture. Is it a picture? Please tell me if it is a picture. Oh my god, it's real!
Yeah, Otz didn't get one. That didn't get to him in time. Unfortunately, he lives in the middle.
Yeah, they haven't invented fridges here.
He lives in the middle of a desert, surrounded by nothing but a singular Ethernet line that runs 75 miles to his house.
That's actually kind of right. Yes. More or less.
Yeah. So they did end up still focusing down a lot of those enemies, but you can see them stacking up that 11 vulnerable on that back guy, putting it up to 44 there with the triple ironclad. So now when that dominate gets played, it's plus 44 strength. Honestly,
Jesus Christ,
I don't want to say that Squidinky Dink is just here to mog at the camera and to make their team to just be a little bit more enthusiastic, but I don't think that she's going to be doing a whole lot in this round, and it has nothing to do with her skill level and all due to her RNG of not getting the good character, you know?
Okay. Let's step back and look at the positives here. She can strip artifact. She can provide weakened, which I think you would struggle with otherwise, right? You don't have weakened on your base deck on the other characters. Yeah, I take it back. She's probably going to be a bit of a paperweight.
She might have generated
but that's
it, though.
okay.
That might have been her. She might have generated. She's got like a bunch of colorless generation, so it might be her. That might be her. So that might be her doing, or it could just again be the Ironclads doing everything, and she's just along for the ride. Nothing wrong with being a passenger princess. That's my wife on the daily because I can't not be in control when behind the wheel of a car. It's a thing that I do. But
I mean, to be fair, if you're going to be a passenger princess, you might as well do it on the one character that's sitting down, literally being carried by his minions. It's just a lore accurate run, guys.
Yeah, no, for real. It makes a lot of sense there. I like that.
Yeah.
The big cats have also just entered into the boss fight as well. They got double. Sorry, not double Necrobinder, but I just saw the Ostia hands and immediately thought that it was. That just means that they did get the team card that gives Ostia to all of your allies.
Legion.
Which is,
Legion.
Yeah, it's
Legion
quite
of Bone,
strong. Yeah, Legion of Bone. Yes, correct. You're so smart.
You did remind me of that.
Yeah,
earlier.
Yeah. And then it went one in ear and out the other. Went out on my own ear. But I mean, it's like. I think that they are going to be really good at being defensive here, but you can see them already struggling at dealing a lot of damage to take down these enemies. I mean, the Necrobinder and the Regen and the Defect are all three scaling characters, right? Even like an initial boss fight, you want to scale up and play a big undead, or you want to scale up your singular claw that you took, or you want to scale up your big sword to deal a bunch of damage, right?
I have a question. How good do you rate Tag Team on Box's Steam, because it was just used?
Tag team, yeah. Depends if the other people on your team have a big attack, right? Because it makes the next attack that is played against that target play multiple times. So it's like
is that kind of dangerous, considering that Silent often focuses on multiple smaller attacks? You think that that's gonna hurt them, or are there some big attacks like Predator?
You could get Predator, you could get a big Flechettes, you could get Grand Finale, you could get that's it, kind of it. Yeah. But you could also just get big Shiv. I mean, you could get a massive Shiv, or you could get a big finisher, but that would take a lot of synergy, and I think in a fast-paced run like this, it might not be as good.
Yeah, no, you were absolutely right, by the way, calling out earlier that Serpent Form is kind of burning a bit of a hole in Ludwig's deck right now. It is a card that costs 3 that does something that maybe potentially could be strong later on, but it is such an uncomfortable card. Picking a rare as your starting gift is a blessing and a curse sometimes.
Yeah, I mean...
That being said, they are doing relatively well health-wise, and...
Yeah, they're doing okay. They're just having to take a little bit more time, as a lot of these teams are more neck and neck this round. Nobody's really soaring out in front, except for maybe those 3 Ironclads. But you can see everybody else is finishing up the Act 1 boss, where they're still trucking their way up to the top. It seems like maybe the RNG gods is what allowed them to play a little bit faster, and now they're lagging behind just a little bit, but they do have quite a good lead. The people that they're in the running against is not even the people in first. They're against just getting second place, because remember, when you get to that final round, the points don't matter. Just getting to the finals is all that matters, and then it's just a head-to-head with you and another team, and the leaderboard gets reset, right? So all they have to do is
Amazing
make sure
job
that they
to
perform really
Elephant
well.
Sanctuary, by the way. They just finished a clean run. They are very comfortable taking damage. I saw a really cool moment where they use a relic to gain a critical amount of block there to prevent further damage. Although I think they would have survived. They go into round 2, and we have... Is that Darv?
Darv.
Oh, this
And
is so interesting.
People are offered the Calling Bell here. I'm pretty sure that some people are offered Snecko Eye, if I'm not mistaken. There's a lot of very interesting things that can happen with Darv. He can give you a lot of relics from Slay the Spire 1, as well as unique powers for your character. So I'm really interested to see what people take. I have heard from Twitch chat that multiple people have taken the Calling Bell already, because it gives you a lot of immediate power. It gives you immediate power. Japanese export, he goes with the lame thing because he's lame and stupid and lame, and he takes the birdcage. Lame. Boring. Raffle, interestingly enough.
Explain to us what the birdcage does.
It just removes 2 cards. It just removes 2 cards, which removes in this game technically are more of a premium. I did see, however, Raffle did pick up the new Sealed Throne, which is a card that got changed on the Regent, so it no longer is spawning in your opening hand and instead costs 0 instead. So it's a little bit easier to play, but does cause you to get to it, so you don't get it immediately. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, it looks like BoxBox's team is also doing quite well at defeating this boss. The Kin is honestly, I didn't expect that the Kin would kill anybody. I did not expect that anybody would die to this character. They're relatively easy in Ascension or in a multiplayer. But I think what it is that they're a big time sink. They take a minute to kill. Just the fact that it's a 3 enemy fight and the main guy has almost 1,000 HP. This early in the game, that's a lot to dig through. I mean, we saw...
Okay, what would you pick here? Snap Decision. You have Oblivion, which
I don't know what he's doing.
A Doom thing that you probably don't want.
Taking Undead.
Gives you immediate block.
I'm taking Undead, and I'm taking it for one reason, because he has the Tuning Fork. The Tuning Fork is every 10 skills that you play, you gain extra block on that 10th skill. So being able to just spam skills, and there's the Snecko Eye, but he's not going to take it because he just took a really good 0-cost card.
Yes, of course.
There's no way he clicks on that here. If he clicks on it, I'll add him to the list of people I would like to kiss on the mouth.
I think Empty Cage here is so risky because it's true, removing 2 starter cards is wonderful, but let's have a moment to realize that you're going to be left with a deck with 99 copies of a blocking card, 0 cost.
But it does allow him to play those cards more often, right? And he does end up taking it. And I think it's not necessarily the incorrect decision, because I think that it's not terrible to just be able to play a bunch of those and just survive while the rest of your team is doing something, right? Like, you're not required to necessarily be the carry on your team, and you can just be somebody that just sits.
It seems Rue took the Astrolabe, which I think is maybe your favorite of the ones we've seen so far.
I mean, Bing Bong is a chat favorite.
Eye.
Yeah, Snecko Eye, Bing Bong, those are my favorites probably. But Astrolabe was really consistent in Slay the Spire 1. I haven't taken it nearly as much in STS 2. But I guess that just comes down to the card quality. We are seeing that the Goon Platoon is already like halfway through, if not more, of Act 2.
Wow.
They are soaring right here with the cutest little chibi avatars.
With their characters.
Drawn.
But they have...
I was going to say drawn by Jokat, by the way. Those characters at the bottom, they're just Jokat Jerome. He's really good at drawing.
That's so cute.
He's so cute.
We love it. I was going to say, they did have a bit of a pained expression. Are they in any sort of trouble here?
Some of them are getting a little bit low. Paparazzo might go down here. It'd be really embarrassing if a coach died. We would definitely have to type Ohm, coach down, Ohm. Wait, we should have made it a rule that if the coaches ever die, it's -6 points. Thoughts?
Well, luckily, it's not going to matter for a while. They are fine, and with a little resting side ahead.
Yeah. Halfway through Act 2 already, they're clearly in the lead here. And, I mean, the only team that can maybe finish faster is potentially the Smash Bros, just because they did start late. But, yeah, they're easily just going to soar on through the rest of this act, probably. We'll have to check in on them in a minute. But yeah, nobody's really even close to where they are. A couple of other people in Act 2, but most of them, you see them fighting those early enemies. Those first 2 combats that you're going to find in Act 2 are going to be the basic enemies. It's going to be your 2 little bull bugs. It's going to be the guy that tries to steal a card from you. And then you still see Jackie's team that started on time, and they're just starting that Kin boss. And the Smash Bros is also at the Kin boss, and they started like 5 minutes behind. So yeah, I think definitely a little bit of a speed difference. I think the Smash Bros, they figured out this co-op pace. If they had prep, they'd be like Batman, unbeatable. But they did not
I do
prepare
think
at all,
the
and yet they're
time
still
lost
owning.
on some of these early fights, if it results in better saving of potions, carefully picking card awards. We have seen a few instances so far of some cards that were really good that were skipped, or some really bad choices that were picked. So make a slight better choice now, and then avoid being in the final boss, being hit for 50, and then struggling to find who has one block to give you. Oh, and we have a bit of Prism action going on. I would love to highlight Jokat's POV right now if the production can give us a chance to do
We
that.
got that new elite that might deal a little bit of damage. Luckily, they are 3 ironclads, so the amount of skills they're playing is probably less than most. But hopefully, we can see a little bit of damage. If anything's going to take out Paparazzo or even Jokat, could potentially be this. But nope, they are dealing 222 vulnerable. They have not only 3 ironclads, they have a replay on a Molten Fist. So they are...
Oh, that's disgusting.
Yeah,
So it quadruples.
Yeah, they are quadrupling the vulnerable at a moment's notice. There is still a chance that maybe the next fight takes them down a peg, but they got the hemorrhoid pillow. They're doing okay.
Did you notice that 3 of them simultaneously upgraded their Jade Sword?
And now they all
starting
have
with
their
even
sword
more
upgraded.
strength.
It's even better. But here is the big one. Let's stay on their camera for a minute because they are about to fight another elite where all of them except one are around a 3rd HP. So if there's ever a time for a death, that might not even be a bad death with how far ahead they are, it's now. The attack-focused guys all against the as Scootish calls him, the pedophile B guy. Scootish believes this guy's a pedophile. Haven't heard yes or no.
We're gonna have to add some legal disclaimers to the bottom of the stream, added in post.
Yeah.
But yes, the Entomancer is a
perverts,
nasty enemy. Multi-hits result in your deck being full of really nasty status cards. Luckily, this is the sort of build that really shouldn't care about it. We are already seeing possibly, 150 or so vulnerable? If it's doubled?
There it is. There it is. Goes boom, goes boom, goes boom.
The damage is significant here.
Wait,
though.
he didn't play his defend. You got 1 energy, Jokat. Jokat, play the card. We all have to type -5 if he doesn't play the damn card. Figured it out. Never mind.
There
He's
it is.
goated.
Listen.
And he even had a friend helping him out for the block, so he didn't even need it.
Power of friendship right there. Okay, this was a regrettable hand to draw.
Yeah, I mean, do you even play the attacks? It doesn't matter. They're all dead. Yeah, they're not going down. They're too powerful at this point. They are way too strong. They are probably going home with 1st place in this round, but is it enough with them being in 4th place at the start in order to get this? What?
We just saw Ludwig take the Runic Pyramid, which I think is really interesting. It's strong.
Ballsy for I don't want to say I don't want to listen. What I'm going to say something and it's going to sound bad. Ballsy for a player of his skill.
His skill being immaculate and perfect is what you're going to follow up saying.
Being
I can defy. I'll lower attack. I'll piercing well.
Fucking bad.
Okay, listen, let's not look at it from a point of skill. That's quite mean. Let's just look at it from a point of experience, right? Some of these streamers, they have other... Okay, I'm really trying to soften the blow here, all right? But let's just forget about the person and talk about the strategy. The Runic Pyramid makes your entire hand not go away. And as you can see right now, we have about 69 billion starter cards that are all pretty mediocre, and they're just not going away. And our player here is forced to play them, and it is such an awkward thing. It is difficult to deal with.
Scadios. We've got a death coming up. W Production for getting us over here.
No!
They hit him with a blood potion, though, off the top rope. Wow, they waited for us to get here so that we could see this live. Huge blood potion angle. And even see who that was tossed from. I mean, we actually know who it was tossed from because it was tossed from the other Ironclad. It's the only person that could find that potion. So W Bookshelf for keeping his little peasant teammate alive, and his peasant teammate also has Mayhem that auto played a bloodletting to hurt him at the beginning of the turn. So maybe not the best of ideas, but
Unfortunately, Dominate could have been used on an enemy with Vulnerable, but the opportunity was lost there. And now we have to play Hemokinesis, which does damage you a little bit of an uncomfortable range. Remember, with this character, you do heal 6 every fight.
Immediately. Wait, we've seen this act before. That's the Prism. Wait, no, or that might be the worm. I don't remember which elite the goon platoon saw first. It might have been the worm.
Exact path,
Either way, it's a lot of damage incoming, and I don't know if they're going to be able to make it out alive. It's looking a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's looking like it might just work. I don't know if the order there was good.
No, he's got it. He's got it.
Oh.
Yeah. He's got it. Not going down right now. That's the issue with taking. He has Pandora's Box. In Pandora's Box, it transforms all your strikes into defense, which usually is a net benefit in the long term. But in the short term,
it can give you a very convoluted deck, right?
There's growing pains with that deck, I call it, where it's like at the beginning, you We switched over here because once again, Nandre is about to die. We do know that there's probably going to be a rest right after this, and he has the Toxic Egg, which means that for the future.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. It looked like he wasn't even wearing pants. It looked like he wasn't wearing pants. He keeps glancing up, waiting to see himself. You can see a man so infatuated with himself. Nandre, notably, the only other person in the world that is sponsored by Kettlehead Popcorn.
Oh, that's wonderful.
You can use code FROST for 15%
is it fair
off.
to call them a small business because they are
4 people? 4 people. They have 4 people that they employ. It's a really small company here out of Denver. Yeah. I just walked into their offices one day and asked if they wanted to work together. And then Nandre found me at TwitchCon, ate some of my popcorn, and said, "That's really good. Can you get me a code?"
Damn. I hope I can bother them for, if they have some spare that didn't fix into one of those boxes. I hope I can get my hands on some. It looks really yummy.
Yeah, I mean, okay, everybody seems to be in an elite fight right now. Is anybody about to fall, or is everybody kind of doing okay? We've got a couple of low teammates, Dreads, Nandre.
I have a high-level question for you.
Hit me.
Could you explain why the big cat's worms are not moving?
That is because their team is using Phobia mode. It is a mode that you can turn on if you've got like the heebie-jeebies towards any sort of creepy crawlies or things. There's a couple of other enemies in the game that just they just get nerfed visually in case you have an issue, which based out of Mega Crit, they've been adding more and more enemies every single act to that people are saying that they, people were upset with the cards from the frog parasite in Act 1 and then this guy and the terror eel, just some, hey, it's tough to look at.
We were originally gonna make Frost Prime eat a spider live on stream, but we did reconsider after learning that some players have such an accessibility issue. Mega Crit, that's honestly an amazing feature. And I know a lot of people are grateful for that.
I am going to be going to the Tarantula
I wasn't sure
migration
you knew the answer to that question. I didn't know it myself. You are such a fountain of knowledge.
Yeah, I'm going to the Tarantula migration later this year. It's every year, all of the male tarantulas, they migrate from western Colorado to Kansas to go fuck. And you just can go down and find them on the road. And you pick them up and help them cross the road so they don't get run over. It's really fun. You camp out and they crawl over your tent.
You are a spider pimp in your free time?
Yeah.
That's great. Put it on your resume. And guys, if you're looking for a hobby,
when streaming doesn't work out,
more suggestions coming up in this tournament.
Yeah.
I didn't think we were talking about spiders screwing each other, but here we are. All right, honestly, it's great to see that most teams, despite having a bit of a death here and there, like we see on Platypus side, are, for the most part, going pretty strong. I did expect this round to be
doing
harder.
him dirty by zooming in on the death. But he's now revived at 1 HP, healed to 7, and he gets the egg that now benefits him to stay low HP. He now gains strength if he remains under half HP, which probably even after a rest, he's still going to be below half HP.
Yeah.
Oh, and he gets a little pity dono from his chat. You see the alert coming across the screen.
Yeah.
Somebody hits him with...
I mean, one of these cards gives HP every time you go to a question room. They should probably give it to him. I'm a bit...
Yeah.
Is that what they do? They don't. They don't give a F about him. They just trust that he's going to be made of steel. Honestly, valid.
Yeah,
honestly,
dude,
valid,
sometimes your weak link isn't
invincible.
Your weak link isn't worth repairing. Sometimes, sometimes it's you got to let them get a couple of scratches on them and find their own dirt to rub in it. You can't rub it for them.
Yeah.
And we do have a team about to enter into a boss.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think we're banking on the fact that these folks are not going to rewatch the tournament since they played in it, and we can get away with a lot. And could you tell us about this second act boss that we have not seen before? He's a sandworm, right?
We've got the feeky little worm that starting on turn 2 beckons you into his hole. And you can see the phobia mode here. You can see the phobia mode here. Makes him not look quite as menacing. I actually have never seen the phobia mode for this. It
He
just
looks like
like
he's just a megaphone there.
he looks like a toilet. Like I'm gonna poop into him. That's actually hilarious.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Jokehead's team is at the Act 3 boss, and this is because I didn't tell you guys what happens on this seed. I didn't tell you what happens on this seed, but I'm pretty sure if everything went correctly, you can get up to 3 fur coats. If we can switch between the other people's profile and see what their relics are, right in that slot that he has, yeah, you can see one fur coat on Bree's team. You can see another fur coat, potentially if we can go over to the other perspectives. That was the boon about this seed, is that you can find 3 fur coats. They didn't take one, so maybe they only took 2. Squid not feeling comfortable enough to take it, or maybe because the way the multiplayer works.
They've only taken 1, if anything. I'm looking at it right now, and it... Oh, wait.
They may have just taken 1 and gotten lucky, because 1 might be enough. But when we tried the seed off stream and we were glitching our way through the run in order to find fun things about different seeds, I think we could take 2 or 3 of them. Maybe when you actually play through the run, things get changed in the RNG. But still, fur coats are online. That relic is a boss relic. And what it does is it makes your next 3, or excuse me, it marks 7 combats on your map that can be normal fights or elites, non-bosses, and it marks them as 1 HP. So you know that it's free. And if you take it, it's obviously good because it can make you go faster. But the reason why it might not be good is because you don't get a boss reward. So you are then weaker going into the bosses. And that's what I was wanting to test, is if people are offered multiple of them, do they take multiple of them to go faster while negating having multiple boss rewards on your character? Does that make sense? So then you're weaker going into the final boss.
They're basically giving up some amazing other possible relics. I'm looking at some of them right now to have a refresher. There's Diamond Diadem, which can cut damage in half. There's the Brilliant Scarf, which we did see one person pick, which lets them play their 5th card for free. And I'm not going to lie, that little lamp, I'm not familiar with it. I think it might have been introduced in this patch. Could you remind me what that red lamp does?
The glass ball.
Oh, please, yeah.
Is that the orb?
No, it's not the orb. It's on another player. I think we have Switch right now. It might have been on Squid. I think that one might have been introduced this patch.
You're good. We'll figure it out. Jokat does have the delicate frond, which is incredible. He gets to basically get 4 potions every single combat, and he just gets to figure it out and get the best ones by the time he gets to these final bosses. So it's kind of like an uber boon, and kind of counters the fur coat of not being able to maybe get a boss reward. He can kind of use all of these combats to work up to having the perfect potion combination for getting into this boss. And I mean, the gigantfication, if he's going to be scaling up massively on this triple ironclad, is incredible. These guys are going to get so many points from this round. I am excited to see where they shoot. They're still technically on the leaderboard, not in first place, but you get a lot of points just for winning the run, and they're definitely going to be doing it in first place. I mean, look at the damage. This is only phase 2, so it's not the most amount of health, but I mean, like, they have an insane amount of strength. This is boss 2.
They didn't even need to use their demon form, and even though they have impervious, they haven't needed it either. They are like so fine. By the way, the chat is correcting me. It's letting me know that it's the Unsettling Lamp, which doubles the amount of debuffs that you first apply, which is awesome. It's incredible. It just basically makes the whole strategy that these folks are going for, which is double the vulnerable and give it to the next boss. Double the vulnerable, give it to the next boss. It's basically just speeding it up another round.
Exactly. Yeah. It's they are going at the speed of Red Bull in this round. I mean, 36 minutes to get to this boss in a random round is pretty incredible. I mean, we had a 32-minute finish last time, so they're still not faster than what could be, but for random, I mean, that's just absolutely incredible. I mean, the dichotomy between this and every other team is everybody else is just finishing Act 2, and they are not getting through the finish line. They knocked down the entire thing. There might not be a finish line for anybody left.
we might want to have a look at Box's POV.
Yeah,
they
look at all the fur
just
coats.
picked the glitter, which makes all rewards from now on be cards that automatically replay once.
Yeah.
And
now
look at that. That's the 1 HP.
They go to the free combats, and they just basically get to now just come in and be basically whoever took the fur coat is saying, I'm willing to take the L here. Box is willing to take the glitter, which allows him to scale and become super powerful by the time that they get to the boss. Have an easy act, because usually taking the glitter, you're also not getting a boss reward at the start, right? You are not getting the boss reward because you have to wait until after a combat that gives you a card that you want to take. So he now gets to spend this act in basically super happy fun Candyland La La Land.
Do we see any card here that is worth the replay?
No,
because
not
frankly,
really.
we did see some cards that none of them were powers, none of them were incredible scaling opportunities. And yeah, once again, congrats to Goon team. They just knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, I mean, soaring through the finish line, smiles across. Billy is looking ecstatic. They are just absolutely killing it here. And you can see that even the Smash Bros, I know that they are technically behind and have a little bit more time because they had to take an emergency doo-doo diarrhea, but they're still only halfway through Act 2, and they're
not doing bad.
Yeah, they're not doing terribly, but
they were number 3 on the leaderboard.
Yeah, just compared to everybody else, I mean, they are really going to have to do a lot in order to speed things up here. There's so many other teams that are doing a lot more. Still a couple of teams that are lagging and just now getting, it looks like Opum's team is just now getting into the Act 2 boss, or excuse me, just finishing the Act 2 boss. So I'm excited. I would like to see how many fur coats, if we could get their team up in maybe a 4-box and see how many fur coats they're offered and how many they take. Just because I would love to be able to... Again, see also if my seed actually worked, because we don't know a lot of things about multiplayer and how multiplayer seeds work yet. But it's going to be interesting to know. I mean, now honestly, being Team Goon Squad now, are you just kind of bored, just kind of like sitting there, you know? Just kind of.
I'm interested in looking at Ascension 11, aka Jackie's team as well. They were against the Mechanite, a particularly hard-hitting elite in the 3rd act. And he does hit really hard. But yeah, let's see it. They are not offered.
Yeah, I believe, they're not offered. I believe Opum didn't have it offered either. So they do get the...
No fur.
No fur. So it is only one. It is only one fur coat, and it's Scootish that has it. So they're definitely going to make him take it.
Worth going to the left side. You do get a free elite on the left side. We see it right up there. You see that little X. That means that fight is basically a free reward. But seems like it's worth going.
Yeah, and it seems like it's really good. And they're even marking multiple paths if they want to go just a little bit faster. Yeah. And now Squid Inky Dink is the caster of the tournament, giving us all of the commentary. Will Mouth pick his nose again? No, he's probably focused on what's going on in front of him. The Elephant Sanctuary looking like they're in a little bit better of a spot this time around. They do...
Their elephant looks happier. Hey, that's a little bit of progress.
Yeah, they're looking a little bit better. Yeah, they're not doing quite terribly. Jackie's team is now into the final bosses though, and they're making really good time. I remember that they did have a crash, so they were like a little bit far behind at one point. But it seems like once they got their car started again, they hit the pedal to the metal and they have found their way into what could be potentially the 2nd placed finish slot.
We also noticed that in his lineup of relics, we have the Mummified Hand. And correct me if I'm wrong, but now if you do a power, it can make a card free, including the cost associated to the stars, right? So you could make a big star card free to play.
I'm actually not sure if it works like that, but chat will know because I just haven't been offered it enough times. So chat will definitely be one to help us out. I did see, though, that Multibrad did take the Snecko. I like to think that he did that for me. I like to think that he respected me. And it seems like, that I would like to shout out one more time the Ham.
277 damage. Bully coming in. This is a card that scales off the amount of vulnerable. And as you can see, there's a considerable amount, 70.
I would like to once again shout out the Ham, though. He was... the viewer of mine that coaxed their way into this tournament, and he is doing absolutely great, which just means that Frost Prime viewers are the greatest Slay the Spire players of all time. It's just factual, man. It's just goddamn factual.
He does look like a very seasoned streamer, even though you told us that he's not like a content creator or anything.
No, he is a content creator. So the way that we met was he came into my chat and he was like, "Hey, would you ever do co-op with viewers?" And I was like, "Well, I don't really want to ask you guys to be a content creator for like an hour and a half, right? Like that's a lot to ask for like a viewer to just be a content creator." And he said, "Oh, I am a content creator," and I was like, "Oh, caught." Okay, you want to join my tournament then? Like, I was just like, ah, fuck. My one counter was immediately countered again.
They got kidnapped.
Yeah.
Will they see their family if they make it last place? Or
so, yeah, I thought I respected the mental jujitsu, and I was like, hey, listen, I don't know you, so I don't know if I want to do some co-op content with you, but join this tournament and fucking perform so you get more of an audience in front of you. And
so this is one of 10 tasks that he has to pass before
and
he gets
I've watched
to play
his stream since. He seems fucking cool as shit. He seems like a dope ass guy. Just another.
Oh my god, it might be hammer. It might be hammer time, Frost. It might be hammer
time. Making everybody forge when you forge. Sometimes it can be the greatest card in the game. Sometimes it just makes the stream lag for a minute because 4 people have to generate a sword all at once. Yeah. It does look like they're not going to struggle to get through this boss though, unless. I mean, they are taking a little bit of damage here. Jackie's showing that he can deal a little bit of damage. Excuse me. This is that big turn.
What is their recourse? Can they finish it off? If not, they're taking a big chunk and no defense on Jackie.
Yeah, but it is at least the final boss. So if they do have a character death here, it's not the worst. It is pretty risky as well because every time that you play a card here, they are gaining a bunch of strength, and that's why they're doing so much.
42 strength right now, by the way.
This isn't even the turn that this guy has vulnerable on you. Next turn is usually the big hit. And in single player, it's usually 40 plus damage on turn 3. But you can see in multiplayer how fast this boss scales. And they find the kill, though. They find the kill.
Nice.
So they take no damage. They're probably now just going to waltz through the rest of this fight. That is not going to be all that bad. Yeah, the Fiki boss is not going to be Fiki all that much longer. Damn, that scythe is hitting for 97. Not the greatest, but not the worst. I mean, it's just not like a insanely scaling card for multiplayer, but
if we had maybe a flank in here or something, yeah. Scythe, honestly,
that was a something. He just did 300 damage twice.
How?
Not a goddamn clue, but I'm impressed. Again, Frost Prime viewers, by the way.
Damn, they are just built different.
I believe it was probably knockdown. Yeah, you can see the debuff on the enemy there. The knockdown was played by somebody else and allowed them to do triple damage, I believe. So, yeah.
You did mention you were quite skeptical of
I was skeptical
Doom
of that card
cards.
because it just seemed like it is a more expensive version of flanking. But again, if maybe you could take with Snecko Eye, right? You can make it work in another way.
Do you think Doom is going to take
is Ludwig about to take a grand finale? He's clicking on it. Oh my god, is Ludwig about to take a grand finale? Oh my fucking god.
Please,
There's no fucking way. Holy fucking shit. There's no fucking way.
Tracking. It's an insta-click on tracking, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely. There's
Even
no
with
way.
just what?
He sees 60 damage. He's blind. He's blind to the 60.
No, don't do it, Lud. Somebody subscribe. He skipped it.
Oh my gosh.
He knows something we don't. He's seen 20 moves ahead.
Oh
the fur coat here is an amazing pick.
Crazy,
he does have 4 slots. He does have a belt slot, which is awesome to have with Delicate Front. So it could consider that, but I don't think newer players love the idea of using potions. I think that using potions at the right time is very difficult. Whoa!
Yeah, it looks like they got multiple people that got the fur coat here, by the way. It seems like it might be dependent on the characters that you have. You can see that maybe they just have a bit of a free act here to roll through. Again, multiplayer seeds work in weird ways.
Wait, do they have to take a single regular fight?
No.
They don't have to take a single regular fight!
So this is how multiplayer seeds work for anybody that doesn't know. It's depending on your characters, in which slots your characters are in. It's kind of like controller ports on the GameCube.
Oh my god.
Like it's different things happen for different people. So we didn't know how co-op seeds worked going into this, and now we know. Fucked up shit can happen is the answer to that. Fucked up shit. It's kind of embarrassing, though, that they might even get this free act and not even be the third or fourth team to finish.
Okay, listen. Yeah. Compare this to the Bomb Squad, okay? Even though they look like they're at the same pace, you need to remember that these Smash Bros started about 5, maybe 7 minutes late.
Yeah.
They are actually so far ahead, and they're not far behind the strongest team that finished within 30-something, right?
Yeah. They could have a really good finish
this.
here. Yeah. They could, definitely. I know, I'd be interested to know what Jackie's finishing time was, because, again, they did have a crash that may have, I don't know if production's having to go back and look at how long that crash might have added some time, because if they had played, 3/4 of the way through a boss fight, and then their game crashed. I don't know how the in-game timer works with Slay the Spire.
Yeah.
If you start over a fight, does it take your time, your in-game clock, back to the beginning of that fight? So I don't want them to be penalized for that. And if that is the difference maker of whether or not they're in third or second, that's just something that I would want to clarify.
We're seeing a beautiful performance from Box's team, by the way. We've seen them reduce the damage of the test subject to 0. Once again, they do it. And they've also done a great job with their other cards as well.
All right, we should be good.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to not have any issues with this final boss. I think that's like the name of the game with these teams in this round is they had to play a little bit slower, but that just allows them to make less mistakes. So you're obviously seeing less death in this round, just because last round, although people got their comfort picks, although they got to play a character that might have been stronger, they got a little bit of cocky, and you could see how multiple teams died because of that. Versus now, it's like, it's now they have to lock in, and they have to make sure that they play correctly, but they play quite a bit slower. Yeah.
Oh my God, what is happening?
What is happening?
There's just an it's an earthquake. It's an earthquake. The boss is just dying to an earthquake. Oh my God, and that's phase 3.
Oh my God. GG.
Goodness gracious. And
service.
Doom takes it. That's insane. They actually managed to optimize the turn where the monster was intangible to apply Doom, which still can apply fully through it. And that saved them maybe half a turn. That wasn't bad at all. Really, really good performance. We'll have to look at their timer as well.
Yeah, it looks like BoxBox doesn't have the timer up on screen, which is fine. You're not necessarily required to have it, but 49 minutes. Not a bad time. Probably definitely going to be in the top 5, I believe. Yeah, for sure. Maybe top 3.
Yeah.
Jumping back over to the big cats. Looking like they could potentially have a death here. Raffle is quite low. And don't forget, this isn't the Ironclad. You don't heal after this combat. So he could definitely, unless he has Pantographs, which I didn't look at his relic bar, he could be going down. Same thing with Rare in here. They could be looking at 2 deaths here, and they still have 1 more boss to go.
Yeah, we have not applied. We do have a significant amount of Doom, which is only coming from 1 player, presumably, which is crazy that we've done 300. But some of this damage is going to be so hard to mitigate. The Queen does really nasty multi-hit attacks, right?
I didn't notice it, but Ludwig picked up not only that fur coat, but just before going to that boss, he picked up the tent, which allows him to do every option at a campfire, which is particularly OP in multiplayer because it allows you to not only upgrade and heal, but also mend a teammate. So you have another teammate that never has to press rest, which obviously in the 1 HP act turns out to not be good. But they didn't know that going in, and he played the best that he could, But in hindsight.
This is also the second time where he gets the pillow, which also guarantees that you're always going to heal pretty much to full. So they're going to have a very comfortable path to the boss. But now that they reach it, they need to make the right decisions. Did they pick the right cards? Are they going to choke in the face of these 2 bosses?
Choke in their face or choke on their face? Which one is it going to be?
I don't know, but even though we said the Queen is possibly the easiest of the 3 fights, she also does place a significant restriction on your card usage.
I'm looking up in the top left-hand corner. It looks like they're about to end the turn, and Raffle's going to go down. So they might get a -5 here on the side of the big cats. They did. Nope, never mind. He rolled in and found some block. Particle walling up says, "Fuck you. I will take my block now, kind sir."
Particle Wall is such a unique card.
Yeah, Particle Wall, the regen card that costs a bit of stars, but doesn't move out of your hand after you play it. So definitely the savior there. Definitely the savior. But they have 1 more fight. They've got 1 more fight. They're bleeding 10 HP on one character, like 25 on another. And this is one of the most damaging early fights in all of Act 3 bosses.
Do you notice that he has the Relic Bam Brace, which doubles the first defensive card, and that made his 10 block into 20 block, which is actually saving his life. But because he used a skill and other people are using skills, now it's a stronger test subject, which is hitting for 25, and one more skill or two, and he just dies this turn. They have to be really, really careful here.
Yeah, he's literally probably yelling at his team, please stop playing skills, please stop playing skills, please stop playing skills. Oh my god, the weakening comes down, which does reduce that damage by quite a bit. But
yeah, we also had the Diadem play. This is a relic that is currently flashing on screen. You can see it right there in the middle. If you don't play too many cards, the damage from the boss gets, or from an enemy, gets half. And that is such a boon right now because, frankly, we just cannot block enough.
I've never seen anybody use that relic well, but he is. So yeah, if he plays 2 or less cards, he gets half the damage thrown at him, which is going to be perfect block now with the reflect. But not quite, because of the added damage. And next turn, they're going to be debuffed, vulnerable in taking probably upwards of 90 damage. So it's now or never to deal 500 damage odds.
What is he thinking about? He could do an attack here, and he would make his Regen Blade a little stronger. Well,
no, he's got to stay under 2. He's got to stay under 2 attacks so that because the damage will half at the end of his turn, right? Because of the
right, he's already at the limit. Diadem is 2?
Yeah, it's 2 cards.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it is quite literally 2 cards. Yeah, it is why most people don't take it. Yeah, his damage is going to get cut.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, but it looks like Raren is quite
somebody used a few skills.
Somebody used too many skills. Merle got a little bit selfish. This is the team that, if there's ever going to be a team that rages at each other, it's this one.
We can see them lean back on their chairs.
Are they done? Are they gonna take the mulligan here? Are they trying to find a way? Because again, it is worth it to just limp over the finish line, even with 0. If you have 3 people die, I believe it works out to -5 points. But if you were to finish in a good spot, you could still get a bunch of points off of the finishing points, right? So it still could be worth it to finish with literally just one person limping over the finish line by themselves. But I don't think that they can, is the problem. I really don't think that they have the capabilities of doing it. Looking at the other teams handling the bosses, they're obviously doing it a lot better. You see Ludwig's team not taking a lot of damage, Comet Bagel's team not taking a lot of damage, but they're just not quite as fast. They're Comet Bagel's team is up towards an hour, and you have to remember that the Smash Bros had doo-doo diarrhea problems, so they started a little bit late, and we go off of the players' in-game timers. So they're you can see Ludwig's speedrun clock and now Crimson Blur's clock at the top. They're at about 49 minutes. They're about 6 minutes ahead.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, so it does look like if they can make a good time, they probably can finish before Opum's team. So it's not quite bad here. I believe if I'm listening to the comms right, Raffles' team is questioning whether or not they should die and try to go farm some elites. Which they are more than welcome to try, or they're welcome to just sit there. I don't know what the right call is, but that's up for them to decide amongst themselves as we're coming up to the end. Yeah, they literally 2 people just died right there. And the hand that they drew against 105 incoming, and you draw a bolus. You draw a little tiny bola, man. That ain't gonna do shit.
I mean, okay. Let's do a post-mortem of what just happened. We know for a fact that the region is a very turn order dependent character.
That's Scootish's team finding the victory. They've now finished and solidified their slot. So now their team is done. But is Raffles' team, the Raren's team, gonna be deciding to start over again? They can do it. They can play with new characters. They can reroll if they haven't already. God, Crimson Blur looks like. Can you tell that he didn't get any sleep? That he was up for 11 hours playing throughout the night, and then quite literally fell asleep on his microphone 1 hour before the tournament started.
As a kiwi that I just plucked from its tree. Do kiwis grow on trees? I don't know. But no, I could not tell. He looks beautiful.
Actually, it's a really good looking guy. He
tell
actually
a
is
streamer
really
that they
fucking
look
good
tired.
Just because he's not wearing
It is.
makeup. He's not wearing makeup today.
Well, you would think he is because he's looking so good.
And if
right?
anybody was going to look tired, it stands. He just had a kid, but he's looking glowing
Lord.
today. He's looking absolutely good. Looks like he's got a fresh haircut. That sure is looking good on him.
Yeah, this group is definitely faring a little bit better. Are we still in the Gremlin not first phase?
This is
No,
the
we see
second
two
phase. You can
heads,
tell by
right?
the
This
amount
is
of
the
heads.
second
Yeah,
phase.
yeah. You can tell by the amount of heads on him.
The gimmick of this one, by the way, we rarely talk about because I think it's the least threatening, right, of the three. This one makes it so that anytime you take unblocked damage, you will have a wound. And thank you so much for the demonstration, which is a permanent status effect that's going to stay on your deck.
And
Luckily,
they do scale in terms of every turn they do one more hit. So they deal times 4 or times 3 times 4 times 5, and they slowly just deal. Yeah, they deal more. Yeah, it's a very much a race against the clock against that guy. The first two phases are very much a race against the clock. And then it's like, hey, can you race against the clock while also setting up all of your stuff? It's like it's a very difficult scaling, and so both of the first phases scale very, very quickly, and then that last phase.
I hate to laugh at this, but now we see the absolute glory that is the pyramid on Ludwig's side of the board. He has so many starter cards that he cannot get rid of.
And that, I
He's
think, is a
got
coaching
5
difference,
strikes.
right? His coach, who hasn't spent a lot of time playing with him, told him to take Runic Pyramid, which by far is the best relic in the game. It is. Like, being able to retain your hand just makes you OP. You're drawing 5 to 7 cards a turn, and you can retain your hand. It's broken. But if you don't know how to
It just
pilot
compounds bad mistakes and bad decisions in your deck building, right?
Exactly. And if you're not quite as strong on those other things, yeah, it does hurt you in just that small bit. But I don't think it's going to matter here. I think there maybe stands could fall here. He's looking a little bit low, but as long as he can survive this turn, next turn isn't anything. And it looks like, dude, Nick, aka Falco, is quite strong at this game. And it looks like he's putting the team on his back here by doing a copious amount of damage.
Okay, you really have to sit back and just wonder at the massive difference between having one single ironclad and 3 of them. Like, I don't know where exactly on the graph you start to become stupid, but I guess having 3 ironclads kind of guarantees that at least one of them is going to get the stupid scaling card, right?
And I think with those 4 ironclads, we didn't get to see their Act 3 map, but I think they may have also gotten the Giga 3 fur coats just because of how fast they got to that Act 4 boss.
They blitzed through
or Act 3
it,
boss,
so
excuse
maybe.
me. Yeah, chat was literally just like spamming all of a sudden. Oh my god, they got to the boss! You know, like it was out of nowhere.
By the way, we have 1,000, an absolute staggering 1,000 amount of
That's the double necro binders for you. And look, that's a 54-minute finish time. That is ahead of Opim's team, even though they finished slower in real time. They finished faster in terms of they started the run at a later time. Also, shout out Rivals of Ether 2 that's on Ludwig's screen. I love that game. I be playing that game all the time. Hello, Ludwig. Hi, Ludwig. Hi, Ludwig. Hi. Yeah, I mean, having 2 necrobinders on your team is really, really strong for sure. And then our potentially, I don't know how many teams we have left, but Bomb Squad still at least surviving and getting through these bosses. They did not wipe. They are doing A-okay here for now. I mean, they are taking quite a bit of damage. We can see how this works out. Wavy is, I don't know if I've ever seen him look this serious.
What's
up?
Am I mistaken in thinking that flanking can be saved somehow? Do we have some form of retaining it?
I don't know. Again, I think I question whether or not people should be playing a bunch of cards on these turns. Obviously, if it like somehow gets you block, but like
it's just
all
a
of
waste
these
of time,
attacks,
right?
all these attacks that people are spamming could be a waste of time. They've got 14 minutes left, which isn't bad, but you know, it's just like
there are a few cards and a few relics that do benefit from playing something else. Like for example, the pen nib, which we've talked about before, but maybe we haven't quite delved into what it does. Every attack, you gain 1 little token, and on the 10th token, your next attack can do double. And we've seen
punch card.
Yeah, it's a big. Oh my lord! Where did that come from? I think that's Dominate.
And
right?
I read his lips. He said, "Good job, guys." He was just boom. Let's go. Let's lock in. And hey, another finisher. That is incredible. That was a good round. I mean, that was everybody adapted really well to whatever they were rolled. A couple teams tried to mulligan. I don't know if that means that they got what they wanted, but they made it through and they persevered. But now we got to see who the final two teams are. Oh, wait, I spoke too soon. The Elephant Sanctuary hasn't found the zoo that they're going to be putting the...
Oh, this is so exciting. We never had a team with two defects before.
Yeah. And if you look at their in-game clock, they are currently in the lead over Bomb Squad. They are currently doing a little bit better in terms of time, but they have an entire another boss to get through. So will they be able to do that in maybe 6-7 minutes? Who knows? Who knows? The double defect is interesting.
Do you think it was a mistake to deal with the minion here, or does this team simply not have the means to afford it?
Yeah, I think that they just don't have the means to be able to afford it. For time-wise, obviously you are playing slower, but if you don't deal with that minion, they scale up extremely fast and they start dealing like 55, 60 damage a turn. Yeah. So, who knows? Look at Raren's team. They're fucking, oh my God. They start back, and now they're just sitting back in their chair. They've said, fuck it, we ball. We knew that was going to happen. If it wasn't a Raren's Dreads Rage Quit, it's not a tournament with them in it. Oh my God. Did Dreads Rage Quit, chat? Did he just fucking throw up the towel? That's awesome. That's funny. That's very hilarious. You gotta love it. You gotta love it's honestly, it's my fault. It's currently 8 p.m. on the East Coast. It's Raren's it's Dreads' bedtime. He's about 55 years old, and he's it's understandable. I can't be.
I have a question for you, Frost. Is there any way to dodge the 99 frail, 99 weakened, 99 vulnerable that the Queen gives you?
No,
at all.
Killer.
As far as I can tell, doesn't that feel so awful?
It's why you gotta plan for it. You get an entire act to plan for it, man. I think it's a skill issue. If you see it coming and you know it's coming, you gotta deal with it. You gotta have an alternative way to block, deal damage, etc. And now we're getting into this final boss, and look at Switch's health bar. If this was Pokemon, I'd be annoyed right now because you'd be hearing the non-stop. But everybody else is looking good. So one death, not that bad. Better than what they've been having.
Can anyone draw for me right now, or should I just gamblers? Because
I can give you energy, but I
can't. Better than what they've been doing, but we'll see here. Going to use the Gambler's Potion on turn 1.
Yeah, he did ask if anyone could draw for him. You might have heard it.
Yeah.
He did not draw anything substantial. And remember, this is phase 1, where every skill makes him tougher. So far, we're dealing with a manageable 23 damage, incoming to every single one. Looking at the block, it seems like Jason's not taking damage, but their friend, the friends are taking some. It seems they're taking maybe 13 or 6 in some cases here. Can't. Is this a necessary evil?
I'm popping my third Red Bull of the day, Otts.
Oh, damn, I'm not brave enough. Even when I was invited to a Red Bull event once, I only drank 2, maybe. It's
I'm
really,
going to nurse
scary
it,
too.
but I can feel myself needing a boost for the final round here that's about to happen.
We still have not revealed what the twist of the final round is, right?
Yeah. It is going to be nuts. I think the chat is really going to like it. All I can say is
it's going to be nothing like this.
Get ready to type some quick emotes. Whatever emotes you got that look like somebody's moving quick, a peepo run, whatever that driving emote is. An ohm. Ohm also just works.
Yeah. I also want to see people in my chat taking over. I know it's late for many of our European viewers, but we do need to represent. Thank you. I like to see some of you. Show some support for these teams. They're gonna need. They're not gonna be looking at the chat. I'll tell you what. They're gonna be out of their minds.
Yeah,
and
genuinely, thank you to everybody that has showed up so far for the event. What I do plan on doing is having a feedback form for people to use. I'll probably post it on my YouTube posts, as well as I'll have it available in stream tomorrow, so that we can make this event better in the future. So I usually like to get that spiel out before the ending. I know that we have an entire round left, but you always want to give people spiels about what's next before anybody decides to leave the venue early to dodge the traffic, you know?
Okay, so we see 59 damage, still in phase 1. there's nothing that's going to save us from a massive blow here if we don't finish
Let me
off.
reiterate. Not only just phase 1, this is fucking turn 1, I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
This is fucking turn 1, man.
I think they have reduced his strength already. I don't.
Yeah, they are trying to calculate this down, getting him down to just 2 HP. And look at the lightning orbs. The lightning orbs are going to be the difference. The defect pulling his weight with those orbs.
Dude, if I was an elephant, I would be mad nervous right now. I am this close to becoming extinct forever. This is the last line of defense, and honestly, man, they are edging the edge of oblivion right now.
Yeah, no, they are playing with death here from Switch's perspective. He's a god with the sticks when it comes to everything platform fighters, but does he have what it takes? He's got a double dirge here. He can rip a double dirge in order to stay alive, but he's got to do it sooner rather than later because he is using up energy every single time he plays a card. What is he looking through his deck for? I mean, he's got his massive draw pile, but he's got his massive draw pile of 55 cards.
How has nobody applied a single stack? Oh, no!
Oh, he had the bad luck in his hand. He had the bad luck.
So
he knew he was going down. There's nothing you can
and
do.
He damages you
doesn't
through
hit
block.
Asti. Yeah, he couldn't have done anything about that. That was the end for him. That is one death for the Elephant Sanctuary.
Okay,
they are known for this now.
Could you explain exactly how we came across this bad luck?
Yeah, there's an event that allows you to double the size of your deck. You get to double every card in your deck.
Wait, I might have seen an ad for that in recent times.
You get to double the size of your deck, but it does add a singular curse. The curse doesn't double to your deck. That is bad luck, which basically is like if you have a 60-card deck, it'd be pretty bad to bad luck to draw this what used to be a little harmless little cat picture on one turn, and that would it makes you take 13 damage. It makes you take quite a bit of damage for having it in your hand at the end of your turn. So you got to exhaust it or discard it or transform it in some way. So that's the downside of doubling your deck, and that's kind of what happens, you know?
Yeah. Now, one positive thing on Jason's status right now, he has Feel No Pain, which gives him block every time he exhausts a card, and he loves Burning Pack. He has exhausted so many cards, so he's in a really good defensive spot. But looking at his strength, I don't really see how he's gonna carry the team damage-wise. In fact, he's also quite close to dying compared to his friends.
He's got the body slam though. It's not bad here.
Oh, there it is.
The main problem is he going to run out of cards in his deck, and he's not going to have anything to cycle left because he's got to go through an entire another phase. Luckily, though, if he can make it through 3 turns of the next phase, he does get 5 cheeky little burns added to his draw pile.
Oh my god, this enemy's attacking
other main problem with
times
playing
for
something like
6
this
damage.
is the reason why they're taking so long. Is playing these infinites is reliable to be able to carry your teammates, but it does make you significantly slower. You know, like you're not doing the big bonk that is just going to wipe out the entirety of the planet.
Oh, man. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this is still the first out of 2 bosses. And
no, this is their second boss. This is their second boss.
This is their second?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're good.
Okay. Because I was going to say, we might have another situation where they have to do this on the very, very, very last minute. We have 3 minutes on the clock right now for Team Elephant Sanctuary.
Yeah, 3 minutes. And I mean, I guess he does have the vicious to be able to draw, but you know, he doesn't have an infinite energy generation, and he's got to get through this turn, which he obviously can with the ornamental fan. Go next, and then just kind of put it in.
Oh, just look at his deck. He's just got 8 cards.
Yeah, he's got nothing.
My god. Wait.
He did the opposite. He didn't double the size of his deck, and this is what happens.
Yeah, no, it is about the size, actually, not just how you use it.
He went back to the doctor and said, "Doc, I want a second circumcision."
Can he, in any way, deal a big amount of damage? Are we missing out some relic interaction? I do see the tuning fork, and I see that he might be able to like deal damage if only with just a.
I think what he's wanting to do is wait for these burns to be added to his deck so that he can exhaust them with Burning Pact and be able to cycle as much as possible. So he's actually utilizing the debuff that the boss gives you, which is really smart. Again, that double defect that they rolled really honestly hurt them in this round because, they're not super good in multiplayer. They're very strong characters. It's just they don't do anything to synergize with your allies. You know?
I mean, one thing that is remarkable is that they seem to both have ended up with a ton of blocking orbs, frost ones in particular. And if we look at their health, they don't seem to be in any immediate danger of dying. But once again, that's just a time that they simply do not have. If we look at the timer again, we are 2 minutes away from having to go to the next round.
We go off their in-game timer, so they have 9 minutes.
Yeah,
really.
of course.
They've got plenty of time.
Okay.
Really,
It's a bit more than just a couple. Okay.
Yeah. That timer is just so that we know roughly how long every team has. But if there's any sort of, this is an imperfect game, so if a team has a crash or whatever, they don't get penalized.
Oh, this was so bad. He had to draw one of his cards to destroy the burns. He didn't. He used a shoulder and then drew another non-draw card.
And now it's another intangible turn. And he's got to play a lot of his cards in order to gain block. So he quite literally has to play cards here and can't just, infinitely cycle or just like end the turn and go to the next turn where it's not. He has to take the time here to play the Colossus, exhaust a bunch of cards, and then it makes him then weaker going into the next turn.
Yeah.
Because he now doesn't have as many burns to exhaust. Yeah, so he's really...
No offense to Jason, but is there any chance at all we might be able to peek behind the decks of his partners? So we see if they have something more explosive coming up. Maybe they have some sort of orb.
Can't imagine. They've got some darkness orbs, but darkness orbs don't scale quite as fast as they can in Slay the Spire 1. They're more of like a consistency thing.
How about Evoking Thunder and the card that lets you... quadratically get stronger with it? Is there any chance that card could have worked and I missed it?
Hello, Goon Platoon. Hello, Joe Cat from Goon Platoon. It's good to see you guys.
Intangible turn, I think we're
A voltaic. Thank you so much.
Beautiful art.
Chat's got my back.
Beautiful art. It doesn't matter. W Goon Platoon. Wait, are they going to... Is Jason going to go down again here? He's got some ways to get some energy. Probably not. He's got the Colossus to be able to take half damage. Yeah, he's definitely fine.
It's really pissing me off to see the intangible. Like, every time he uses...
Yep. Every time he's got a hand that you think might be good, he's he can't play it. They've got to take this so slow. I mean, getting down to the wire here is impressive how much they have resilience, because if you look at the other two players, they're both not taking damage, but they're kind of not fucking doing anything else.
No, they're being passenger princesses.
Yeah, I mean, one just played Shatter, and they just used all of their orbs, so they did just deal like half of the current HP, but half of the current HP of half the HP. Oh, that's the problem. Karis has the blanket debuff. She's gone all cozy on us.
Are we concerned that stripping all the orbs had a negative effect? No,
it was definitely the play. Yeah, the double shatter definitely ended up being it. And finally, our final team does saunter over the finish line. Saunter.
Nice job. Honestly, I think Elephant Sanctuary has been through so much grievance.
Just the fact that there's even...
respect their resolve.
Yeah. Just the fact that there's even half a smile on Karis's face right now after they wiped on the final boss with less than a quarter of its HP twice when they almost finished first. They are quite literally in last, and maybe will finish in 7th, but they could have finished in potentially 1st or 2nd if those first 2 rounds went just slightly different, which is exactly what I wanted this tournament to be. I think that so far it has been an absolute success. We have 1 round left after we go through some replays and we look at the leaderboard to see who our final 2 teams are. But that's exactly what I wanted. I wanted it to be, you want to take so much risk that you either win out or you fall at the last second potentially, and it can cost you the ability to win.
The catch-up mechanic, by the way, has been phenomenal. It really put all of these teams that had very distant scores in some cases back on the front lines, and some of the scores have actually been quite close. Yeah, every team is a small story to tell, and each of them has overcome, I don't know, something different. In Ludwig's case, it was, picking a curse yourself. That one will be hard to live down. I think some people will not shut up about it, but yeah, I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it so
what
far.
do they
It's been
call it
alright.
in chess? The scholar's mate or whatever, where you lose in 2 moves because you're too much of a rookie. It's kind of feels like you might have pulled the scholar's mate of Slay the Spire. It's didn't end up costing them. He turns out that he was so OP on that run that honestly, a monkey could have played it, but we got the next best thing, and it's Ludwig. So
I think he did amazing. He did amazing. Honestly,
genuinely,
his
for how
team
much experience he
managed
has,
to like leverage his role in each of the runs really well. In some of the cases, he was actually being one of the main damage dealers. It was really impressive.
Yeah, and yeah, he definitely rose to the occasion, and it proves that he is a good gamer at many different games. And I mean, shout out to him, shout out to Scootish, shout out to Squidinky Dink, some of the other less experienced players that were. I know Squid was grinding the hell out of Slay the Spire all in the last 2 weeks, knowing that she was going to be in this tournament, and the fact that none of the players that came in that before the tournament were all at Ascension 0, essentially. The fact that none of them were the reason that their team might have not scored as many points, I just think, one, shows how good they are at video games. 2, shows how good their coaches are. Yeah, it's congratulations to everybody that participated. I really do appreciate all the teams that participated up to this point. But yeah,
but we're going to be saying goodbye to 6 of them.
Yeah, we are going to be saying goodbye to 6 of them. But
Forever.
till then, let's see if we got a Red Bull replay to look at potentially. I'd love to know what we're looking at, what the best moments are that maybe we missed.
Can someone in Jason's chat whip up a simulation for us?
He got a lot of
big.
So close.
Who needs block?
I could use a little. Oh, or squid. Well,
On the squid, yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, what if Regent ends up with the bully for some reason? It would be just as good. Like, if anyone gets the bully, it's good.
Oh, I don't even know what I'm doing at this point. Okay.
Please. Did I dominate too early for minutes? Be able to kill him next turn if they even live.
or this turn.
Nice. Okay.
Right, just attacking and go. We're done. Lovely, and the rest of us will finish up.
Comment.
Nice, good job.
7 stars.
It's really good.
I might even just do it, you know.
Oh,
If
okay,
you've
I got
done it.
glimpse. I got glimpse. The 3 souls
Oh,
strategy.
nice. All allies get souls. Very nice.
Yep.
Okay, good fight.
Is he dead?
Is he dead?
It's dead very soon. This guy's dealing
Is
a
that
heritage. Could be dead here. I'm playing a bludgeon, I think, for my
Oh.
stampede as well. Okay.
Oh,
just-
okay.
We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good.
After Image upgraded our burst. Burst is pretty good, but upgraded after. What do you think, Coach?
Oh, is that?
You ready?
Yeah, I
No,
got
it's
the
all
I got the Vuln then. I got 28 strength on turn 1. That's very good.
Okay, hold up. I've got some phone.
At turn 2, I got like a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, the double Molten Fist hasn't even been drawn, right?
No, not yet. There goes one Molten Fist, though.
Molten Fist coming on.
Beautiful. I might kill them. I might actually kill them.
That would be cool. I would kiss you.
I did 465 damage 4 times.
Wow.
I just got a conflagration, which is essentially a second exterminate.
Yeah, I got knocked down and gang up. Oh my word. Okay. Here we go. Right. Okay, there's knocked down. I have nothing else though.
I have a bully for 369 here.
Okay, do it. Attack
Do it.
Everyone. Let's go.
Just a little bit more. Oh, so close. Okay.
It dies. Alright, nice.
Go.
Neuro surge. I like that.
Just position. I can position knockdown next turn. Okay. Right, you guys can just
I can get bully. I can get bully next turn.
Yeah, okay, that one's done.
I think we win. I think we just win.
Just pass. We've done it. Just pass. Okay, let me knock down first. Hold on.
Yeah.
Now, go.
Tag team.
Done.
Good job, guys.
Oh, GG, guys.
42-33. Not bad. 42, not bad.
Woo.
For a random one, that's pretty.
That's a lot of cards in the queue.
Sure is.
Wow, sucks. My unleash only does 1.
I can, oh. Got a block potion. I've got dex potions too. 5 and 5. Let me know.
Any
Blanking on them? Yep, just got it.
That was an automatic hit. Don't worry.
Okay.
That was an auto. Good job, guys.
Nice.
Yay.
We've done it.
Should I give you 5 strength?
Thank you.
Why am I taking bad luck every time?
I just need to play damage cards. What am I doing?
What is
I have
this,
so much
bro?
strength. I have 49 strength. Why am I not fucking?
Bro, well, kill.
Okay, we have to wait until next
insane.
cycle, most likely.
Yeah.
It's bad luck.
Just survive this next one, and then I'm gonna destroy him with the sovereign.
This is
Blade.
intangible, intangible. Then we kill afterwards.
Yeah.
It's debilitated. Okay, just end turn and pass it. It's dead next turn.
Yeah.
Alright.
Don't bother with attacks. Just kill the next turn. It's definitely dead. There's no way it's alive. It's debilitated.
Yep. Alright, go.
Kill it. I have 2 hangs. There's no way it's alive. 55.
Alright,
I hope that's
Nice.
good enough. I don't know if it's good enough.
That's faster than our second game.
Alright, that was probably my most misplayed run of my life, but you guys are gamers, so...
Oh, maybe the
we did
reroll
it.
wasn't worth it. I don't know the deets.
We're just defending this turn.
Yep.
I gotta. Okay, we're good. We just send it.
Yep. Okay, anyone got vulnerable?
We'll see. Yes, I do. I'll debuff.
Oh.
Debuffing, debilitating. We got piercing. Oh my god. Keep going.
Kill.
Oh. Holy fuck. It's dead.
Nice.
Nice. Oh my
Let's
god,
go.
what a combo, dude.
Let's go. Okay.
Everyone's in place. Or skip.
Yeah. Okay, that run was clean. That one was really clean.
More.
Rest in peace, my platy. He got hit by a bazooka. I got flanking the middle guy.
Yeah, my bad.
Okay.
No, you're good.
Nice.
Can you? Yeah, okay. Can we do a little bit more to the right guy? Okay, we could.
I can just kill them all. I guess
Yeah.
I'll do it myself.
Nice.
They call me Thanos.
Apes, that's kind of saucy.
Kind of got hoed that turn. Bad card draw.
It's fine. You have a lot of health. You have a lot of health.
Give me the hang.
He has 16.
Oh, I had a
one
soul. Wow. I have debilitate.
Huge. Have another hang. I'm getting punched in the face. I guess that's okay. Hang is 256. Okay, next hang is lethal.
Alright.
From either of us. It's also just dead in general. Just hit it.
I should have drawn, I guess.
Kill.
Should have drawn.
Kill it.
Kill.
I got hang instead.
Kill. Me too? Oh, your hang killed before me? I'm so mad.
Welcome back, everybody. We're back from the Red Bull replay. Shout out to Red Bull once again for sponsoring the show, as well as Kettlehead Popcorn. We got 2 teams left. I can tell you what those 2 teams are. And in a minute, we're going to drag them both into a call together. We're going to let them know what round 4 is. The 2 teams that have made it into the finals is Ascension 11 in first place. It is Jackie's team with the Ham, Azap, and the who's there? Why am I blanking? Multibrad. He's like my closest friend. I love him. Oh my God, Multibrad. Don't fucking. It's late. Okay, I've been here for too long. I'm sorry. And the second team is one of the guys that helped me design the tournament. Box's team, VM Services team, the Box Ruli Live. So maybe a little bit sus on that one. But he helped me a lot because he really likes doing large events, as you guys know, for TFT. So he helped me with like a lot of the last second rules and stuff like that, and making sure the teams were fun and everything. So shout out to Box. But his team is also in the finals. Again, they're playing for a Mega Crit box, as well as a box of Kettlehead Popcorn. We can see the standings here. Ascension 11 in Box Rulai in first and second place is honestly really far in first and second place. Goon Platoon got third place. Smash Bros, who trained 0, got fourth place. One in the chat of Scooters is greater than Frost. Crazy that I am at least in sixth place if that team is better than me. Bomb Squad picking up 6th place again. They also practiced 0, so that's really incredible that they didn't get last. Elephant Sanctuary is in 7th place, and finally the Big Cats, no one is surprised, is in 8th place. Yeah,
they did a good job.
Yeah,
Let's
but
be
they had
honest.
Dreads on their team, so it's like, it's Rothel can only carry so hard. It's just is what it is. It's unfortunate, but after all of that, remember, it no longer matters. The points no longer matter. This is going to be a head-to-head match where all that matters is winning this round. So basically, think of everybody back on an even playing field. And by everybody, I mean the 2 teams. And I believe, production, are we ready to jump into that call, or do we need another minute? We are ready. Cool, let's go.
Yeah, we mulliganed that shit.
Hello.
Into triple silent plus necrobot.
Hello, friends.
Hello, everybody.
Are you ready?
We're live.
We are
Hello, best
here, and I am here to tell you what the round 4 is. Before I do, does anybody have a guess? What's the guess?
I imagine it's clicking some of those extra modifiers on the.
Yeah, an all red modifier.
Just click every single one.
See,
They're so far off.
to kill the Act 1 boss with.
See, I could have done that to you, right? But I know that by this point into the tournament, you're probably a little bit tired, right? We've been here for 4.5 hours. So you guys...
Rock, paper, scissors.
And I know that it's actually genuinely impressive that the team with 3 Europeans made it all this way, because it's like 2 a.m. your time. So shout out to all of you guys.
We can do this all day. We're ready to go.
Yeah, shout out to you guys, seriously.
You know what? Change the rules. Make them stay up until 5 a.m.
So the final seed...
That's my normal city schedule. No debuff.
The final seed, if you guys had watched my stream, you guys all do, you're big fans. is, of course, Ohm. You know that. OM is the seed. But this seed is just both of you left standing. It is played on Ascension 0. And the only thing that matters is crossing the finish line in a faster time. That's all that matters.
Oh.
It is a genuine speed run on Ascension 0. You can save and quit.
Okay.
You can restart as much as you want. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is you pressing the final button with this lower amount of time. Obviously, if you abandon a run and then you start a new one, that will be accounted into your second run, right? Like if you spent 5 minutes on a run, you'd have +5 your next. You get it. So, any questions before we get in?
We play any character we want.
Play anybody you want. You can play all 4 Ironclads. I don't care.
Okay.
Can we talk in our teams a little bit before we go straight in?
We'll give you 3 minutes.
How do we know when to start the run? Will you like count us all off or something?
I think yeah, production can probably have a countdown in one of the chats probably.
Yeah, sync us up for dramatic effects.
For sure.
That's going to be really fun.
Production is telling me we will start at 8:45 exactly. Does that work for you? So the 3 minutes. 3 minutes from now.
45.
Yeah.
It's
Cool.
2:42 now.
Okay, but you can see there's going to be 5 in a second, all right? Go to your chats. Go now.
All right.
Let's go.
Okay.
What a reveal.
All right,
after so many rounds of Ascension 10, it's almost easy to forget just how many multipliers we have. So from the top of my head, instead of 2 bosses at the end, only one. They only have to prepare for one.
Here's the thing.
It might not be an easy.
I don't know anything about this seed either. This seed was auctioned off. Because I'm burning a lot of money to pay for this tournament because this production team is fucking awesome, but they cost fucking money. Shit. And so I auctioned off 5 gifted subs, and somebody got to add a name of the seed into a marbles race. And they could add as many seeds as they wanted, as many times as they wanted, and they ended up with the final marble that won was Ohm. It was about 50 different entries, so 50 times 5 is how many my chat entered, and it ended up at Ohm. So
that person's
thank you to
making
everybody.
history now.
Yeah, everybody that donated for it, and I really do appreciate it. This has been an absolute blast, but it is not fucking over. We are about to have a blitz. I imagine that this is going to be 10 to 15 minutes long. They are going to be blasting through it, and we are starting here in just a minute. In just over 60 seconds, I got the clock up on my side monitor, 1.5 minutes. It is going to be
so what's letting us go through this so fast, other than the fact that there's one fewer boss at the end? Enemies hit less hard. They have less HP. People can carry more potions. They no longer start with a stupid curse that damages their economy and turn.
They can play what they're comfortable with.
Yeah, they also don't have any restrictions, as well as more upgraded cards, right? More campsites for upgrades. I forgot if that one got changed. As well as cheaper shops. Well, there's just a variety of things that they now don't have to worry about. Like in normal any percent speedrun, they can now quite literally YOLO it. They don't care if 3 people die.
One second, I'm hearing that one of the teams may need to take an extra minute because their game crashed. So if production can just tell the other team to maybe hold off for a second and not start the seed since we still have another 45 seconds. Just to make sure that everybody starts, because I do think that starting exactly at the same time is probably the way to go, and I don't want people to feel. But yeah, for those that are asking, you can save and quit, you can restart. There's no loss of points. There's no point scoring at all. It is simply just whoever finishes faster. That is all that matters.
And we will not have to really guess anything, since we will be having both teams start at the same time. If they are close to the finishing line, we will know in real time. We will only be looking at 2 different screens maybe at a time. It's going to be so much easier to notice what's going on. The only thing that's really going to throw us off is just the absolute sheer speed at which decisions are going to be made, right?
Yeah.
How would you compare Ascension 20 to Ascension 0 in the base game?
Oh, it looks like we're good to go. It looks like both teams are starting. Looks like there's maybe just 2 seconds behind on BoxBox's time, but that is a-okay. That's a rounding error at the end of this. At the end of the day,
Box.
Yeah, I mean, just spam cards as much as possible. Obviously, everybody's playing the Ironclad, but they do have one silent on their team. Maybe looking for a flanking, maybe just trying to get weakening so nobody takes any amount of damage. But honestly, you really just don't even have to worry about damage. And like normally when you're playing in co-op, you're playing, you know, hey, I got vulnerable. Hey, I got this. Like, make sure we play this first. Right now, it's just is just go. It's okay if you play a strike before a vulnerable right now, because it is just play your fucking cards, click on the fucking buttons, and you can see the BoxBox's team is out of the first floor a little bit faster.
Tag team
was
was
the League of
picked.
Legends players and the TFT players that have to have a higher APM maybe is the buff. They get the sword almost immediately, so if they can find some elites, they'll get some damage, but it doesn't look like they fucking care. It looks like they're trying to take the easiest path possible, because again, on Ascension 0-1, there are less elites on the map. Remember, Ascension 1 is more elites, but also the fact that the elites just take more time. And maybe with how easy Ascension 0 is, sorry to everybody that struggles at winning on Ascension 0,
in multiplayer, it's arguably even easier.
Right. Yeah. So the way the multiplayer works is 4-player is easier than 3-player. 3-player is easier than 2-player. So in 4-player multiplayer on Ascension 0, I think that you could probably play with your monitor turned off and still win. Like, it is that easy. And you can see that the Hams team is still just neck in neck with them. They're starting the same fight that they're getting through. They're actually taking the same path. So
they picked a really nice card as well in the Shackles, which absolutely demolishes the strength of a enemy in a particular turn, making it even easier for everybody else to don't even care about blocking.
Yeah, and you can see that BoxBox did take tag team, which does make it a little bit faster. Ooh, we get to the hyper confusing 8-box where you can see every single player's camera, every single move that they're making. You got BoxBox up in the top right. They're fighting the double. Why didn't they keep this to be named the Jawworm? I don't really like Niblet as a name. It just is. It doesn't roll off the tongue well. I like Jawworm a lot better. And also people said that I look like the Jawworm. So maybe looking like this is better because they kind of look like Toothless the Dragon. Okay, never mind. I like them better now. I'd rather look like this because Toothless is rather cute.
These fights are largely determined by
because it's like Nibbit in the butt.
Right?
What did you say? Sorry.
I think like these early fights that are still in the easy pool, the first 3 in the first act, are all basically just draw as many attacks as you can, get lucky, don't draw 5 defend. And you see that they are taking 9. Like they really do not care. They
picked up
will
a headbutt so that he can bring back his tag team. He can Meow's Fury back his tag team. He can headbutt back his tag team. He's just the guy who's going to be the guy that makes other people go guy. That's his thing. And it looks like they veered off on slightly different paths. Ascension 11 went for a second shop, I believe. Oh, no!
Oh,
wait, the frame loss! And all 3 people fighting over a relic. Oh, my God!
Will this... Oh, this is such
down incredibly. Yeah, you can see the synergy between Ascension 11 not fighting over a relic. Shockwave immediately clicked. That's a goated card there for sure, just to be able to set up a lot of damage. Yeah, that is definitely a time loss. Luckily, they can afford it right now. They're slightly out ahead.
It's so funny too because they fought over the marbles, which literally doesn't matter who has it because it applies to all enemies anyway.
I think that there was.
They had a misunderstanding on which path to follow, and they also had to do a luck draw.
Oh my God, this is the problem with going fast. But yeah, no, it is everybody was trying to take one for the team there. They were all taking the relic that is, oh, you can take that. No, you can take that.
And bam.
Yeah.
But look at them. They're so neck and neck. It's actually kind of incredible.
Yeah, this is quite literally neck and neck. And you can see they're saying to not go for any elites. They're saying avoid difficult fights at all costs. What?
Wait, that's not the case, though. We do see an elite here.
Oh, they've actually opted into taking the fights. Wait.
Honestly, maybe start using some of those potions.
They're dealing incredible amounts of damage. So it really might not matter at the end of the day.
Oh, that whirlwind, if it could come right now.
Oh, and then the whirlwind. Not quite enough damage yet, but they're definitely, they're going to burn through that quite quickly. I don't imagine
I have a strong feeling that these potions that are being held onto should be thrown, man. Like, you need to speed this up. The obvious advantage of doing an elite is that you get some more extra gold, slightly higher chance to get a rare card, correct me if I'm wrong, and the relic, right?
Yeah. It's pretty much it. So they're just trying to see if like this relic is a little bit more worth it. You can see that they have taken slightly different relics, and yeah, like you said, those potions should be used because he got an extra one there. It's a waste
Ascension
of
11 has found a dominate.
Yeah, which could speed them up at the later portions of the fight.
Yep.
But, the Boo Rocks Live box is, they already have 53 vulnerable, and if they have a singular dominate on their team, it's going to be a lot of damage. They're up to 106 vulnerable. This is their specialty. This is what got them through round 2, where they applied up to 4,000 vulnerable on the enemy. They're already down to a quarter health, whereas Ascension 11 is just now starting the final boss.
Wait, they... Oh my god. We see throwing axe being upgraded in favor of something else. What am I missing here? I mean, is it more consistent damage?
Ooh, the bash and the break there is going to be really important for BoxBox. Absolutely goated. He already had the bash upgraded too, so it upgrades to 1 mana, apply 7 vulnerable. Insane amount of damage, insane amount of vulnerable, and they're already pathing out to once again dodge everything. Just go, 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 go. Nothing matters except moving forward. That is all that matters. That is it.
We see some of the other staple picks that we've seen before, such as Thrash, which can also break up some of the other cards to add insane damage to its base as well. And look at that, they are done with this Beetle on basically turn 2. Wait, can they break through this massive amount of block?
I don't think it will be a problem, and even if they take the damage, it's Ascension 0. You heal fully at the end of the act. Ooh, the bridge. This could cost a little bit of health, but no, immediately gets the card that they want. I wonder if the bridge is less detrimental in lower Ascension, where oh my god, another Molten Fist. Oh my god, they know how to manipulate the game out of its mind. They know exactly what they're doing. There's not a chance in hell that they make a flood now.
Nothing too creative here. We see another Archaic Tooth picked.
BoxBox is kind of stalling here at this shop. He's kind of...
Oh, Innate on the 7 vulnerable was worth it, thanks to the Royal Stamp.
Yeah, Innate on the break is insane. And then the tag team as well. If somebody plays a Molten Fist now, it would double it, right? Like, there's so much synergy here. Like, it's all about just pressing buttons at this point. I think that it doesn't even matter if you take damage. You've got the worm at the end of the act, but like it's not even going to live enough terms to suck you off. Like he's on an SSRI, man. It takes him a while, you know.
It's so unfortunate that the relic that we can see on Ascension side is one that literally is going to have... Oh, wait, what? It was just exchange! Oh my goodness. They had the meal ticket, which heals you at shops. Not so important at lower Ascensions, but it was changed for the, I think, the Serrated Tooth, which I believe upgrades skills after you use them.
Upgrades every card in your deck after you use it. Yeah, so upgrades it for the rest of combat. So not all, that good
Not
here.
just skills.
But, I mean, even for that, they have a number of extra relics here, Ascension 11 does, and they're only a floor behind right now, effectively, because the next couple of floors in front of them, because they're taking the same path, is literally just 2 campfires in a chest. So it's literally just about clicking through it, which we obviously have seen that Ascension 11 is slightly better at doing than BoxBox's team, because
wow, they dealt with that Hunter really quick. This is the pool of fights that gets a little tougher after initial 2, and they still managed to do an outrageous amount of damage and get rid of it really quickly. And a corrupted enchantment.
What are they going to put it on?
Maybe a mango so that it can be thrashed, but I don't know if Thrash really takes that attack.
At this point, they're mocking the Spire, really. It's quite strong here. The Dominates are getting massively upgraded, though. I mean, look at Ascension 11. They're really not far behind. They're now into that Hunter-Killer fight, and they probably can burn it down just as quickly as Boxru Lee Live. God, I hate their name. Fucking Christ. It's so hard to say.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, yeah, they're really catching up. They do need one more turn, it seems, sadly.
Yeah, it's going to see how fast this boss can go down, and you know, whether or not those extra couple of relics that Ascension 11 has gotten is going to matter as we get later and later into this run. But what is later when it's down to the seconds at this point? You know, it's down to just a moment. Is it safe to
say that at this point, both of these teams could probably beat the final boss with their current decks? It seems like it, right?
Probably, yeah. Unless maybe it's Aeon Glass, but again, Aeon Glass is better or worse if you take longer. So it's literally just it's just about spamming these cards at this point. And I mean, you can see that BoxBox's team is just slightly farther ahead now. They finished that. I think they are losing their lead. They are genuinely losing their lead. Will it matter at the end of the day, though? As we start looking at a few more perspectives, we got Darv with the Dusty Tome for Wraith form or the Philosopher's Stone for a little bit of energy. Takes the Wraith form. And then BoxBox is going to go. Honestly, pretty bad choices there for BoxBox. None of them are really going to help in like the speed running aspect of it all.
How do we feel about Corruption being picked?
I think it was literally just having to take anything, but no, I think it's honestly going to hurt more than it helps because it's just going to be a dead card when you draw it. He doesn't seem to have any Dark Embraces or Feel No Pains to synergize with it. And you can see, look, if these guys can click through, if Ascension 11 can click through a little bit faster, they can catch up. Let's see what they get from Darv through their slightly different decisions. You got an empty cage. Yes, please remove all those attacks. Remove all those strikes. Get him out of the deck. A strike and the defend. I like the idea of that.
They remove an attack and a defend over a curse because right now it just does not matter.
And the curse also exhausts. So if you get into these later fights, it's quite literally better to have that. And then also with the Astrolabe, make sure to never transform a curse because it will just transform into another curse. Unless you don't want to have that specific curse. But yeah.
Yeah, Break doing hard work, like it's doing heavy work right now. It is unfortunate that it's only Box Rule Service that has the innate vulnerable. That does mean they are less susceptible to a bad turn. But as you mentioned,
I think that might be the difference
was the main
maker
concern.
Too.
Yeah, it's an attack, which means you don't get immediately punished, right? Since we're going into subject. It seems like that's going to set them up for a very, very good start of that final fight. I am a little bit afraid that a little bit of bad luck on Ascension 11 side could make their early game nasty. Not nasty enough to die, but nasty enough to take 1 or 2 extra turns. And even if they are on equal ground, they are a few seconds behind, right? We are looking at floor 34 versus floor 35.
Yeah, I mean, dude, they are 1 floor behind. They are literally 1 floor behind still. It's just a little bit. You were just waiting for any sort. Like they're going at the same pace. It's just one car might be drafting off the other one. It's so neck and neck, and that just shows the power of both of these teams throughout this entire competition. That they are in this spot for a reason. They are all extremely competent players that know exactly what they're doing, and to be in this position and still be performing at the exact same just meant. You were meant to be here, you know? It's
Yeah, no, the performances for the Sims have been generally incredible. And yeah, they've, especially Box's team, did an amount of damage that I think was unmatched by anybody else.
Yeah.
And how are you feeling about the decision to bring that different character, to bring a silent? So far, it doesn't seem to have hurt them.
Yeah, I think they were like kind of confident with the ability to just have 3 Ironclads be enough vulnerable to be able to like do some dominate scaling. Oh, some misclicks on the side of Ascension 11. Oh my god, and they're fighting over a relic. Oh my god, the time loss. But yeah, it's the fact that God, I lost my train of thought because they were doing that. But yeah, the silent it might just give you that flanking. I think if they were wanting to find the flanking, that it would just shoot them into the goddamn stratosphere in terms of damage and being able to one-shot enemies.
Now, is there anywhere where these folks could gain a little bit of time? Can they scratch it off anything? Is there any maybe?
Yeah, I think if they get a better draw in the Act 3 boss, because remember, all of these teams are wanting to do both of these teams are wanting to do something similar, where they're building up a bunch of vulnerable and getting dominate. But if you kill the test subject, or you don't get your dominates early on in the test subject, and you have to stall out a few extra turns, whereas the other team, Ascension 11, that's in behind right now, it could give them an opportunity to catch up, or because they're taking a slightly different path, they might get different options and different things. Right now, they are on the same floor, even though Box Really Live is ending that floor. For being a normal fight, it looks like finally these extra relics, these extra enchantments. I mean, you see that lighter that they have is just adding up into being just slightly more. It does look like, though, that because Box Really Live went to the left, they get a guaranteed shop, whereas Azap's team is going to be having to do 1 extra combat. So maybe that was a little negative on the pathing, honestly.
I did see a Conflagration be picked, which is a card that attacks 4 times, multiplying your sim by 4. And as you mentioned, the lighter, if I'm not mistaken, adds a little bit of damage to any card that's enchanted, right? And we have a few of those.
Yeah. Got to be clicking faster than that. Here they go.
Let's take it.
Click through. You can get to the boss.
Oh my god.
Box Really Live is currently starting the first phase of the boss, but again, if they kill it too fast, they could not gain as much strength. Upgrading whatever, it doesn't really matter. Get into that boss. They're just seconds behind here. It could be either team has this. Gonna be popping all the potions. Gonna be seeing what you could get. Gets a Hellraiser. Gets a Dark Embrace. But like at the end of the day, is your deck too good? Do you not need to be doing this? You know, are you
Ascension
double dominate on turn 1 for Azad?
Yes.
This could be the difference maker. He's playing 1,000 cards.
They're just seconds behind. Do you think they know how close they are?
They're actually neck and neck here. This might come to a Red Bull replay where we see the checkered flag, because again, remember, we are going off the in-game timers. So even if we see a team cross the finish line, we have to verify with their in-game timers who is in first at the end of the day. Oh my god, they went to an extra turn because again, like I said, they didn't have enough damage. And one team is onto the Fiki Act 3 or Stage 3 of this boss. But again, it is intangible this turn. We're not going to be killing right now. So we just need to stop playing shit and press end turn.
Stop playing cards!
Just take some damage, man. It's okay. They made the guy really small so you can barely see him. Stacking up the vulnerable once again. Here it goes. On paper, it looks like Ascension 11 might have it. They do. It's literally done. You can see their timers. It's 3, 2, 1. That is going to be Ascension 11 with a 3-second victory. And now I have to send 3 fucking boxes of popcorn to the Europe. God fucking damn it, man.
Damn it. That's going to set us back financially to a point where we will never recover.
Chad, can I get 5 more gifted, please? Holy shit. A genuine 3-second buzzer beater. That is insane. They were behind the entirety of the round. And then right at the last second, to win by 3 seconds. Congratulations to Ascension 11.
3 seconds away from having a tie? What would have happened, man? You would have made me stay up longer than 3 a.m.
Yeah, if they had a tie, I was going to fucking lose my shit. We would have had to just play another one, honestly, but that is insane. Yeah, W. The fact that the Ham bullshitted his way into this tournament. I can't keep saying it. He deserves to be here at the end of this. I mean, he proved his skill at the end of this time. That is insane.
Absolute gaming athlete behavior right there. Amazing job. I think everyone that wasn't on your radar is absolutely worth dropping a follow for. I know some of these streamers. I think they're really, really talented. They are good at more than one game. You're going to widen a little bit your social circles if you get to make some friends in some of these communities.
Yeah, absolutely. That is holy. Oh my god.
How are you feeling, Frost? We're
here. It's over. You know, it's over. Go follow all these streamers, by the way, before you click off and you go masturbate for the 4th time today. It's just really important that this was an event that was not only about me putting on an event in, you know, whatever. It was about bringing all these streamers together, hopefully people making some new friends, you guys finding some new content creators that might not be a Slay the Spire main to watch. Go follow everybody if you liked somebody, if they were funny. Holy shit. I do want to talk to the winning team, though, if we can get dragged in there.
Let's have a moment.
Hello.
Bro, honestly, I felt like I was lagging the whole run. I was slow at the start, bro.
You guys were behind most of the run, too. Yeah. You took that extra elite in Act 1, and that set you like a 2-floor deficit for like the entirety of it. But luckily, you know what cost them?
I got dominate with it. It's scaled, you know?
They fought more times than you did for relics.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they had a 3-way rock, paper, scissors in Act 1 for a bag of marbles.
Oh, not a 3-way.
For a bag of marbles. A relic that literally didn't matter.
It's a neutral relic.
Yeah.
It's a neutral relic.
Yeah. So incredible.
Oh, man.
Holy shit.
Incredible.
Unreal.
That is.
What a finish.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Isn't
worth
that a
it to staying
powerful
up this late
lesson?
now, right?
You should not fight with your friends. That will cost you a bunch of popcorn crates and boxes. Yeah. Oh, horrible.
Oh my gosh. That's so awesome.
Congratulations, guys. You did absolutely incredible. I've been glued to my seat, man.
Again, like, we didn't know if this final round was going to be a banger idea or not. And the fact that it came down to a genuine buzzer beater, like checkered flag replay in this. Oh my God. Holy shit.
That's awesome.
Well
Man.
played.
Yo, big ups to you guys for running the whole thing, by the way.
Yeah,
It's been
praise
sick.
me. Give me it all. Yes.
Great event. Great event. Now where's our popcorn?
Yes, no, seriously. Send me a DM with your address. I'll forward it over to the Megacrit team. I know, Jackie, you've already gotten a box, right?
Yeah.
Actually, we both have, haven't we?
Yeah, you two have already gotten boxes. So if you have somebody else that you want to send those boxes to, feel free to let me know. If you want to send it to another Spire content creator or somebody else or a friend of yours or anybody you want, just let us know where you want. Or you can have a second one. You can also have a second one. Be selfish. I don't care.
Yeah, or I could get it and then give it away to someone in chat.
True. Actually, true. A reason to go follow
That's a great idea.
those streamers. Yeah. Or if you want to do the giveaway and we send it to whoever you give away so you don't have to accept the shipping and then have to resend it out, you know, you can do the giveaway and I'll just have them send
Just
it from
mute their
place.
stream when you watch them. They will be munching on popcorn for the next couple weeks.
Yeah, it is going to be a lot of... Anyways, congratulations again, guys. Absolutely fantastic shit. Yeah, I hope it was worth it to stay up this late. Yeah, seriously, thank you.
It was really fun.
Oh,
Thank you.
Yeah, it was so super worth it.
Sweet.
Great event.
Amazing.
Smooth running.
Hell yeah.
Love it.
Thanks, guys.
Sweet.
Hey, and Frock, thank
Sleep
you for
well,
putting this all
everybody.
together.
Yeah, absolutely.
And all the people that worked for you to do this.
Yeah.
So hats off to all of them.
GG.
Absolutely. Sweet. Peace out, guys.
Incredible teammates. Bye-bye.
Holy, man. Holy. Otz has not joined me back up in the other channel, but I'm up here all by myself, sitting alone. Oh, hey, Otz.
Hey, what's up?
Dude.
I don't think anyone could tell it was all rigged, dude. We did a great job.
We're still alive.
Oh, shit. Well, I
the
couldn't even
porn
tell it was
acting is
rigged.
back again. Nah, dude. Seriously, chat. Thank you everybody that followed the stream today, that subscribed. There was 1,000 fucking subs. Actually, I can tell you, there was 645 subs today. Thanks. Because I didn't think a single fucking one of you. Thank you to Otz for showing up. Thank you to every single competitor. People that showed up the last second. Down to Paparata, that was the last person that was invited literally less than a week ago. Thank you to all the production staff. You got Garrett, Isaac, Bittersweet, Fragouts, probably 1,000 people. Thank you to the couple of community members that were literally in my community. And yesterday I said, hey, who doesn't have a life and wants to join in and make a few bucks being observers? They were in the back end production. They literally an hour before the event, they were dragged into a call and told, hey, this is your job. You're a certified or a glorified scene switching robot. Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow at my normal time to go over everything, to look at more Red Bull replays. I'll do a little bit of that. If you missed any of the action, we're going to be uploading 4 different videos of all of the different rounds. Don't know how quite we're going to do that yet, but yeah, shout out to everybody that helped out. I'm probably forgetting somebody at this point. Shout out to Mika Miba. Every single graphic you've seen on the stream, every single overlay,
So
every single
beautiful.
piece of artwork has been done exactly by them. They deserve more than anybody else in terms of praise for all of this. Shout out to VM Service again for making the Slay the Relics mod so you can hover over anybody's relics, even though we crashed their website like 10 fucking times and it didn't end up working. Oops, you guys are too much. Be less
The
people,
thought
I
that
guess.
counts.
Yeah. I'm probably missing 1,000 people, but anyways, I will see you guys very, very soon. Thank you again for being here. This was amazing. I'm going to go cry in the shower.
I'm going to bed.